live from Minneapolis. It's Tuesday night. It's Friday. It's not Tuesday, but I didn't know what to say. Anyway, welcome everybody. I am here. I'm going to be reviewing live the debate on modern day debates between Planarwalk and a guy named Dave. I've never heard of, I don't know Dave. I don't know where, I've not seen any of Dave before. So he's an unknown. And also supposed to be Whitsett and Jaren. Now, Jaren last time he was supposed to be on didn't show. So he got swapped out for somebody else. So I don't know what's going to happen. Is Jaren going to be there or not? Jaren kind of stopped doing debates quite a while ago. I think he got smushed a little. Jaren's a little smushy when it comes to debating. So Jaren, good to see that you're stepping up to get smushed again. So props for that, Jaren. But everybody just, Jaren knows. Just letting you know. Jaren knows. So I invited Craig to come in for just this little bit ahead of time. FTFE Craig. So, because he may have something to announce. He might. I don't know. He wasn't sure, but I'm gonna mostly, probably maybe in the middle I'll invite somebody else in, but mostly do this myself, just me, because when you have multiple people talking, it sometimes is a little difficult to get the kind of the debate part of it still going. So anyway, please do watch it on Modern Day Debate as well. I'm not saying to not watch it there. But you do as you want. But I have no issue against watching it on Modern Day Debate. So I saw a super chat or something come in before I even was here. And then, so I'll get that in a second, and I'm going to pull up Modern Day Debate. So I'm starting this about 10 minutes early because Modern Day Debate is scheduled to start at 7 Central Time. And it's now 6:53 Central Time. So there it is. And it's interesting. The thumbnail is a picture of Jaren that says Jarenism debate. And it has a picture of Austin, but not his name. And it doesn't have any pictures of Planarwalk or Dave. So Charlie Welch, you may be correct there. Anyway, how many are no, it doesn't say. How many are watching. So I'm going to, let's see, I gotta set up the scene here. I gotta do a bunch of stuff. I'm probably not gonna participate in the chat. In fact, on Modern Day Debate, because I'm using I use what the stuff I show is usually in an anonymous browser window. So since that's what I do, then I can't use what am I saying? I lost my train of thought. I can't even type in there because I'm not using my authenticated account. So anyway, look, people, you don't need to diss on MDD here. Bring it elsewhere, I guess. Anyway, Jeff Stucco Righteous says, do you want to address the garbage that Whitsett was spewing about you a few days ago? I didn't see all of that. I saw pieces of it. It was, everything that I saw was just a rehashing of the stuff that he had said before. Basically, he thinks that Michelson-Morley within relativity measured stationary, contradicting Einstein's position, because if Einstein thought that relativity measured stationariness, you think he would have mentioned it or something, right? All of the quotes that he uses are pre Michelson-Gale. A couple are after, but most of them are pre Michelson-Gale. And so, and he constantly, this is Austin's biggest problem. Michelson-Morley was a failed experiment. It did not function. They did not know why it didn't function because the hypothesis was that there was ether or aether. People in the comments have said sometimes that they think that it should be ether. I usually pronounce it with a long A, aether. It's spelled with the tradition or historically with an A. I like the long A mostly because it differentiates it from the very real liquid ether, which is a volatile compound. So, Atlas, Kleem is the cause of the relativity aether debacle. You make a good point. You make a good point there. All right. Anyway, so he thinks that when Einstein said, written in German, translated to English, that it was a negative result, that it was actually a zero result. And that's not what it means. It means it failed to do the measurement. It was something that is, in as it turned out, not capable of measuring linear velocity. That's the point of relativity. Everything is relative. There is no one preferred frame of reference. Before then, there was a preferred frame of reference, but that wasn't actually correct. That was just people's understanding of it. Provided that relativity is correct, of course, which all empirical evidence so far, I've not seen any experiments that actually refute it, but could be. Could be. All right. And I don't have, Craig has not shown up, so it seems he won't be popping in, which is fine. So, all right, what am I going to do? I'm going to do this. So I'll set up the video so we can all watch it. And so you can watch it here, you can hear it here. I'll be jumping around a little bit. I'll be playing it in high speed. So if you don't like the high speed, because if I pause it and talk a little bit, I want to keep up to where they're at. So I'm going to play it in high speed, which means that basically Whitsett is going to be chipmunk mode. So there's that. So people have complained in the past that they don't like when I do that. So I'm warning you now. That's what it will be. And if it's not your thing, that's fine. I don't mind. It's okay. You can watch on Modern Day Debate. I'm not hurt by that at all. So Mark Grondin for 5 Canadians says, thanks for all you do. Love all your videos and debates. Thank you, Mark. That's very, very kind. I haven't seen you around here before. Maybe I missed it, but welcome if you are new. And Cretan Ball, who I have seen before, says, can you address NAS destroying Jay-Z on the classic rap battle song, The Ether? Best of luck, huh? I cannot. No idea. Is that epic rap battles of history? Is that what that is? I don't know. I can't address that. Apologies to you, Cretan Ball. So, all right, it's coming up on 7 o'clock. Modern Day Debate sometimes starts their stream a little bit late, but they usually jump right into the debate. So hopefully that there isn't a big delay there. So that's why I started 10 minutes early. If Modern Day Debate had a history of starting 10 minutes late, I would have started right on time there. So, Cynical Memester says Modern Day Debates has terrible moderation. From experience, I think I could have some words to say about that, but I maybe won't. I don't know. So, all right. I don't see them starting it. I do have the scene ready. Here, I'll show you. There it is. There's the scene. What do you think? Right there. And I'll get your live chat, their live chat. I'll maybe make a scene for that while we're watching. Oh, is there a guest conductor? Somebody says that Marcus Dresden says MDD has a guest conductor. It's not James. Of the moderators that are on there, I think James is the best. Take that for as you will. So C3P hole says Whitsett sounds the same either way. See yourself out. Lael says, can you address yeah sounding crazier than Alex Jones? Or you mean yay? You mean Kanye? I didn't even watch that. I I have zero interest in Alex Jones at all. He's disgusting. One of the best videos containing Alex Jones was when he was in a restaurant and somebody confronted him in the restaurant, yelled to the entire rest of the restaurant saying, calling him out, and he got booed out of there. Best Alex Jones video ever. I don't know a whole lot about what Kanye said because I haven't watched it, but it sounds like it did not get raving reviews. Greg Goss sending hearts. Amy, for last time I was on Modern Day Debates about a year ago, Amy's moderation was terrible, and instead of moderating, she said she's sending hearts. Matt Potok says, "Hi, Turtle. My P isn't silent, but it can be less noisy if you kind of get that edge right between the water and the rim. It makes less noise there. Everybody? Well, not everybody. Most of you know what I'm talking about." And Dave Stucco Righteous says, "Why do you keep blocking Nigerian princes trying to email me?" Well, our customers pay us to do that. The Nigerian prince scam emails. Let's see. Close down that window. I finished working just a little bit ago, so I got to close down a little bit of the windows that I had. So we got let's see, Star Sapphire Tomato Chan, which we all know is Zoomy. Don't be fooled. That's Zoomy. Says gonna have to disagree. The best Alex Jones video is when he said, "I'm gonna eat your $. Jeff Stucco Righteous is F Alex Jones. Truer words have never been said. There we go. I don't want to say it too much because YouTube will rightly identify this as saying, what's going on there? That guy, jeez, YouTube AI, it's tough. The second time, maybe the first time, anyway, one of the times that I had 30, it was the first time I had 33 UC on that video. That's 3 years ago. That video got struck for just a month and a half ago for a community guidelines thing. It sat there for more than 3 years, and then somehow YouTube's AI decided 3 years later that it was bad and gave me a strike. It's a warning, but you only get a certain number of them, and warnings don't go away either. So, and I appealed it. It was rejected. So, anyway, Lael says Nigerian princes must be funded by NASA. Must be. All right. Did it start yet? I'm gonna refresh the window here. No, not yet. All right, so we're just waiting. We're waiting for James or whoever. Charlie Welsh says the same thing happened over at the Shills recently. I think there should be like a statute of limitations, maybe, for it. Like, you've had it on your platform for all this time, and now you're just identifying that you don't like it? Now? Okay, I get that you don't like it, and maybe you want it not to be hosted on your platform. I completely agree with that. Your AI is crap, though. But anyway, so, but if it's over a certain age, it's mistakes on you. You let it sit there for all that time. Serena's one says YouTube AI, the I does not stand for intelligence. Very true. C3P hole says my P isn't silent aether. Oh my god. People. Paradise Decay. Yes, I'm 13. Remember, people, I'm 13. My sense of humor is 13. Paradise DK for £2. £2 sterling says flat earthers hate maths. So Artemis 1, Flurfs 0. Irish Brazil. How do you convince Baba Voss that the world is a sphere? I don't know. Let Baba Voss be Baba Voss. Jeff Stucco Reichers again comes in and says, was it 3 years or 33 months? Illuminati confirmed. True. All right. How old is Mick Flatty? I don't know. He's about 8 mentally. So here's the thing. This one, I thought I'd mention this. This is, I hope you see that it's got a blue tint to it. This is an old, rather old ball mason jar that my kid found when he was at a friend's farm that had been sitting in the garage for a long time. So look at this here. Have a look in the chat. Tell me how old this is. What year was this probably made in? Right? Get a good look there. What year was it probably made in? There's more of a green tint, says Mute Donkey. Well, okay. I'm colorblind, but it could be just the lighting there. So, prove you're 13. Oh yeah, Lake Titicaca. Exactly. Yes, this jar was free, making it a free mason jar. All right, hold on. 1972, 1959. You guys are just guessing. You can't. All right, it's a date range. Give me the exact date range. A little Google foo will show it. We'll turn it up. Little Google foo. All right, no, nobody's got a date range. I'm sorry. I had to change the rules for the prize of nothingness that you'll get if you. Dr. Nimrod has got a spanner. Now has a spanner. 1420. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, the first date range is coming in 1890s to 1937. No, the rich news. No. I don't see it yet. I'll keep watching. Wonder how this is gonna go. How about some predictions? I did some predictions on Facebook. I predict that Whitsett and Jaren will not once even try to present evidence for flat Earth. Jaren, if he does anything, he's just going to mostly take a back seat to Austin. But if Jaren does present anything, it'll all be about NASA. As if NASA, it doesn't exist, the Earth then changes shape. Of course, that's not the case. The Earth is the same shape with or without NASA. It's a sphere. But Jaren's got a little bit of a hate boner for NASA. So, Lael says, is Lake Titicaca north of the silent P? Modern Day Debate says, we're definitely going. We might have to get a replacement for Dave as he's not able to log in. Wow. Wonder how that might happen. Eshick, which if anybody knows Belarusian, stands for, is the word for hedgehog, has a super chat for $20. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Hedgehog. Toon should step in. Well, I'll keep my chat open should James send me a message. I will do that. Ooh, Eshick wonders for $20. Can you answer a timeless debate? Fraldinha or picanha? That sounds very lovely. I think I will accept that debate challenge and test it out for myself because it's best to do your own experiments. There it is. Secret G comes in with the correct answer, 1923 to 1933. Google foo, right? So it was completely by surprise that it's 1933 on that. So there it is, 1933. And Zoomy comes up with that too. Picanha is the best cheap steak, says Jeff Kane. I prefer filet, but the house special at Fogo de Chao is their version of picanha, and that's a really good one too. So yes, I will definitely be doing my own experiments here in the next few days. That's the plan. So Technics 1 for 5 Canadians says, I'm not sure if you're finding Lake Titicaca funny for the same reason I am. In Quebec French, it pretty much translates to small poop. Yes. Yes, exactly. Well, except that titty is also a little different word than small. So yes, there it is. So you could take it as small poop, or the other word followed by poop, which doesn't really match. I wouldn't want those and together anyway. So, all right. Waikikamukow is wondering, is it true that Toonshine is now legal in all 33 states? I believe it is legal. Yes. So, what is it? In case anybody's wondering, what is my email address? Wonders somebody. It's mctoon@mctoon.net. There it is. Laidlaw Forgeworks. Well, I kind of like that. Laidlaw Forgeworks says, it's picanha, no debate. I had some on the shores of Lake Titicaca. It's not that far from Brazil, is it? Yeah, picanha is the top sirloin, and fraldinha is the bottom sirloin. I don't like the bottom sirloin. It's just a little rough, a little harder, you know. Hyperspace Hedgehog says, if you're ever out in the best coast, upper northwest state of Washington, we have a Lake Titicaca you can visit. Oh, I don't even need to use a passport to get to that one. Nice. All right. Ooh, I see over in their chat. People are saying Clearview says call McToon, MC Toon. Mike V says MC Toon. Let's see. We've got the real Tommy says MC Toon is a joke. Ouch. Apparently the Dave that is supposed to be there is having an inability to log in problem. So who's Dave? Dave's not here, man. Dave's not here, man. Halite is ubiquitous. MDD is the majorcation. This is Fly Ab USA. Very nice. Well, I wonder what they're gonna do. Are they gonna nothing yet. James won't do a 2v1 type debate, so maybe he'll roll it back to a 1v1 and just have Planarwalk and then one of the others, either Whitsett or Jaren. That might work. I don't know. Oh, Tau Software says, by the way, Chong never says man, he just says Dave's not here. There it is. Okay. I accept that. Well, in the meantime, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to, I don't know why I didn't have this prepped before. I should have. I was planning on it. Is this it? Is this it? It is. Okay. You'll like this. All right. Let's get this ready. You're going to love this. This is a little thing. Just a little thing I made. Right there. You see that? It's a little montage. It's 2 minutes long. All of 2 minutes long. So here you go. Enjoy. Let me get this out of the way here. Enjoy this little montage.
That when you make a positive claim, you have what's called the burden of proof. You have to substantiate your claim with evidence.
All evidence has shown us that the Earth is stationary.
The burden of proof is on the one that makes the positive claim.
In every debate, the burden of proof typically lies with the person making the claim. but it can also lie with the person denying a well-established fact or theory.
There's a higher concentration of gas being introduced at the surface.
This is a positive claim that has the burden of proof.
When you make a positive claim, you have the burden of proof. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane.
The burden of proof is on the one making the positive claim.
That if the Earth is geocentric and stationary,
Did you guys know the Earth's not a spinning ball? It's actually flat and stationary, bro.
The person making a positive claim has the burden of proof.
Because there's constantly gas being introduced to the system. When you make a positive claim, you have the burden of proof. It's very simple. When you make a positive claim, you have the burden of proof.
The Earth is stationary.
They shift the burden of proof, which is a fallacy, and then they attack a straw man model, which is a fallacy.
It's a closed dynamic system with gas constantly being introduced to the surface level.
You make a positive claim of specificity, you have the burden of proof of specificity.
And they use something called the Saros cycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all.
You do understand, again, that positive claims require the burden of proof.
Well,
Hey, the Earth's a geocentric stationary plane.
Positive claims have the burden of proof.
Hey, the Earth's not a spinning ball, bro. It's a flat stationary plane.
You have the burden of proof of specificity of your specific claim. So you can't shift the burden of proof. That's called a shifting the burden of proof fallacy.
The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane.
You make a positive claim, you have the burden of proof. Burden of proof always lies with a positive claim.
When you make a positive claim, you have the burden of proof.
Okay, so we have the burden of proof to show that the surface of the Earth is flat, because that is our positive claim.
You have the burden of proof to substantiate all of those specific positive claims.
Now you have gotten to where you are just basically diverting the burden of proof. You're shifting the burden of proof.
the projection is real, Whitsett. The projection is real. So if you didn't catch that, I was mixing Whitsett demanding correctly that when you make a claim, you have the burden of proof, with him making a bunch of claims for which he hasn't given the burden of proof and refuses to. He constantly shifts the burden of proof. He comes into every debate saying they need to prove their claims before they've even spoken. He will say that. Will he say that tonight? I would not be surprised. Anyway, I popped the link in there. It's unlisted. I will list it here maybe in a day or two. Just a little 2-minute montage of Whitsett demanding burden of proof be substantiated and then not substantiated. He'll claim, of course, that he did. And he'll claim that he did by falsifying the radius. Sorry, that's not supporting your claim of flatness. Even if you did, which you didn't, it still wouldn't satisfy the claim that you made. So, it's starting. It's starting.
Over side, thanks so much for being with us. Planarwalk, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Let me just get around to sharing my screen.
Dave made it. Dave's here, man. All right, let's see what Planarwalk
Zoom
is.
is being weird.
It sure is.
Not a problem. There's a share screen button that's green on the bottom usually, but sometimes it's at the top and it's in the middle.
There we go. Are you able to see that?
Yep.
Okay, so the Earth is flat, and here's why.
Wait, you said is.
So
Planarwalk, you said is. Isn't.
When it comes to Earth, it isn't flat.
Oh, there you
but
go.
it isn't a perfect sphere. This is going to be important. I promise that I'm going to get to why later. But mountains disprove that the Earth is flat. It also disproves that it's a perfect sphere. These two things, to say that Earth is a perfect sphere would be wrong. To say that it's flat would be wrong. But these aren't equally wrong. And it would be absurd to say that, well, because the Earth is neither flat nor a perfect sphere, it must be a donut. That would be absolutely ridiculous.
I like that.
And so flat Earth, I think, is this philosophy. It's about alternative ideas to absolutely everything. Flat Earth for a long time hasn't really been about any sort of evidence, even though it has tried in the past to be about evidence. Instead, it's about misunderstanding the globe model. You'll hear a lot of people will say, if the Earth was spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, then we'd all fly off, which is not actually what would happen. And if you were to try and present that as evidence for the Earth being flat,
Whitsett will call on that.
That would not be evidence that the Earth was flat. Even if you are
that's a straw man.
correct about the people flying off, that doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. That might just mean that the Earth is a globe and stationary. It used to be that people thought that the Earth was a stationary globe back in, I think it was 500 years ago. People thought that the Earth was a stationary globe.
Robert Sungenis still thinks that.
Now, I think that, if you do try and get to the sort of evidence, I think that flat Earth is a pseudoscience, because it isn't really about trying to prove that the Earth is flat, trying to give reasons that the Earth is a flat. It's more about trying to debunk the Earth as a globe. Now, let's say you did debunk the Earth as a globe. Is it then reasonable to say that it's then flat? No, because because it would be like saying that the Earth is a donut because it's neither flat nor a perfect sphere. There's a lot of ad hoc justifications. So when you try and ask, okay, why does this happen on a flat Earth? There'll be an ad hoc justification that will be put into it. Quite often, I don't know if Jaren or Whitsett use this, but quite often when you say, why do things disappear bottom first over the horizon? Some flat earthers will say, well, perspective, as an ad hoc justification. There's a few other ones that I can't quite remember at this point in time. There is no falsifiability to flat Earth. If you want to be science, you have to have a falsifiable hypothesis. So this means that there is a way to test what you are saying, and then if we were to test what you're saying under reasonable conditions, then we can say, okay, well, this is what the results say, and your thing could be false. There have been multiple times when I've seen flat earthers do experiments, but then their experiment fails or whatever, and they do not accept the result of that experiment.
Oh, like Jaren and Bob.
Another really good thing is when you try to provide things like calculations. Right.
Oh,
calculations are very important.
They don't math.
If you can say, okay, this is why things fall at this rate, give calculations for why they fall and all that kind of stuff, then that is really good. That actually lends to falsifiability. If your calculations are accurate, then testing it should be able to prove whether your calculations work or not. I haven't seen any sort of calculations that flat earthers say, okay, this is the calculation for things like relative density.
Some have tried.
Okay, so let's get to the evidence. I want to make this debate more about evidence rather than trying to say, okay, this is something that Einstein said or whatever. I want this to be about evidence. So this is a thing that a lot of flat earthers bring up, and it's called the black swan. And it is a image that shows the horizon being behind two platforms. Now, one thing that I find that a lot of flat earthers do is they ignore other images of the same platforms, which show the...
Mute Doggy says, I don't think Planarwalk going for flat earth is wrong is a good way. He should have presented evidence. I agree. I always prefer to have that be the strong suit, to just come out and give positive evidence for the earth being a globe, because there's a lot.
Very heavy refraction here on both the platforms. Why is that? Well, I would say that it's because it's very heavily refracted. There could be some refraction going on here, but again, no flat earther has ever tried to give any kind of calculations or something to try and explain why this would happen on a flat earth. Then there is also this image here, one of my favorites. This was taken by a flat earther using an infrared camera. And we can see that, so initially they thought that this shouldn't be what you would see on a globe. But in fact, it's exactly what you should see on the globe. This is an image of what we'd expect to see versus what we actually see. And it lines up absolutely perfectly. I'd like to have someone try to explain why we see this on a flat earth if the earth is flat. Why do we see something that we would expect to see on a globe on a flat earth? Lastly, I want to thank Jaren for putting this video up. I'm not going to show the whole video. This is a screenshot from it, and we can see that there is a curved horizon.
Oh, no, there's
there.
a curve. Where did the curve come from?
A lot of flat earthers will say, well, it's because of a fisheye lens. Well, if it were from a fisheye lens, then why is it that when the horizon is below the center of the camera, that it's curved in a way that wouldn't be possible if this were a fisheye lens? Whether it's above or below the camera, it still curves in the same way. Why is that? And my last bit of evidence is just James. So, David, if you want to take over.
Okay, thank you.
He's got the Office
right,
of
well, guys,
Strategic
thanks for,
Influence logo
having
there.
me
Look
on.
at that, right up there.
So the
Right
Earth is a
there.
globe, and let's just cut to it. Some of what Planarwalk has stated is clear.
Did he say
Mountains
Planarwalk?
can certainly be used. The measurement of the height of mountains relative to another person's elevation can clarify that you're seeing mountains that are
All right. I've never seen
at
this,
a
this guy
distance
before.
are angled away from the person's line of sight, and the height of that mountain does not match the elevation. The height of that mountain, as it's seen from the observer from such a far distance, does not match the elevation. That's because the mountain is at an angle that is on a curved surface. But more than that, we have a lot of things that can justify and prove that the Earth is a sphere, and when used in tandem, they are irrefutable. But what flat earthers will do is misuse the concept of perspective. To simply say that perspective is a way to prove that something that is further away looks like it's larger than it is, or that something is higher than it is and lower than it is. There is nothing measurable behind that explanation. And the lack of a measurable way of explaining one's position means that you do not understand the concept and that you are simply ad hocing it. A big problem is that flat earthers ignore the effect of gravity, but then try to explain.
Says, sounds like he might be new to doing debates. I wish him luck. Yeah, I've not seen him before.
The effect without acknowledging the fullness of that effect. So, things fall, they fall downward. There's a reason that those, objects fall downward. And outside of declaring that it is because it is, which means nothing, they will try to redefine the concept of gravity, essentially making it into a game of semantics, speaking about relative density or localized gravity or something else which can be easily clarified and
he's
therefore
not totally new.
debunking their position.
He's heard their dirt before.
I've heard some very illogical fallacies, basically using a concept of logical fallacies but incorrectly. There's the sense of a necessary antecedent to say that there has to be something to cover up the atmosphere so that the air around us has a container. That is not necessary. And the assuming that it is necessary is a logical fallacy. The aspect of personifying things, to say that water finds its own level, or the horizon finds its own level, or something to that effect, that's also a logical fallacy.
The horizon finds its own level.
Water finding anything. Water doesn't find anything. And the
go.
analogy is to say that water settles into a position.
Oh.
Also a logical fallacy, the concept of water finding anything. Water doesn't find anything. And the analogy is to say that water settles into a position, and that we assume that position is infinitely, on the same plane on the surface is wrong. There's no flat earther that has ever shown water along a plane, the surface of the water along a plane, and you can see that beyond a certain distance. And that distance is always less than what it would take to easily discern the surface of the Earth at 24,000 miles of circumference. Sometimes I hear some flat earthers use the concept of reification to say that, we're speaking about concepts that are not really anchored in reality or physically.
Let me read this. Mute Dougie says, oh no, it's D. Charles Prowse says, in the alternative photo, which is the black swan one, taken during the lower index of refraction, not only is the platform in the back behind the horizon, it also leans slightly backwards, exactly as expected on the globe. But I don't know how you could see that small amount of lean, though. I think it was less than 70 miles away, so the amount of lean would be pretty small.
don't see a measurement. You don't see a measurable curve. So you can't see a measurable curve further along the distance. That's
And I have
absurd.
invited everybody to join afterwards.
For me,
Jaren
one thing
and
I noticed
Whitsett
that
too.
is
They
quite funny is
Probably.
how flat earthers will use a definition. They'll show a definition and the word has like 4 definitions, but they'll point to the definition of the 4 that justifies their position and say, oh yeah, what does the word level mean? Well, it means this. See, definition number 1 says it does.
Yeah,
But
this guy's
definition
never
number
heard
2 does
Whitsett
not.
before.
Definition number 2 speaks of something else, which applies to debunking their position. And then there are other things. I don't know if I've gone over my time, but I'll just stop there.
All right, Dave.
Thank you very much for that opening from the globe side. We're going to kick it over to the flat earth side. Want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcome, no matter what walk of life you are from, globe earth, flat earth, you name it. Thrilled to have you here.
All right.
And if you haven't seen it, as you can see at the bottom right of your screen.
All right. Here comes Whitsett's not evidence for anything, especially not flatness. And I gotta say, Dave, you should have watched some of Whitsett's debates before. You totally missed that.
Yours, Jarenism.
Thank you. Happy to be here, James. Thanks for having me. Awesome to finally get to debate here. Although I want to see Alex Stein here. So is he coming back soon? I hope so.
It is
Make
soon.
sure. Good. I don't like debates a lot because I don't think that they're
gets
really
whipped every
fair
time.
when you're going against somebody who gets to use the entire body of science and call that fact. So you won't hear us really
Jaren.
using that. We've got to actually battle uphill, which I think
Yes,
is a
you
lot
do.
more difficult. And also
you
pointing out
declare
that
that
we
all of
are
science is wrong,
what
Jaren.
scientific defines, which is being skeptical. So people who simply repeat what they're told, read out of a book, copy it, regurgitate it.
That's what flat earthers
those
do.
people are not being scientific. They're not
That's
being
what flat
skeptical.
earthers
What they're
do.
being is religious. So I find it hilarious that it seems that you have a lot of projection from the other side, where if they were truly skeptical, they would look into things like we do. They would question Artemis and wonder if that's real. They would question the pictures of the Earth that take 25 minutes to upload on Himawari. They would be skeptical and not just say, no, if it's coming from our government or it's coming from NASA, it must be true. That is the complete opposite of being skeptical and therefore not scientific at all. When we say it's flat, we certainly never mean it's 2D. So if you hear that, you're taking it the wrong way.
Yeah, nobody thinks that, Jaren. Donald Trump's Bone Spurs, who's been a member for 17 months, says, forgot I pay for these. Take my monthly donation. Well, thank you very much. Donald Trump's Bone Spurs. I hope those spurs do heal.
When we say flat, we just mean it's a level plane. And when we say level, yes, there's mountains, there's valleys, there's ridges, there's oceans.
Yeah,
but everybody is standing
thinks that
upright.
there's
There is
no
nobody
mountains.
antipodal to me. There is nobody antipodal to you. There's nobody underneath you standing upside down. That is simply a fabrication told by men who think very little of you. Somebody at the beginning said what we do is pseudoscience when, most of the theories that come out of cosmology.
How long has it been since he started talking and has not yet even started on talking about evidence?
They come from theoretical physicists like Michio Kaku, who's been on record saying that nobody that he knows of in his field uses the so-called scientific method. Well, if you don't...
That's because the scientific method isn't actually dogma.
Use the scientific method, but you are selling your product as science. That is the very definition of pseudoscience. So...
No, the very definition of pseudoscience is not falsifiable. You missed that, Jaren, because you're not, you just believe what somebody else told you. You believe what Oakley told you when he said that that is what science is.
Again, who's doing the pseudoscience here? Certainly not
Flat Earthers.
our side. That is the theoretical physics side. As far as you said, if we can debunk the globe, it doesn't mean that it's flat. Well, the thing about that is, again, the problem that we have is that when we bring you evidence that the Earth is not as we've been taught, your immediate question is always, well, how does the entire universe work then? As if that is an equal standing. We're not claiming that we know how everything works. We don't claim to know how the sun operates and what temperature it is when it comes out.
But here's the problem, Jaren. You don't know how anything works. Not one thing, Jaren. You've never answered one thing at all.
The center and how long it takes to get to the coronal. We don't make those claims. It's you guys who have made those claims. And extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So when you're going to tell people when they're 6 years old and 7 years old that they're spinning on a gigantic ball and that it's flying through space at ridiculous speeds, and that it's never, it's got no impunity. Nothing's getting in its way. Nothing's causing it to deviate. It's just everything's so perfect. And then you hear these speeds, and they're ludicrous speeds, like we're traveling right now. If you just close your eyes, you can feel it. 1.2 million miles per hour as we fly through the vacuum of space. Again, we've got an atmosphere attached.
Incredulity. Got
which
it, Jaren.
Seems quite strange in the fact that atmosphere should have been gone long ago.
That's
it is
not how it works,
adjacent to
Jaren.
a vacuum, and the vacuum should equalize that pressure over time. However, that's
well, except there's something pulling the air towards the Earth, Jaren.
it's not happening. They like to claim that it's gravity, but we've given a thought project, and actually somebody's working on it right now to actually do it, which clearly just debunks that. If you take a vacuum chamber, and let's say it's as big as the room that we're in, and we evacuate all the air, but in the center of the room, we have a box, like a shoebox size, and in that shoebox is air, and it's also sealed. So we evacuate the big room. All that's left is the box with the air in the middle. We electronically open that lid. What's going to happen to the air in that box? Of course, it's going to immediately fill the space. It's going to immediately disperse into that vacuum. If the globe theory was correct,
That's
then
not
the
our
gravity
claim,
would
you
clearly
dummy.
be strong enough to hold that
Jaren,
small bit
you
of air in
moron.
that box because it's closest to the Earth. So that is
All right, I mean, maybe he is this stupid. Stringer News 1 says, Jaren, that thing on your head screams, I'm bald.
disproves that whole idea right there. It is clear that we can't have an atmosphere next to a vacuum.
No,
As far as
that's
ad
not
hoc
at all the
justifications,
case.
we can go back and start with where I did with Edwin Hubble and understanding that he looked out into the cosmos and saw everything moving away from us, and then said that it does make it seem like we are the center of the universe, that we are central. However, he says that must be avoided at all costs. So anybody who is going to talk about philosophy, science is a philosophy. It is the philosophy that there is no God, there is no creator, that the smartest people here are the men who are here who can rewind
Not at all, Jaren. Not at all.
sky clocks, and they can, the giant ball Earth that we're told that we're just like little fleas on this gigantic rock and we would never see curve because it's so, well, if that's the case, but then you also believe that these same men, these same little fleas on the Earth, they also learn to polish up their little glass lenses and they put them in a tube and they can magically now see back in time. And they can see just by looking through the tube, 25 trillion miles, which of course is simply ludicrous. And you believe it not based on any evidence other than men have told you. Men that you believe in and that you trust man worship.
Just because you
Why would you ever believe anybody who told you could see 25 trillion miles? That is the closest star to the Earth, or if you don't count the sun. 25 trillion miles, they tell us. So I'm skeptical of that. And we get yelled at and shouted at and called names and made fun of because we're skeptical of a crazy claim that has really no evidence.
There's lots of evidence. You refuse to look into the actual evidence. You just say, I don't believe it, therefore it's fake. You deserve to be mocked for that, Jaren. You do. You absolutely deserve for that. It's just denialism and you not being smart enough to understand it.
Is that my 6?
Yep.
Go ahead.
All right. Nice. All right, I'm going to share screen real fast.
Buckle up. Here comes the salad.
All right. We're good. So let's see if this work here. So the debate is the Earth a spinning, tilted, wobbling ball in a vacuum, or is it a stationary topographical plane? This guy strawmanned a 2D Earth and mountains debunk it or whatever. Flat the description of a surface, not a shape. But anyway, this all started with Michelson-Morley. It was supposed to show what's on the right here, where there was a difference in the light, but instead it actually showed that they were together. And so it showed that the Earth was not orbiting. This changed all of physics, and this is when relativity came in.
Who's surprised? Raise your hand if you're surprised.
To play, basically saying that you can never prove that the Earth is orbiting. Just trust us. I promise it does. Matter contracts in the direction of motion. Time slows down. Just don't worry about it. You can't prove it, but we know it's the case. This is where you have this quote from Einstein explaining that Michelson-Morley led him to relativity. He said, since then, I've come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, though the Earth is revolving around the sun. People get triggered and act like the fact he says, though the Earth is revolving around the sun, debunks our point and makes
It does debunk your point. And here's the very important thing. Einstein's position is that the Earth is rotating around the sun, orbiting around the sun. If you say anything that would suggest he thought otherwise, then you're going to have to substantiate that. But of course, right here on the screen, it's contradicting any claims that you might have about Einstein thinking that the Earth doesn't orbit the sun.
it stronger. We're saying he's admitting that even though he believes that, you can't actually detect it with optical experiment. Here's his quote saying you can't do it with terrestrial experiment. Every attempt to ever do that is negative. That's why relativity says you can never prove it. Here is the Michelson-Morley type experiments being done many other times with much more precision since then, even in this century, in the last couple decades. Much more precision, never detecting the orbit of the Earth. Here you go with the first radio transmission across the Atlantic Ocean. And this is from historychannel.com. You can see right here. It says that his disproving detractors told Marconi that he could not send the transmission 200 miles or more because it would be limited by the curvature of the Earth. He successfully sent it first attempt using line of sight 2,000 miles. After that, he ended up doing as far as 10,000 miles. Then they ad hoc came up with the idea of the ionosphere bouncing it down perfectly and making it land. The irony of a globe earther to say the word ad hoc is crazy. He brought this up and said, I don't know why they talk about the black swan, but they don't talk about how there are other pictures of it closer. Yeah, that's why it's called a black swan. If you say all swans are white, but then you find one black swan, it nullifies the claim that they're all black or that they're all white. That's the whole point. This only has to happen one time. The atmosphere constantly moves. He says you can tell there's a lot of refraction in this one and not that one. Yeah, because it's not as zoomed in. And as you zoom in the distance, you get more refraction. Anyone that actually
For a reference, this is sped up to 1.5.
Actually test the Earth and does observations instead of blind believing it knows this. This debunks the globe. The horizon's over 10 miles away, should be no further than 1.2 miles, and it actually still doesn't even work in the picture he brought up. So ironically, they're cherry picking antithetical to the actual question, which is, does the horizon extend too far? Here's another observation. 163 miles away from a 1,000-foot observer height, there should be 10,296 foot hidden height. You can notice he didn't include any actual data.
For reference, it says right on the screen there, it's assuming that light travels in straight lines. It is assuming that there is no refraction. But Austin, what do you say about refraction?
Refraction, which we immediately and adamantly claim is always present because there's temperature fluctuation and atmospheric conditions that are consistently affecting what you perceive.
So you cannot ignore refraction, Austin, by your own words.
Whenever he made this claim, he just put a cartoon on there and said it's perfect. Here's the depiction right here. You should not be able to see these as the silhouette from the mountains way too far away. This is the Chicago skyline during the sunset from almost 70 or just over 70 miles away. They should be entirely black. The curvature of the Earth should be over.
But where's the bottom, Austin? And where did you do your analysis of refraction?
Refraction always happens. That's why it's important.
Over the tallest building in Chicago, yet you can see it. You can see it at the sunset with a silhouette. And they want us to believe that actually that's not there. The sun's not there either. That's
just
an
wrong,
entire illusion.
Austin.
The sun's already gone. And the buildings are thousands of feet underneath the curvature of the Earth. They just happen to lift up and the silhouette refracts and makes us think that it's actually there. I talk to locals. You can see it 4 to 5 days a week. This is a very current, very...
You have to see to the bottom every single day. No exceptions, Austin, if the Earth is flat.
Frequent occurrence. Moving on, we have a whole bunch of different other observations here. Here's a laser test. So we shoot laser at very low height over the top of flat water. You know, fluid dynamics is constantly in motion.
Well, if you can't adequately account for refraction, you can't make a claim about the apparent location now, can you?
And we see it too far away. Here are mirror flashes. We also take mirrors.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables, and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
Then we go with one of the big quote-unquote debunks of flat Earth is the sunset. The sunset.
And never in your dissecting of the observations do you even account for refraction that we know for a fact to be present.
Now this right here does use refraction. I know what he's doing here. This is from Rob Skiba lying from his grave. This uses refraction in the opposite direction as it happens in the air. Austin, you are a pathological liar. You are lying about this. You are intentionally using refraction the opposite direction, or you did not look into it and you're indoctrinated by it. One or the other, Austin. Are you lying or are you ignorant? Austin, are you lying or are you intentionally ignorant of this because you use the anti-scientific process? Number 1, pick your pre-selected conclusion. Number 2, look for evidence that supports it, even if you have to lie about it, but definitely don't look into it. Number 3, ignore actual real stuff that contradicts your pre-selected conclusion, like refraction going the correct direction. Number 4, declare that your pre-selected conclusion was undeniably proven. You're about to lie, Austin.
Of the sun, and people say it should change in angular size, but as you can see, when it has magnification, it doesn't change in angular size, and it goes down and it disappears from the bottom up, even though it's up above a flat surface. I want everyone to pay attention here. They don't seem to understand it. He said there's no way. You just say perspective. You see the sun disappearing from the bottom up, but if you look at where it's at, it's actually still up above the table. Here's a depiction of, or here's an actual observation of the sun. This is beautiful. This is by Rakia live shot to him. And watch what the sun does here. Now, they claim that the sun is going, actually the sun's sitting still, and we're falling back away from it, and the curve of the Earth is blocking it. Of course, as you see right here, the sun is disappearing into the vanishing point of the sky above the horizon. This proves to you the sun can disappear from the bottom up, completely void of physical obstruction. No glober has ever rebutted it. They can't. They just freak out. And then I'm just going to run through these, but here are the typical fallacies. I'll pull them up as they're used because it's important to understand you can't use fallacies constantly. Appeal to authority, credentials fallacy.
That's what he does. He constantly uses, he'll appeal to authority is quoting Einstein without actually showing evidence. That's an appeal to authority.
Saying that since I don't have credentials, my argument can't be true. Poisoning the well, which they did that.
He always poisons the well. He has specifically said that Einstein, well, he'll go and complain about Einstein and say things about him, about who he married and what type of person he was. That's poisoning the well. Austin?
Discrediting us before we go. Ad hominem fallacies, which is personal insults as opposed to the attack. Texas sharpshooter fallacy, which is what they do with geodetic surveying, where they say, oh, look, we'll put a circle around where we shot on the wall and claim it was perfect and throw out everything that doesn't match our assumption. False dilemma fallacy.
That's not a Texas sharpshooter fallacy. That's called statistics.
Or false dichotomy fallacy, where they say it has to be this way or nothing. Appeal to emotion, you will see a lot of that. Shifting the burden of proof because they're making.
And shifting the burden of proof is exactly what Austin does. He never shows supporting evidence for it. When he does do things, he tries to debunk the globe and intentionally leaves things out, which actually is the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, right? The Austin. The black swan is literally the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. The hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different observations, thousands, millions where things are obstructed bottom up, and you look just at that one narrow specific example, and you say that one is the undeniable proof and all the others must be ignored. That is the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, Austin. You used it already.
Making a positive claim that everything's antithetical to observation, but they shift the burden onto us. You have an appeal from incredulity. They can't understand how the sunset would
Appeal to incredulity is all that Jaren had.
work on a flat earth, therefore it can't be the case. You have argument ad populum. Everyone thinks that the earth is a ball, so it has to be. Then they strawman our position. They divert away from our position with red herrings. Then you have affirming the
Oh, the projection is huge.
consequent, begging the question. And of course, this is most important. Sophistry is the use of fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving.
And that's Austin as well. Fallacious arguments like ignoring refraction when there's refraction there. And being the one who demanded that refraction analysis be done at other times.
So hopefully we'll have a discussion today that will be fruitful, void of those fallacies, because they seem to be very popular in this discussion. And looking forward to it.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. We're going to jump into open conversation, and want to let you know, folks, if you happen to have a question, you can feel free to fire it into the old live chat if you tag me with @ModernDayDebate. That's one way to ask a question, as well as if you do a super chat, we push those to the top of the list as we start reading them during the Q&A. With that, gentlemen, thank you very much.
I'm 2 minutes behind, so it'll take
I'll just say real quick. So,
a while
just say Planarwalk,
to catch
that
up.
Austin and I are both open to having conversations with people who believe in the globe. It's unfortunate that most of your compadres like to attack and make fun. They don't really want to have the conversation. It's kind of strange.
I'll have a conversation with you, Jaren. Jaren, I'm ready to have a conversation
right now. So you guys brought your response. I want to address one of the things in a conversational manner so that we can put an end to that. Extraordinary claims have been met with extraordinary evidence. And the issue here is whether or not you recognize the evidence as being sufficient. When the evidence has been shown to you, you dismiss it or try to re-explain it. And that creates the very problem that you were saying we do. You're creating the very issue of having an honest conversation because you try to re-explain what is clearly evident.
Okay, can we get specific here? One of your extraordinary claims is that one of your extraordinary claims is that the earth revolves around the sun. So do you have any extraordinary evidence? Do you have any extraordinary evidence?
After I give my
stop interrupting there, Austin.
So, for example, you spoke about the sun receding, back into the distance and retaining the same size. Well, the thing that contradicts that is that when I look at those tall buildings in the distance and I get further away from those tall buildings, they get smaller. I don't see other objects anywhere around me, anywhere on Earth, where I go further away from them and they retain the same size. So there is no reason for me to look at that concept of the sun or the moon for that matter and say, oh, well, this is happening because of some lens effect, which quite literally contradicts your concept of refraction being a...
That's a special pleading fallacy that for some reason different rules apply to the sun and moon than everything else we see.
Globe Earth debunk. So refraction works in a way to make the sun retain the same shape and size, no matter how far you are from it. But it doesn't. That's not the straw man though. And then that's a fallacy. Just address how what I'm saying is wrong.
Okay, you don't. Okay, can I talk now? You actually don't know what fallacy means. I would encourage you don't use it if you don't know what it means.
I know what it means, and I stand
define it.
Define
it.
It means that you're trying to use a fallacy, an argument of a fallacy, to say that the person has a fallacy as a reason to say that their argument is weak. Just because I may even engage in a fallacy does not mean that the argument itself is weak. So that is a waste of time. So address the issue.
Okay, that's wrong. So if you use a fallacy for your argument, then your argument is logically fallacious and invalid. What fallacy means is the assumption that just because someone says something fallacious as their argument, that their conclusion is incorrect. So you can say fallacious things and your conclusion be wrong, but your argument is wrong.
Just said that.
Your argument is wrong if it's fallacious. So you didn't understand it. I knew you didn't.
I didn't understand, and you and I are just going to disagree. But let's get to the sun itself.
I don't. Oh, do I need to pull it down?
I refuse. Listen, I refuse to yield on that. So we're not going to waste a whole hour doing it. So you're going to laugh right along with you.
Well, yeah, you're wrong.
How the sun? No, you're wrong. Let's go ahead and address how the sun itself, out of all of the other objects that we have.
My first view of Dave was like, oh, his presentation was a little rough, but now he's given Whitsett the smackdown that he deserves.
Have access to on Earth can retain the same size no matter what the distance is for anyone on Earth, but everything else diminishes with size as you get further away. Please.
Okay, so actually the sun does change angular size throughout the year in your own model even, and angular size does change throughout the day just very slightly. And it is because it's viewed through a greater distance of atmos.
It needs to vary by a huge amount, Whitsett. You need to provide the plausible mechanism for it to vary by a not huge amount, and you're about to not do that.
And we also don't know the medium that the sun is in. You guys.
Yes, we do. Yes, we know the medium that the sun is in. Yeah, on flat Earth even. It's air. But up higher, depending on how high you think it is, there's very little air. Whitsett, how much air is there at 100 kilometers? Do you think that the sun is higher than 100 kilometers? very little air. Do you think it's inside the clouds? Well, that wouldn't work well. The geometry doesn't get you anywhere, Austin.
Claim it's impossible for the sun to disappear bottom up. If the Earth is flat, I debunk that, showing a lensing effect would actually make it disappear from the bottom up.
Okay, so you did not address
He did that by presuming the Earth is flat.
address my point.
I literally did.
You literally did not.
I'm just over your head. Sorry, brother.
No, you're not over my head. You're just being presumptuous. You want to keep going?
Presumptuous. Absolutely.
Can you repeat it?
No,
Dave, yes.
You want to listen? Okay, cool. So what you did was you gave an example of how the sun changes angular distance over a period of time from days to weeks to months over the course of a year, which you know was not my argument. I even said very clearly, everyone all over the world sees the sun as the same size, no matter how far away they are from it. That only speaks about distance. So I didn't specify a time frame. Yes, the sun will change by 5% size from August to January.
Because of distance.
Because of distance alone. And you
Thank you for your concession.
Excuse me, no, but that doesn't
It doesn't help you with
the distance.
No, I did not. Listen again. I said that my argument had nothing to do with looking at the changes of the sun over time. I'm looking at the changes of the sun over distance from one observer to another. No, you've got to have the one observer to the other part, or else you're not getting my point.
You didn't hear my rebuttal. Let me repeat it. I said it changes throughout the year. This guy's unbearable. I said it changes.
This guy's unbearable.
Changes throughout the year and even throughout.
Oh, Whitsett. Well, you gotta, people. Whitsett constantly pats himself on the back. He does his affirmations out loud during debates, just like Stuart Smalley told him to. I'm good enough. I'm smart enough. And doggone it, people like me. I don't know why he doesn't do it in the mirror in the morning or something, but he has to do it constantly during debates. Poor guy.
Out the day in your own model.
That wasn't my original point, though.
So you're just going to interrupt me the whole time?
I do need to hold on one sec, just so there's.
So Dave's point is different observers simultaneously during the day should see it at different sizes. And that's a good one, Dave. Good one. And Whitsett, he's going to run from that.
Not too much speaking over each other. Let's give it to Austin for maybe another minute, and then maybe a minute and a half, and then we'll kick it back over to Dave.
James, moderate that, yeah.
Okay, so I explained that in your own model, even it changes angular size throughout the year and throughout the day, based on even stellarium data. So you can say no, but you can just go look at stellarium, it changes. And then I explained that the reason we don't see it the same as we see more local objects is the sun would be significantly farther away. And in addition, we do not know the medium that the sun itself is encompassed within, or if there's a containment that would give us that lensing effect to a greater extent. What is
a consistent medium wouldn't do that, though, Whitsett. A consistent medium doesn't make it just bigger. That's not how a consistent medium, that's not how refraction works. And it wouldn't be the same size for everybody regardless of distance.
Shows is that it disproves your claim it's impossible for the sun to maintain angular size and disappear from the bottom up of a flat surface. It objectively can with the lensing effects.
Okay, so what I stated had to do with the size of the sun being seen by different observers at the same time period. You knew this, and you're trying to redirect my argument, and that's a waste of our time. I'm not going to call the fallacy because we'll argue about what the fallacy is. So getting back to my original point, which is that the sun is the same size in the sky for all observers at any point in time. You know this. Now, you bring up some scientific measurement. Hold on, some scientific measurement that can be used to determine the angular size of the sun. And I wonder, what is the level of precision of that? It's certainly not optical, because if I'm twice as far away from one object than I am from another, it'll be about half the size that it is when I originally saw it. Your sun on your flat Earth models can be 3, 4, and 5 times away from one observer to another. Whatever other measuring standard that you're trying to use has nothing to do with my argument, and you can't address my argument. If I'm in Chile and I see the sun rise over my head and it sinks back down to the ground, like you're saying, right? That sun from your own arguments can't be more than 4,000 or 5,000 miles away, right? Then someone on the other side of the world sees the sun rising while I'm seeing it setting, and that person on your flat Earth model is 20 to 30,000 miles away. There is absolutely no difference in angular size between those two observers. So I have debunked your argument.
So you clearly didn't listen to me, and I'm not going to go in circles with you again. I'm going to say it one more time, and then we're going to let the audience hear that you can't rebut it. So what I said was, it actually disproves the claim that it's impossible for the sun to maintain angular size and disappear from the bottom up over a flat surface. You can get that very effect with the lensing effect, and I explained that we don't know the medium the sun is within, or if there is containment that would contribute to the lensing effects. And in addition to that,
so you're ignorant of flat Earth. Flat Earth never has any answers for anything. Exactly none. Well, we don't know everything. You don't know anything about your own claims, Whitsett.
It is further away than something that you see on the ground, like buildings. Those three things objectively refute your position. You've skated past it 3 times, and the actual reason it's shown is because you guys claim that it's impossible when it literally is not impossible. Now I get to ask a question. You said extraordinary claims take extraordinary evidence, and that we deny the extraordinary evidence. You claim that the Earth is a ball that revolves around the sun in orbit. That's an extraordinary claim. Can you provide us with the evidence for that, please?
Sure. After I refute the nonsense that you told. So
I also want to jump in about.
Go ahead, jump in. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want to jump in because there's something I wanted to say about the sun setting thing. Have you done any kind of calculations? Because when it comes to having that lens that you showed in the video, we can do calculations. Snell's law does exist to be able to do that kind of stuff. So have you done any kind of calculation so that we can say, okay, this is what we would expect to see if the Earth were flat, and this is what we would expect to see if the Earth is a globe, so that we can compare the two to work out which one comports most with reality? Have you done that?
Your calculations came from making the observations and then making the model after you saw what happens. You have all that, and then you keep saying you didn't do anything. Right? So just like Jaren said in his opener, you just think you have this confidence over here, like we have this amazing model. You have to explain how everything in the universe works, and you can't even do the math for your own model. So the answer is that you made the calculations after the facts, and we don't have to. That we see the observations, we have the same observations. It just moves away in this. Actually, if you use magnetic logography, mapping out the Earth or mapping out the sun over the course of a year, we have a model that explains the position of the sun everywhere, maintaining exact angular size, and it's not in any way refutable. It's called the magnetic logography projection of the Earth. We mapped it out with tons of data. So yeah, we did do the calculations. We showed exactly where the sun would be, exactly what it'll look like, and exactly how it works on a flat Earth, and it can't be refuted. So can anyone?
It can be refuted because you didn't base it on any physics. You just presumed that the Earth was flat, presumed the location, and then mapped it out, and it looked like a toroid, and that's all you had. That's it. It just looked like a toroid, and then you concluded that it matched your pre-selected conclusion. You declared that it matched your pre-selected conclusion.
I want to answer my question now, though. Instead of your guys' infatuation with your inability to understand how the sun can work on a flat Earth, can you guys explain to us before we just grant you that we're
run from flat Earth, all Earths do.
Flying around the sun? Can you show us how you know that? Do you have any evidence that we're actually going in space around the sun, or are we just supposed to believe it?
So firstly, I have actually done calculations, and I've actually tried to do calculations to make a flat Earth work. And to make a flat Earth work, there was something that I didn't include in my presentation called the white swan. And to make that image possible on a flat Earth, you would need air to be getting really, really cold, colder than what has ever been measured for it to work. This is going off of what?
Yeah, the other one.
This is the white swan. It was the image that turned Ranty from being a flat earther into a globe earther.
Oh, the fake flat earther.
That's so bad.
I did calculations on that, and
because their religious position can't accept that somebody might change their mind. That's how much of a religious position it is for them.
The only way that it would work on a flat Earth is if the air was like extremely cold, colder than what we've ever measured.
Strawman fallacy.
That's the only way that you can see something in the distance that's lower than something that's closer to you and taller.
But Jaren talks.
Well, that's the only way that image could actually be taken on a flat Earth.
I didn't know Jaren was here.
Saying something with a strawman fallacy doesn't mean anything.
Well, what he's saying is he's building his argument upon a strawman version of what he wants to pin upon us with his own version of a flat Earth due to his misunderstanding.
No, he's not. You're trying to dictate and declare things. So
are you trying to deny?
You're emotional, man.
Are you trying to deny?
If it's a straw man fallacy, Austin, will you be presenting the correct way to predict that observation for flat Earth? The right way to do it? No, you won't. Because like always, Austin, you don't actually have any idea how flat Earth works. It's just a wish and a dream to you.
What's up, Planarwalk?
This was just based on how light works, how light is refracted through air. Are you trying to deny
how
that?
light works?
Can I
light bends downward as hot air rises through cold air. Am I right? Or sorry, through less dense air rises through denser air. Is that correct or is that incorrect?
The light can bend towards the more dense medium.
Light bend down.
I'm helping you out. I know your religion more than you. Light bends towards the more dense medium.
But here's the thing. You're trying to solve for time. Your sarcasm is
all this. He thinks he knows the globe better than we know the globe. He doesn't. But we know. But he doesn't know anything about flat Earth. He can never answer a question about flat Earth. How does the white swan that Planarwalk was talking about, how does that work on flat Earth? You can't answer it, Austin.
It's a way of stalling and running out the clock. No, just do the correction then. Just say, no, it's wrong. This is how it works.
I did.
No, you didn't. You made some comments that were unnecessary.
You're saying that light bends towards the more dense medium and somehow that becomes flat Earth. The only way that Planarwalk did his math was to a similar refractive rate.
Didn't say that. I said light bends downward, not towards the more dense medium or not towards the less. I said light bends downward, and I could be wrong. But I believe that as the hot air rises or the less dense air rises over the more dense air,
Jeff Stucco Reicher says, can we pause? I need to go take a wicked Whitsett. Go ahead. All right, I hope you finished.
It causes the light to bend downward. Okay? Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but we know that the density, which is, often caused by how hot air is, can affect how light travels. Okay? That's the bottom line.
Wow, so profound.
That's good evidence.
Sarcasm means nothing.
Yeah, I was saying that's good evidence.
No, not you, dude. You're fine. I'd like to hear your point of view.
Planarwalk, I want to
get you to go on mute.
Planarwalk, I have a question about Ranty because I thought that was one of the bigger jokes I've ever seen was Ranty leaving for that image, because I guess I don't fully understand your guys' position. Is your position that because the mountain is taller than the tower, that there's no way that you can ever get the tower to look taller than the mountain, even with perspective?
Yeah, perspective alone cannot account for that.
Okay, so like see this metal box on the side of my house here, the sprinkler box on the left? I'll point it out with my finger here in a second. So to get that item, that little box there, okay? So to get that item above the back fence, which clearly the height of the fence behind there is a lot taller, right? But you just need to lower the camera, and all of a sudden that box now goes above that back fence.
Gosh.
So how is that possible? If the back fence is clearly taller than that box, how did it fall behind there?
It's totally off topic. Completely, the geometry of this is so wrong compared to the one that Ranty looked at, the Blackpool Tower picture. Totally off.
Because I'm sorry, go ahead.
What is
we know?
My gosh! All right, maybe Jaren actually doesn't think the Earth is flat. Maybe he's actually this stupid. I don't know. Maybe it's an act. It's hard to say. What will he? Yeah, that is a straw man because he's misrepresenting it. Like, would he pretend to be this stupid for money? That's the question.
Know the observer height, right? So this is just asking about observer height. We know the observer height. I believe the observer height was something like 6 feet in Ranty's image.
Correct.
So if we account for observer height, we know the observer height. We account for perspective. You still need something like refraction in order to explain how the thing further back is lower than the.
He asked you why did it do it in this video? That's what he asked you.
He changed the observer heights.
Okay, so why? Explain how that makes it happen.
Perspective.
Because the left.
Oh, it is perspective. That's crazy.
No, you're generalizing perspective too much. You're not explaining how it works in those different scenarios. When he changed the observer height, his line of sight is no longer on the same elevation as the object that he was looking at. So
either is the elevation
in the observation we're talking about.
No. What Ranty did was he gave you a clear observer height from where he is, and he compared it to okay. It doesn't matter. See, here's how it doesn't matter. Because he gives the observer height of the object that he is measuring or observing.
And it's higher than him.
And
you just said if it was lower, you said if the observer height is lower than what you're observing.
I'm saying in this example, see how you did the same thing.
Whitsett thinks that if he can catch somebody out saying certain words in the wrong order, that somehow he wins. That is sophistry.
Earlier, you're trying to switch things from what I'm saying to apply to something else I'm not speaking of.
My example
in this image. Go ahead, sorry.
My example is given because it's very simple for anyone who's not a globe zealot to see that things in the distance get smaller. They lower down, right? And so...
Right. No, that's not true. That is not always true. Things that are higher than your elevation, things like, let's say I'm 6 feet tall, and let's say I'm looking at something that is 20 feet taller than me, right? Okay. As I get further away, it does appear to get lower, but it doesn't go lower than my line of sight.
Flat Earthers, just do a 2-scale model of the Blackpool Tower on flat Earth. That's all you need to do. Test your claims. But flat Earthers and cult leaders never want to have their claims tested.
My line of sight is still parallel to the horizon, still parallel to like the gravitational force that's keeping me balanced. My line of sight will still be lower. The problem is that the object is so far away that you can't see that distance. You can't see that distance as if it was up close. So you have to zoom in. And if you zoom in, you will still see that it is taller than you. It's still higher than you. It's just, it appears to be angularly.
Make the top of that tree disappear by going lower.
Shorter. So there's something about the magnification that you have to take into account.
I just want to say, when it comes to things like perspective, we do take into account observer height, right?
Yep.
And that is one of the first things that I made sure to take into account, because if you don't take into account observer height, then where are you starting from, right?
Okay, but observer height, as far as, let me explain this real quick, see if this makes sense to you. I'm facing east right now, and the Sierra Nevada mountains are right there, okay? They're about 80 miles from me. And right now, if I were to stand up tall, the mountains would be higher than my computer screen. But by just lowering down like this, now my monitor would be above, my line of sight would be above those mountains. Nothing.
See, I don't think, here's the, who said Jeff Stucco Righteous says, I think Whitsett is a Poe. He does this for the trolling. No. I think Jaren knows the Earth is a globe and is stuck because this is his rice bowl and he can't mess with his rice bowl. I think Whitsett actually is such a contrarian and a narcissist that he's truly believes this, and he's a pathological liar, so he believes himself. Jeff Kane says, as always, thanks for being honest with your audience, unlike Whitsett or Jaren. You're welcome.
Nothing happened. They didn't fall behind any curve. I just changed my viewer height by a foot. So how can the foot cause a mountain to drop behind my computer monitor and you not understand that that's simply what Ranty was showing in his photograph?
Because the scale of distance is important. You're very, very close to the monitor. And so that the distance from you to the monitor is a few feet. The distance from the monitor to the mountain is a whole bunch of miles. So there's a proportion here that you have to take into account. And observer height is only relevant when you're looking at the line of sight that is parallel to the horizon. You can have a line of sight in any direction, but when you're trying to compare objects that are anchored to the ground, like a mountain, you're comparing your observer height to something. If you see see something that was 6 feet tall near that mountain, then you would have a line of sight that is consistently level with the surface of the earth.
Yeah, but that mountain's 50 miles away, right?
Yeah, but you're not 60 feet tall. The mountain
Also-
is you're missing the point.
No, you don't understand
I want
it,
to say,
dude.
I always, like, whenever I do any kind of calculations, one of the first things that I make sure to take into account is observer height. And you can do this essentially by minusing the observer height from the things that you are looking at. Right? So if the observer height is 6 feet and you take off 6 feet from the tower and from the mountains,
Yes.
well, then you have accounted for observer height. It's
Agreed. So then
very
are you-
easy to do.
Are you using like GeoGebra and drawing straight line observations to see if they're?
Yeah, they use Euclidean
You
geometry.
wouldn't want to do
Yeah,
that.
what are you using
Jaren.
for perspective? You said
What if there was
you're-
just another person that was 6 feet tall at the mountain?
They won't
I
answer.
just-
Do you use Euclidean geometry? Yes or no?
So I use trigonometry.
Euclidean geometry, and the eyes actually use spherical geometry, as do lenses. So why do you use Euclidean geometry?
Oh my gosh.
Because you can use.
Oh my
because when it
gosh.
comes to lenses, that
Oh my gosh. Whitsett. As if what we see is somehow magically, selectively modified because our eyeballs are spherical? No, Whitsett. Straight lines appear straight to us. Just because our eyes are curved doesn't make other things appear curved. Oh my gosh. What a reach.
is literally using trigonometry. Like, do you know what Snell's law is?
Yeah, that's a total non sequitur. So do you
Hold
understand?
on. Do you know what Snell's law uses? Do you know that Snell's law uses?
Hey, why are you changing the subject, man? We're talking
No,
about how
I just-
the eyes use spherical geometry to see, yet you're using Euclidean geometry
Your eyes
to
do
map
not
out how
use
the
spherical
Earth.
geometry.
do you know
eyes-
the?
Yeah.
I
It's
need
a
to ask. Do you know
lens.
what the calculation for Snell's law is? Snell's law is to calculate refraction. Do you know what that is?
Are you talking about refraction? They were talking about perspective.
Because the eyes, the reason why the eyes work is because
Eyes
of refraction.
Use refraction.
If you want to talk about,
Whitsett.
if you want to talk about Snell, if you want to talk about, sphere.
Yeah, you want to talk about how the eyes work and then not talk about refraction and Snell's law, Austin? Absolutely, you 100% must. It's lenses magnify things and focus things because they're spherical or elliptical. And Snell's law is a valuable part of that.
Spherical geometry, you need to know, and you want to say that the eyes, work because of spherical geometry or whatever. You need to know what Snell's law is. Can you please tell me what Snell's law is?
Wait, he's not
He
referring
doesn't
to
know.
refraction.
No, he's
If you
not.
want to talk
No,
about
lenses.
perspective,
He's
Jaren was
one.
talking about perspective, and then
I
you
wanna
started
talk-
telling us what would or wouldn't happen due to perspective, and that you did the math. So then he asked you what type of math you're using, and now you're diverting to Snell's law and refraction, which of course you have to use a differential equation for the atmos anyway. We're talking about perspective.
You don't have to use a differential equation. It depends on a lot of factors. Oh, and not that Whitsett's ever done a differential equation.
When you calculated the perspective, did you use Euclidean geometry or spherical geometry?
I used trigonometry. Do you know? And you want to say that, if you're using lenses, you need to use spherical geometry. Well, lenses use Snell's law. Can you please tell me Snell's law?
Refraction is a red herring fallacy. Do you understand that?
If you're going to
Eyes
talk
line
about
an extra
lenses,
half light.
if you're
Your
going to
eyes
tell me, if you're going to tell me that
You brought up lenses, Austin.
I need to know spherical geometry in order to account for lenses or whatever, please tell me Snell's law. Lenses operate off of Snell's law.
Hey, what shape is the eye in the lens?
It has a lens in it. It has
Yeah,
a
what shape
lens
is
in
it?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter,
buddy. It's a circle, my guy.
focuses
It
light.
doesn't.
It's
It doesn't
not a
matter
circle
what
It
shape.
literally matters. That's how you do
Law.
the geometry.
Doesn't matter that our eyes are.
Snell's law will still apply regardless of whether it's banana shaped, whether it's sphere shaped, whether it's flat. Snell's law still applies.
Is included in the Ranty observation.
Okay.
I
Wait. Let me
didn't
just jump in
use
for like 30 seconds. 30
Those
seconds.
laws
If-
are red herring fallacy.
Wait, let me just jump in. If refraction did not take into
the grasping that they're doing here to avoid actually addressing the application of perspective.
account, then the light would be always parallel, even if it went into your eye. You wouldn't be able to focus on anything. That's the point. Your eyes have to focus the light into a small part of your eye, in the back of your eye. Okay, that's the trigonometry I believe that Planarwalk is referring to, and that's something you have to understand. You have to.
I actually
the
just
light would just continue to be parallel. You wouldn't have anything to focus on.
You guys don't understand it.
I actually
So-
just want to make the point that Snell's
my
law
gosh.
literally is just trigonometry. It's it's something like sine of
Sine 1 over sine 2.
sine.
Yeah,
sine of
use a
theta
differential
1.
equation for
Yeah.
atmospheric refraction. You have to use a differential equation.
You
Which is
don't have to. You don't have to, Austin. You don't have to. There's many ways to calculate. He knows. He's heard of one way, and he thinks that's the only way. I'll read a couple things here quick. Star Sapphire Tomato Chan, who's actually Zoomy. We know it's you, Zoomy. Says Whitsett is guilty of the most egregious fallacy, the fallacy, where you accuse your interlocutor of committing fallacy after fallacy. That's not actually the fallacy. But let's call it the you're doing a fallacy. Your pal Al says, what a twit sit. Eddie Reese says, the test for updating glasses is called a refraction because that's what we're doing with the lenses. Whitsett brought up lenses. You brought up refraction, Whitsett. Kirkby says, thank you, Toon. You're welcome for that. And Any Tiger Sci-Fi Review comes in with, Whitsett uses Smell's Law. If it stinks, it must be right.
Doesn't matter, man.
Okay, so you use differential equation to account for what? Unknown functions and variables, right?
No, for light coming in at different angles. Your line of sight is always right in front of you. Your line of sight is always right in front of you. It never changes. Here's the problem: when you're looking at something that is 6 feet away, you're 6 feet tall. Yeah, you need a my lantern. I don't care. You got something that's 6 feet tall from far away. Your line of sight.
There. You guys are boring. Whenever Whitsett gets uncomfortable, he has a few tells. He starts doing these off-topic things. You know, you're scared, I'm crushing you, you're boring. That's when Whitsett's getting a little uncomfortable with the topic. And I see Dearth in there. Wow. Dearth, if you go look at Dearth's post from Wednesday on Twitter. Absolutely disgusting.
Is on the same level. So if you raise your elevation, yes, that person is going to appear to be lower than you. But if you lower your elevation, the person is going to appear to be above you. But the further away you go, the less of an effect, the less clear that is because of the distance. And that I wanted to address that because you ignore that when you talk about your sun. You use a lens to make your point about the sun retaining the same. I guess you know.
So you guys are never going to answer my question. We're going to sit for an hour.
Hold on. I'm just doing my thing. So you got your sun with that lens, right? You only let that lens go like 5 feet away. Make that lens go 1,000 feet away. That thing is basically going to get too small.
If you went 1,000 feet away from Jaren's monitor, it still blocked the mountains. You don't understand anything.
No, it doesn't.
You said.
I like this. Sleet says, in combat, that's called deploying countermeasures. Definitely a tell.
You said every time you interrupt, you have impulse control issues.
You're just lying, man.
You have impulse control issues.
I don't like liars.
Hold on, just so we can hear 1% at a time.
Okay, so first he said that Jaren was wrong, right, about him showing the observation outside of his house, which showed that as he goes lower, then what's taller in the distance will be below what's closer to him. And then he ended up admitting that that's what happens. And then they're just saying, well, it's just different in this other scenario. And then they're dragging us through the weeds about how they think they understand perspective and then conflating it to Snell's law, which is about refraction, which is light's path from one medium to another, which is completely non sequitur to perspective math. Okay, so you guys don't understand how it works. We gave you our answer. Can we move to another subject? You don't understand how it works.
I refuse
well,
to
you haven't.
That's
when it
another
comes to the thing that I'm talking about, right?
Yeah,
so I have done the calculations. If you just try to use perspective alone.
His other tell is saying you don't understand how it works. When they do, and he's trying to avoid addressing that he doesn't know how it works.
Which is a simple trigonometry function. Then it is the tangent of distance over height, or the arctangent of distance over height. That is the trigonometry function for perspective.
Okay, where's Snell's law in that?
Well, you were trying to bring up how lenses work. That's why I brought up Snell's law, right? If you didn't bring up lenses, I would not have brought up Snell's law.
No, I'm bringing up that you're using the wrong type of math for the eye, and for lenses, you're using Euclidean geometry.
It doesn't.
Why is he talking about the eye when we're doing perspective calculation? It's a red herring. He's trying to avoid addressing actual perspective because he knows that when you actually apply perspective, the Blackpool Tower does not work for flat Earth. It completely falsifies flat Earth. None of the elevations work out. And so he's trying to avoid that. He's trying to say, you must also do this other calculation, which isn't actually a necessary thing.
It doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't matter. If you do GeoGebra and do a side view of this whole scene, you realize that that's not reality.
Draw a straight line from the side.
It doesn't
They hate models because models destroy flat Earth.
matter if you use what the shape of the eye is. Perspective still works regardless of what the shape of the eye is.
That's weird.
You're wrong.
No, because as long as you can focus, that's what makes the difference.
No, I'll drop some sources for you guys to read. There's a bunch of different mathematicians and PhDs.
He's talking about the stuff that Gleam constantly posts, which is about human perception of distances. It has nothing to do with actual. It's our ability to estimate how far things are away. It isn't about how high things appear to be in our field of view.
But anyway, can we move on now? You guys said
it's so uncomfortable.
I'm going to keep going at it like 10 more minutes and then I want to step in.
Planarwalk, if you sit up straight and you look off in the distance straight ahead of you, think of the houses that are off in the distance. Will any of those roofs ever eventually go below your eyesight?
If I get high enough.
No, sitting right where you're sitting right now. Sit up straight, look off in the distance and think of the roof of the house next to you and think of the roof of the house after that and the roof of the house after that. And tell me if there was just nothing but houses all the way down, would the roofs eventually drop below your eyesight?
If on a flat surface, no.
Like at Kango44 comes in on a modern day debate super chat. Jaren, you've proved the curvature of the Earth with your light through holes experiment. So why are you on the flat side? As we got in the poll, 91% said that he would pretend to be this dumb for money. Cinnamon Control in mine says Whitsett joined your live about how perspective should be calculated for FE, right? Right? No, he cannot do math. Whitsett, do this. Austin, I know that you cannot do math. I know that you could not, on your own, calculate perspective and how high something should appear. You cannot do that. You are not capable of that math. I know you are not, Whitsett. You cannot even do algebra. I know you cannot even do algebra. I'm an algebra teacher.
No, they wouldn't. The
If they're higher,
and they would never get smaller than your eye line. That's what you're saying.
No, because to be able to get lower than my eye line, I would have to be at the same height as them.
What makes you think that?
That is literally one of the things that comes up when you look into trigonometry, the trigonometry for perspective.
So rather than your eyesight, rather than actually just going out and testing it and looking at things and taking pictures, we're going to defer to what the math says.
Well, unless you have a different calculation for perspective, I don't know if you.
I don't need a calculation. I can just do that in my head and realize that, yes, if I look this way, I can even picture the house next to me, and I can picture the house down the end of the street, and I can realize that those houses will eventually fall towards the horizon line, which is below.
He doesn't want to do the math because it falsifies his position.
That's the thing. Well, if you were to zoom in, you would see that they're still above your eye level until it gets to the part to where they're starting to curve over the horizon. But when you look at the roofs of those houses, you can't see the bottom of those roofs. You'll never see the bottoms of those roofs. You're looking at the tops of the roofs and maybe the mid part of the roofs as you're looking towards them as they get further away, and you're presuming.
Okay, let's make it simple though. Do they drop as they go away from you?
Yeah, they do, but not on the flat plane.
They just want to talk about this for 3 hours. They're scared to defend the.
Honestly, they drop as they get further away from you, but they will not drop below your eye level. For them to drop below your eye level, they would have to be physically lower than your eye level, or there would have to be some kind of refraction taking place.
Or the curvature of the Earth itself.
Oh, cool. If we basically assert what's in question, it becomes reality. So can we actually move on to the next
you can look at the angles.
That's what you do, Whitsett. You basically assert that the Earth is flat and then do modeling based on, well, you don't do modeling. I should not be so generous. You don't do any modeling. You just basically assert it. And then you go and you find things about the globe that you don't quite understand. And then when you've proven that you don't understand it, you say, therefore flat.
Because you can look at things like there's a bridge that, I know, but look, there's
his tail again.
Bridge in, I forget where it is. It's somewhere in Louisiana. And that bridge was demonstrating the curvature as each one of those elements of the bridge were, being
We know more about it than you do, man.
I just can't remember the name, and I can't show my computer because
it's all Pontchartrain.
On the video. Yeah.
So I know like 25 Earthers that have went and done it themselves. Have you ever done it?
Okay, that doesn't matter.
It changes all the time, and sometimes you can see way too far in the curvature.
Oh, you have to do it yourself now, Whitsett. Is that the rule? You have to do it yourself, Whitsett?
It's not consistent.
You didn't do it, so you can't bring it up, Whitsett. Your rule.
No.
Thanks for playing.
Nope. That's you declaring that. That's
no. I have the observations. I'm not
convinced that your interpretation is sufficient. So
do you think that it always looks exactly the same? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter if it looks exactly the same. No one's arguing that it looks exactly the same.
So it's not physical curvature. Gotcha.
What we're arguing is that the elements of that.
It's physical curvature affected by the medium that we have to look through. It's a desperation attempt for you, Whitsett.
That bridge shows the curvature into the distance. It's not.
Hey, can we? I'll ask one final question because I just want to make sure this is your guys' position for my own knowledge. So if I walk up to a fence that's 6'3" or 6'2", so my eyes are right in line with the fence line, and I start walking back away from it, you're saying that line of that fence will stay with my eyes no matter how far back I go.
Until the curvature of the Earth takes an effect. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I don't think you're correct, by the way, but I think it can be shown.
You'd have to have evidence for it being that position being incorrect.
Okay, how about this? So here's the reality of the situation. David wants to do anything but let me talk. Like he's scared of me exposing their religion.
Okay, David, I wanted your opinion on that.
Okay, so all physical measurements we take are planar. We do all kinds of technology, assuming planar. The horizon's horizontal, water's level. We actually get our elevations of city.
Now remember, Whitsett, you're the one that said that all these claims have to be met with a burden of proof. Your words, Whitsett.
Using a horizontal baseline, then we measure above that. We do the same thing to get the depth of the ocean. So we have all these horizontal baselines, and we assume them constantly to do anything productive and with technology. So then the question is, you guys are claiming something opposite of that. You have the burden of the proof. So you claim the Earth's a ball that spins in a vacuum.
And that's a reversal there. You made claim, and then you must have the burden of proof. That is textbook burden of proof right there, fallacy Whitsett. You made a whole bunch of claims, and now you're pushing stuff on them.
So we want you to support it. He said very smugly that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, but you guys just denied all the extraordinary evidence we have. So, okay, let's start with the first one. You say the Earth moves around the sun. Can you please provide extraordinary evidence for that extraordinary claim?
Yeah, sure. You want to look at all the photographs? You want to call those fraudulent CGI?
You have a photograph of the Earth going around the sun?
A photograph of something moving? No. A video of something over time? Yes. You want a video of the Earth going around the sun?
Sure.
You're going to have a hard time. You're going to have a hard time getting a video of something that is 26,000 miles in circumference, 97 million miles, and seeing it on the video.
So you don't have any evidence.
Your request is that, sir. So watch this. Do you have a picture or a video of the flat plane of Earth showing China, Africa, and North America all?
Valid. Absolutely valid. Whitsett, you made the claim of specificity that the Earth is flat. When we compute the consequences of that claim, then there must be the ability to take a photograph of the entirety of the Earth. And you just demanded that they, your reversal of burden there, you just demanded that they give you a photograph or evidence of, not necessarily photograph, but it's perfectly valid for you to support your claims first, right? And now he's coming back and saying, hey, if you can't provide it for your position, then it's a little bit ironic that you can't provide it for your position, that you're demanding it for somebody else's position. You can't provide it. Don't expect somebody else to do it. That's a little bit rough.
Visible? No, you don't.
That's the dumbest analogy I've ever heard.
That is exactly how dumb your
perfect
I didn't
analogy.
ask for a picture or for a video. I asked for direct extraordinary evidence for the extraordinary claim that the Earth is orbiting the sun. Then you brought up a picture. Then you said it's stupid for me bringing up the picture, but you brought it up. So do you have any evidence that the Earth orbits the sun?
I actually have some. Well, I have some evidence that the Earth is spinning.
And you see how he's going to specifically Earth orbiting the sun because he wants to get into relativity.
No, orbiting the sun.
He's trying to steer.
Just say no, then we can move on.
Why that one? There, if we have the burden, then we only need to support the claims that we make during the debate. For you to say that you must go support a claim that I didn't even make in a debate, that's a little bit of a reach. Austin, you need to definitely prove this about flat Earth. No, you didn't even make those specifically. Austin, you must prove that the flat Earth is a disk floating through space and that there's an ice wall, and that if you go over the ice wall, you fall into space, and that, right? You didn't make those claims, right? You said that it's flat and there's ramifications, but not those specific things. So you're getting very specific because you're trying to steer the argument to one thing, right? But Whitsett, Michelson Gale measured rotation. You say the Earth is stationary. If the Earth rotates, it's not stationary. So all of this Michelson Morley stuff that you don't understand, well, you say the Earth is stationary. Too late. You already agreed when I talked to you that Michelson Gale measured sidereal rotation. I don't know why you agreed to that. You shot yourself in the foot.
Anything that I bring up, you are going to claim as false.
Right.
If
So
I bring
you
up
don't have any actual evidence?
if I bring up literally anything that NASA does, like sending rockets out to Venus, using gravity, anything that I bring up like that, you are just going to claim is wrong.
This is called poisoning the well. So preemptively, you're discrediting my position.
That's not poisoning the well. Poisoning the well is going after the character of some other person.
Preemptively without specificity because you can't actually argue it. So if you would like to actually respond...
Hold on one sec, just hear the rest from Austin. Hold on one sec, just hear from Austin.
Do you have any actual empirical evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun, or is it just a blind belief that you expect us to believe?
We have evidence.
Like what?
Photographs, videos, math, physics. We have all sorts of things. Now,
parallax.
Right, I have to go through this. So what, got your sarcasm done? Okay, now what would be sufficient for evidence? Because you won't accept photographs, you won't accept videos, you won't accept the science, and you won't accept math.
Like that. Good job. And they never want to answer, what would you accept? Because if they answer, what would you accept, and then say what they would, if somebody gives them exactly what they just asked for, then they're stuck. And They know that they're stuck because they said they would accept it, and now they must reject it.
Relativity says that you wouldn't be able to accept. Well, you wouldn't be able to determine which one was going around which. So I thought that you guys
would you accept that? Would you accept?
No, I wouldn't accept it.
Okay, so then why are we having that conversation?
No, I'm asking you.
That's how you guys waste our time. You guys, look, I interrupt. But you guys had Planarwalk try to explain the math, and you refused to respect what he presented.
Now you're changing the subject back away because you're scared.
No, but you don't get to dictate the subject. You don't get to dictate that. That's not your show.
So you don't know. So he's tapping out.
I want to address something I've waited patient. Is you did not acknowledge in your lens effect or
let's change the subject.
No, I'm not following your dictate. So stop dictating terms.
Planarwalk, do you have an answer?
Yeah,
no, I'm not done. Presentation. So I want to address something that you guys have refused.
Talked about it for 35 minutes, dude.
No, you ignored it and you do this. You keep dictating what happens instead of
you picked the first discussion, dude.
It doesn't matter. You never addressed it, so I want to get back to you.
He's trying to dictate.
I want to know what happens.
You make sure that Planarwalk gets to have some talking time too, Dave.
Your son, feet and miles
Dave,
away.
Are you pretending not to hear me? I got it. I just want to be sure that Planarwalk gets some time to talk too.
I did, but I apologize. No, go ahead.
Yeah, so there is some evidence, but you're probably not going to accept it. But we'll see. So there is things like the planet. So to explain the planets going around to explain the path of the planets through the sky, you would call them wandering stars, I know. To explain them in any kind of geocentric way, you have to have, I can't remember the exact term, maybe someone else here remembers it.
Retrograde?
But retrograde. That's the term I was looking for. You need retrograde. If they're going around the sun, then that is far simpler. That just lines up way better. That is how people figured out that we were going around the sun and that the Earth is not the center of the universe.
So you just conceded the reason people think that the Earth moves around the sun is because it was easier to do the math. So I can actually quote you in astrophysics that will tell you that sure, on the surface the math is a little easier, but actually the geocentric model is more elegant and adaptable. So the actual question is, do you have any direct evidence? Like, okay, if I want to decide if my car is moving, I can measure it moving, right? Like I can prove that the car is moving. You're claiming that we're shooting through space around the sun 30 kilometers a second, okay? 30 kilometers every second. Do you have any actual evidence of that?
That wasn't something he brought up.
Bring up Occam's razor. Occam's razor is hilarious to me when we're actually saying the sun is close, it's local, and things that just make sense, and you're saying that it's 867,000 miles wide.
Occam's razor doesn't have to do with whatever makes sense to people. It has to do with whatever requires the least amount of assumptions. When it comes to flat Earth, there are a lot of assumptions that you need to make. There are when it comes to there's things like a lens effect on the sun, whereas on Earth, we just have to go.
We're still though, doesn't it seem like we're not moving? So that takes the least amount of assumptions.
That's what you ignore everything around you moving around you. Sure.
That's what we see, bro.
We see that.
No, you assume that.
No, that's what we visually see.
That's the observation.
That's like you saying. That's like you saying you're in a car and you see someone.
So the problem is that they're like preschoolers. They're like, it looks flat, therefore flat, and that's all the deeper. But when you're like, well, okay, but then we need to explain. You have to compute the consequences. We need to explain how the motion of the stars. Well, they're rotating, and they're rotating opposite at different poles. Oh, well, okay. So for flat Earth, we need to make an assumption of, well, we don't actually have an explanation for flat Earth for why there's a south celestial pole. Okay, well, that's not even an assumption. That's a non-answer. Then you look at the retrograde. You're like, well, what causes the retrograde? Well, it's a spirograph thing going around. What's causing them to move like that? Don't know, but we're just going to assume that they do that for reasons, or that they go in nearly circular, elliptical orbits around the sun. Much simpler, less assumptions. You see, when you get deeper into it, past the kindergarten level, that's when all of the assumptions start kicking in that you have to make for flat Earth.
Moving that's standing still because you drove past them.
But we know we're moving in the car.
We can measure us moving in the car.
Right. So you know that you're moving in the car. So you say to yourself, okay, that's happening.
How do you measure moving in a car?
Relativity says you can't do that with the Earth.
What do you use to measure yourself moving in the car?
They actually measure the rotational speed of a gear, and then it's translated through an electronic input sent to the computer and tells you your speed, and then it changes the gear rate, rotational rate, to give you acceleration and deceleration.
Well, when it comes to that gear, it could just be CGI, some CGI, right? Is there anything that you can actually use to check?
You guys are falling apart, man.
It's relative to the ground, though. You pick the car up, you jack up the back end, and you spin the tires. It's stationary, but the speedometer says that you're moving because it's relative to something. He misses that, right? And so when we're wondering, well, are we rotating and orbiting around the Earth? We have to look to an external reference, right? The car in and of itself can't measure its speed. It needs an external reference. The ground and the tires is that interface of the external reference. When we're looking one of the ways that we're looking to determine whether or not we're orbiting the sun is parallax, an external reference.
It could just be that the speed that shows up on your dashboard. How do you know that that speed that's coming up on your dashboard is correct?
Because there's a physical rotational rate of a gear. So what relativity says is when we're in the car,
measure that gear yourself.
Don't worry, I'll teach you guys what you believe.
Hard.
So the analogy of the car, then the Earth is the car, right?
Relativity
says when you're in the car or on the Earth, you can't actually get that rotational rate of the gear. You can't detect that motion because matter contracts in the direction of motion and time slows down. So you couldn't use a measuring apparatus to detect it. So the answer is that you cannot detect.
That is not it. Once again, he goes right dead into his misconception of it. It's not that it contracted. It's that the speed of light is absolute in all frames. That is it. To an external observer outside of your frame, it appears that your frame has changed in size. But in your frame, it did not. It appears to the other observer that it changed in size because the speed of light is absolute in all frames. He doesn't get it, and he constantly misses that specific thing, and he thinks he's so right about it, but he's not. That's the essential part about relativity that is missing.
Detect that the Earth is orbiting. Here's Einstein right here. He says, the struggle so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus, which is geocentrism or heliocentrism, would be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the Earth moves, or the sun moves and the Earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. Okay, this is just basic globe Earth model 101.
No, it's not basic globe Earth model 101.
Name one.
That topic is covered in select university level physics classes. That is not basic level basic 101 globe Earth, Austin. And even if you get a bachelor's in physics, you probably aren't going to cover that. The math required for that, which certainly you're not doing, not very many people can do because Einstein's field equations are very complex. That's the type of things that you need. So the prerequisite math classes are dramatically large.
But retrograde motion of the stars was just mentioned.
The geotectonic system explains it perfectly.
But it doesn't align.
No, it doesn't. There's no plausible mechanism.
With your first point. They don't align. You can't use them in tandem. And that's
it literally does, yeah.
No, it doesn't. You're declaring again.
Retrograde motion can easily be explained. If the Earth is not moving,
easily, what causes the planets to do that weird motion?
Not moving and the stuff in the sky is moving. Why can't we have retrograde?
No, you have Mercury and Venus that experience retrograde, right?
Why does that debunk the stationary Earth?
Because you cannot explain that in a way that works consistently. You have to use what's called epicycles, and that doesn't work. So
they do work.
No, they don't, because they are offset. There's offsets over time, which means that they don't work. Those are approximations that are simply based upon the optical way to view it. So you don't have a calculation that you can rely on over time. So that's not acceptable. Well, okay. Hey, everyone, he said you do, so we're all done.
You want me to cite it for you? You want the astrophysicist showing you he mapped it out for the next 300 years?
I want the math itself.
Hold on. He mapped it out for the next 300 years.
Yeah.
Right. No, he didn't.
Did he map it out any further?
No.
I don't know. I think he just said 300 years.
He said, I don't know. We're done.
Because you guys are getting destroyed. Do you guys have
there's his tell again. You guys are getting destroyed.
Evidence? Okay, how about this? Let's phrase it like this.
Hold on.
Did you admit you can't measure the Earth orbiting?
When it comes to the heliocentric model, that can be mapped out for many millennia in advance.
That's irrelevant.
That
Thank you for your totally irrelevant. No, that's irrelevant.
So
that's irrelevant. He didn't say he could only do 300 years. He just did a few hundred to show it was possible to shut down people like you who don't understand what you're talking about. Use a neotectonic system. Use a neotectonic system, and you can explain retrograde. You can explain stellar aberration, galaxy rotational speeds, and they would take elliptical orbits and reset every year.
Whitsett, the problem with this, the problem with what you're talking, this neotectonic system is, that's for a geocentric spherical Earth. That's not your claim, is it, Austin? Or Austin, are you now a geocentric spherical earther? I keep asking you this. You keep wanting to run away from this, but right now, Austin, right now, you are arguing for a geocentric globe. That's what you're arguing for, Austin. Is that your position? Because it seems like it right now.
Your own paradigm. Hey, can you guys admit that? Because we could just move right on if you guys are just saying.
Hold on.
No.
You guys are freaking
One question. Galaxy rotation speeds. Like, is galaxy
rotation? I can do to run away from the subject.
Is that a thing in the flat Earth model? I'm just wondering.
No.
I don't believe in flat Earth model as you say it because you strawman us, and I don't believe in fairy tales about the scars. But we do see stuff in the sky.
He doesn't believe in the straw man. He didn't assert anything about your model. He's asking you to explain your model, which you'll never do.
But here's the point, dude. Here's the point. Do you admit that according to your model, you cannot actually directly measure and prove the Earth is orbiting the sun? Yes or no?
That is not the point.
Question,
Yes or no?
can I look out the window of a car and see that I'm
The answer to that is we can. We can look at parallax, and we can see that the Earth is orbiting the sun.
moving?
Yes or no?
Can I look out the window of a car and see that I'm moving?
He's asking you the question.
I'm asking you if we can directly measure and prove the Earth is orbiting the sun. Yes or no?
Yes.
And I want
Yes,
to ask
you can.
if we can look out the window of a car and see that we are moving.
Why can't you just answer yes or no?
Because my answer is literally whatever answer you're going to give. If we can look out the window of a car and see that we're moving, then yeah, we can see that we're moving on a globe. If for some reason that we can't, we'll have to have that discussion.
We
You
actually
can
get
directly
into
measure the car moving.
Yeah, we actually get into it, and then it actually goes somewhere else, and we get.
You can't directly measure the car moving. You can only relatively measure the car moving between the car and the ground. If the tire is off the ground, it will tell you that it's moving when it's not. If the car is on a ferry, on a boat, and you look out the window of the car, you can see that the car is moving, but the speedometer says 0.
Get out. We don't really do that on the Earth.
Can I look out the window of a car, see that the trees are going past and all that, and tell that because of that the car must be moving?
No, we have other inputs that we take.
We directly measure it.
No.
That's one of them.
Well, you're not directly measuring it. It's some system that someone else has built.
We could
telling
put a wheel
you
out
how
the
fast
car, we could put a wheel out the car and run it along the street and see that we're moving. There's a lot of ways we can.
Can you just admit that it's not an analogy because I just taught it to you.
I want to know, can you look out the window of a car?
He won't answer.
I don't care what other. Let's say that the car has no systems. You don't have anything else in the car. Can you look out the window of a car and go, oh, the trees are going past, so therefore the car must be moving?
All you're trying to say is that it could be either or according to relativity. That's why I said we directly can measure that movement, though. So can you do that with the Earth? Yes or no?
You can't. It's not a direct measurement. It's a relative measurement between the ground and your tire.
Can we look out the window of a car and tell that the car is moving?
Not if we wake up in the car and die in the car. That's the only place we live. Then no, you wouldn't be able to tell which one's moving. But
Can I make a small little
You
point
can't
here?
answer it. It's just soft.
The concept
Yeah, there it is again. There's his tell. He's getting uncomfortable. He really wants to get to his point. He really wants to move on.
So when it comes,
based upon the concept of movement is based upon measuring the change in distance from some distant object. You declare that you're moving based upon whether or not the distance from an object that you are comparing your location to has changed. So out in the depths of space, you have the sun and you have these planets. You have the stars as a reference point because your position relative to the sun and to the stars and to the other planets changes. You are thus moving.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so
Yeah.
all you did was beg the question because I assume that the Earth is moving.
Oh my gosh. No. Austin, if you're in a car, you look outside the car, you can see trees moving by. You can see the ground moving in relation to it with your eyes, and you can have the tires relatively measure that. But you didn't yet determine if you're still or if the ground's still and you're on if you're still and the ground is moving like you're on a giant treadmill. You didn't determine that. You only know that there's a relative speed difference between you and the ground. That's all you actually know. And it's not a direct measurement. It's a relative measurement. I wish I could let him hear me saying this.
Then when I look out and see that every time I start talking, you interrupt me, dude.
Why don't you just make a valid point?
I got it. Well, let's give Austin a chance to respond.
Okay, so basically you said, since I believe that the Earth is orbiting the sun, when I look out in the sky and the stuff in the sky that's moving changes how it moves, that proves that I'm moving. That's called a begging the question fallacy. You can't look into the sky and see the stuff in the sky moving and then say, oh, wow, that means that we're moving. The answer,
You specifically asked if we can know if we're moving. So yes, I'll say it again. More succinctly. We can only identify motion relatively. So if we can look outside the car and see things moving, then we can say, well, either we're moving and that's relatively stationary, or we're relatively stationary and that's moving, or actually we're both moving, but relative to each other, we have a motion relative to each other. In the same manner, Austin, we can look up at the stars and we can see them moving, including the sun, right? And we can see their movement. And just like inside the car, we could say, well, either we're stationary, they're moving, or they're stationary, we're moving, or both are moving and we are moving relative to each other. Right? That's how you can do it. Now, how can we be certain that the Earth is orbiting the sun? Centrifugal force. centrifugal force and Kepler's laws, right? We can determine the mass of the Earth. We've done that before multiple times with different experiments. We've measured the distance between us and the sun through bouncing radar, through other things. Multiple times, different methods, same results. Okay? Repeatability is important in science. Now, we know the distance, we know our mass. We can also, through measuring the size of the sun and the distance away it is and its makeup, because we know about how it happens through spectroscopy and other things, measuring the amount of output of heat and energy from the sun, we can get its mass. Then we can say, okay, centrifugal force must be balanced by the gravity. We know the strength of gravity between them. So we can say, okay, we must be in an orbit around it in order for us to remain in this position in the solar system. We can confirm that by looking at other planets and doing the same science for them. That's how we know that we are orbiting the sun. Don't need relativity for that. Relativity, let's just not even bother with it, and we still know the answer, Austin. You don't like it because you just have one hammer and every problem looks like a nail.
It should be like a 5-second thing and we can move on. Your model says you cannot prove the Earth is orbiting the sun. Just say it.
No.
But that's not what I said. I said relative to the backdrop of the stars, the sun, and the planets, you are moving. If everything moved exactly the same, be quiet, please. Don't say nothing. If everything was exactly the same, no matter what day, month, or year it was, then I wouldn't be able to make the point that I'm making. But throughout the year, month from month, okay, year to year, you see the other objects in the sky moving in a pattern that is very consistent. That consistency shows a constant rate of motion or a variable rate of motion that follows a tried and true pattern that has been measured. And those measurements you cannot lie about.
9 minutes behind. I'm gonna have
So you're just going to keep basically asserting everything. Jaren, do you hear what's going on right here? This guy, I asked for the measurements and he loops back
There's
every time.
his,
This is why globals are on.
Here's his back patting his tail.
Why can't you just admit what is true and right in front of you? Like, are you saying that there's okay? So you're saying that there's, even though we would see the same thing on a flat Earth, you're saying that is impossible. You could never see things.
Yes, it is impossible.
not see that on a flat
It's
Earth.
impossible.
What do you mean?
It is impossible.
You need to learn what relativity means.
No, it's not about relativity. It's about,
Relativity says you can't determine which one's happening. You
no,
just determine it.
relativity saying is that not one perspective is more valuable than the other. But
Says you can't prove it.
Excuse me, there's still motion between the two objects. You're saying you're confusing the concept of relativity with the concept of motion itself.
Okay, tell me this. Does the sun move in space?
Here's a good question. X-Dragon 2 cases. So can we detect centrifugal force when we're orbiting the Earth in the ISS? Can you detect it? No, because you're in free fall around the Earth. But there's the similar ways that I said that you can measure based on the mass of things and the distance. You know how fast you have to go, so you can confirm that through science.
Space?
Yes, it does. Relative to whatever other objects you want to compare it to. Because space is space. There's nothing in the depths of space that you can see outside of the stars and the planets and maybe some asteroids. So what are you going to compare your motion to? It's just like with the car. If you didn't know that the car was moving,
If you're on the sun, if you're on top of the sun, would you?
Right, because I know I interrupt so much. So if you were right, so if you're in the car, right, and let's say you were asleep, and let's say it's an electric car with really good suspension, right, and you're sitting in that car, and the car has already accelerated to 60 miles an hour, and then you wake up. You don't know the car's moving. The only thing you might feel is a little bit of a vibration. You have no idea if that car is moving 1 mile an hour or 60.
We already corrected that and said that we have actual physical measurement of the Earth, of the car moving. According to relativity, you can't ever get that actual measurement of the Earth moving. The reason relativity matters is because the mainstream model is that the Earth's a spinning ball going around a vacuum in space, and it's all because of relativity. And the reason that this has to be what you believe is because it was the response to Michelson-Morley, which was over 10 times more precise than it needed to be and showed that the Earth wasn't orbiting.
No, it didn't.
Well, Michelson-Morley was about
negative
was height and not about the Earth was moving. But
But
when it comes to,
I say that, but you're wrong. You're just repeating what you heard from other people.
It's a script.
well, do you know anything about
It's a script. There's
yes.
another tell.
Maxwell's equations? Do you know
Yes.
do you know what Maxwell's equations were supposed to imply?
Yes.
What do they imply?
Yeah, it uses luminiferous ether as the background, and then the whole first like 2/3
Why?
of relativity is him transforming it via relativity. That's a non sequitur because it's a non sequitur.
Okay, question. Why did why did Maxwell's equations need an ether?
It just
Do you know
uses
why?
the framework that he chose.
No, you.
Yes.
Okay, you do not know. If you do not know this question, you have no idea what you're talking about here.
Look how excited he is. Hey,
Because I know this shit.
He's
you're so emotional,
excited.
man. Why are both of you guys so?
He's excited because Planarwalk has studied this.
It doesn't matter if you're emotional. Like, people can get emotional when they're liars.
Hold on, Whitsett.
You're the liar. Stop
Can you
projecting.
please, I want to
Recorded
ask.
12 times already, bro. Chill.
I want to ask. Whitsett. Okay,
But
why
Whitsett's
did he choose the
falling
ether? It wasn't because he decided, I'm just going to go with this framework. There was something about his calculations that meant that there had to be, or that at the time they thought that they needed an
Yeah,
ether.
he treated
Why was
electricity, magnetism, and white light in waves, and had to be a type of some type of medium to sustain the wave propagation, the wave function.
No.
Objectively, yes.
There's a different reason.
Object. He's another tell.
There's a
When he
different
says
reason.
objective
You know what that
reasons,
random little thing you
he's
want to say right
wrong.
now, as opposed to acknowledging the point that what I just said describes the actual reason. I've actually read what he said. And in addition, we did
No,
the
you
test
haven't.
Michelson-Morley. We did the test Michelson-Morley. Had nothing to do with testing the ether. And nothing. What it was the relative motion of the Earth and the luminiferous ether. And they were attempting to determine if the velocity of light was constant in all directions. And then they predicted the value based on the assumed motion of the orbit, and they didn't get it. And one of the options was that the Earth was stationary. Then Einstein came in and saved the day to explain why the actual measurement didn't show the orbital trajectory.
You have no idea what you're talking about right now. When it came to Maxwell's equations, the reason why they needed an ether was actually simply because there was this little value in there called c, right? And c meant that there was some reference frame in which these had
speed of light. C popped out of Maxwell's equations.
Which these would be true. And so when it came to the Michelson-Morley, they're like, okay, well, if we do it this way and then this way, there's obviously we're going to be traveling through the objective reference frame at different speeds, and so we'll get different values. It could have been that the reference frame was moving along with the Earth or something, but it's not likely that will be happening the entire year round. So that's what they did. They checked it, and the reference frame.
It was about light, bro. You don't even know what you're talking about. Bro.
Yeah, and that was the speed of light.
It was a test to see if there was a constant velocity of light, okay? And then they shot them perpendicular, not this way, then this way. They shot it perpendicular to each other. The light beam that was going against the assumed orbital motion of the Earth would have been behind the other beam. So you shot two beams and they reconnect in the middle in a silver mirror, and then they both go to the receiver on the other side. The one going against the motion of the Earth should have been behind the other light beam moving with the motion of the Earth. Okay, at 1/5000th the width of a human hair.
Okay,
so
you think back then they were able to measure that?
Yes, literally. Yes, Einstein telling you that. You've never done any studies.
Einstein came about some decades later.
Einstein was there when he did Michelson-Morley. He said that's what made him come up with special relativity in the first place.
His experiment was 1885,
1887.
Okay, great, good job.
Thank you. So yeah,
Einstein's theory of relativity came some decades later. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude.
I know that, dude. The reason that he came up with special relativity, you don't know anything about this.
The reason why he came up with relativity, the reason why he came up with relativity was because Michelson-Morley experiment showed that the Michelson-Morley experiment showed that the speed of light is constant regardless of any type of motion. And when it came to, but the thing that you didn't realize is that Maxwell's equations assumed that there would be some constant reference frame, and that is why the Michelson-Morley experiment was trying to test for the ether.
It was not testing for ether, Planarwalk. I just told you that's not true. It's called the relative motion of the Earth and the luminiferous ether. And then Edward Morley and Albert Michelson explained it was
relative motion to what? You see that?
Yeah, to the ether. So that's what I just said.
That was testing for the ether.
No, you're lost, my guy. It's testing for the difference in the fringe shift of the light based on the assumption the Earth is orbiting through an ether. They were assuming both the motion and the ether. They got a perplexing result where they got no fringe shifts. Okay, they did not get what was predicted. So then Einstein came in after Lorentz proposed a way to fix it, and Einstein took the Lorentz contraction but threw out the ether. Okay, they still had to explain it with or without the ether. They had to explain why it didn't show a fringe shift if the Earth was orbiting. It was over 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be detected, by the way.
Yeah, and
why does he always have to add in that it was 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be? It's not actually an important part of it. That you have to constantly say that. All you have to say it was good enough to measure it.
It was looking for the ether. It was checking for Earth's motion relative to the ether, and essentially the reason for this was because of Maxwell's calculations. Said that there had to be they assumed that it meant that there had to be an objective reference frame that they assumed would have been the ether. That's why they thought that it was the ether. Do you think that the ether exists?
Yeah, they thought there was an absolute frame of reference, which was the ether, which sustained the propagation of electricity, magnetism, and light. Okay, but then they went to go test that assumption, which all electrical field theory assumed it. It was what sustains the energy, and then it showed the Earth's not orbiting in the Michelson-Morley. It didn't give us what happened that the Earth was orbiting through space.
So let's stop here. You guys have gone around in circles 5 times trying to equate the test for the ether to something else, and you wasted our time, and that's why I interrupt. So
I'm taking notes. It's just the ether. Right?
Yeah, you have no idea what you're talking about. Please teach us.
So in any event, we spent 15 minutes talking about this experiment, and you guys have misrepresented the point.
No, you don't understand it.
No, I do understand it because it's summarized. Okay.
Oh, can I share my screen?
You didn't perform the experiment, so stop acting like you have to.
Can I share my screen?
He's so excited. He wants to show the cherry picking quotes. There it is.
No one can read that text on the screen and process it in 5 minutes.
There it is.
Okay, so
exercise, and you know it, and that's part of what I'm trying to get across about flat earthers. You cannot have an honest argument. You cannot make an honest conversation.
He's going to misidentify. He's going to not understand that Einstein's talking about in another reference frame, not in your reference frame. It's not actually shrinking it.
Ad homs and sophistry. Okay, so the second class.
Oh, there. Ad homs and sophistry.
He spoke very eloquently about the fact that the way that the eye works requires refraction. You then just dismissed it. You ignored it. Okay, and now you somehow meandered us into talking about relativity and a stupid experiment that does not address the issue at hand. If the Earth is flat or if the Earth is a sphere.
Well, the question is the Earth a sphere that spins and revolves around the sun, or is it a stationary topographic
point? So
you love so much, man. You guys are losers.
Whitsett, you love your fallacy, so you did make a point about fallacy. So it could be that.
Also,
because even if, let's say that you disprove,
he complains. Whitsett, you just complained. Listen to this, Whitsett. You're being a hypocrite. You just complained that they were using ad homs, and then you insulted them. 30 seconds later, Whitsett, you don't get to complain about ad homs if you're ad homing people.
that the Earth was spinning. It could still be a geocentric ball.
Really? So the Earth can just rotate sitting still, geocentric? How do you explain the observations of the motion in the sky then? How do you explain the difference in sidereal and solar rotation?
Didn't you come up with some? Didn't you come up with some
sidereal and solar rotation then?
Yeah.
Oh, so are you saying that we need it to be spinning?
You need it to be spinning and revolving, or it has to be stationary.
No.
Or it could be stationary in a globe. So it could be stationary. Like let's say that.
Because if you're just making up ad hoc reasons why certain things move, like retrograde motion, you can't apply a force to it. You don't know why it's doing that. Then it could be geostationary and rotating. It could happen. It's just not something people generally tend to believe in, as far as I know. It's possible, though, in that ridiculous ad hoc, everything ad hoc is accepted realm that you live in, Whitsett.
It wasn't spinning. It could be stationary flat, or it could be stationary in a globe.
Okay, so you can see that you can't prove that it's orbiting around the sun, and we can move on.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you love your fallacy. So I was just pointing out that you made a black and white fallacy.
No, I didn't.
No, you're trying to pigeonhole the guy. Okay.
It's actually called, you're talking like a false dilemma or false binary, false dichotomy fallacy.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, he is, David. You're lost every single time you
No.
off your mic.
Okay, first of all, when he makes his argument, how are you going to ignore the fact that the stars are present and rotating? How are you going to ignore the fact that the stars there's two axes of rotation from the point of view of the observer on Earth, the North Pole and the South Pole, right? And you're going to ignore that and talk about how's there a sidereal day? How is there, all that other stuff going on? And you're going to ignore, no, it's not. Listen closely and think about
There it is again. He gets nervous. He knows he can't answer this. So he said, you lost, or you're lost, whatever he said. And now his answer is going to be deflection.
You're comparing the motion of the stars over periods of time compared to the motion of the sun, compared to the motion of the planets, but then you're going to ignore the fact that on a stationary flat plane, you got two axes of rotation of those same stars.
Okay, can I talk?
Make a sarcastic comment, please.
He's not going to address
I think Jaren's not going to talk much, and I'm just going to point out the reason it's important. The only reason I bring that up is it always does turn into like a whole debate thing. It's wild. It's just an intellectual honesty litmus test for the ball earthers.
You could have answered the question. Instead, you're going to cry.
Right? It's like if they understood their model and actually were honest, they would say, yeah, relativity says you can't prove the Earth is going around the sun from the Earth, and that a geocentric coordinate system and a heliocentric coordinate system are interchangeable, and we can't prove it, and then we would move on past that. But you guys will fight it too.
But relativity is not necessary to settle the matter. Sorry, go ahead.
If you guys would just admit that that's what relativity says, I just pulled up the paper from relativity. You know what I'm saying? Like, just say, yeah, we can't prove that the Earth orbits around the sun from the Earth. It's an assumption that we make. It's philosophical, whatever, and then we can move on to is it flat or not. But you guys fight every single part of the way, and I'm just telling you, I'm describing
you don't understand it.
He's trying to force them to accept his position, which is not correct. He thinks it's correct, but it's not.
Because you don't understand it.
And you don't understand that relativity is not necessary to settle the matter.
Ad hom. So substantive specificity, please.
I mean, if I were to say...
Ad hom, he says.
That, the Earth... Like, I gave an example at the start.
It wasn't even an insult. It wasn't even an insult. They just said you don't understand it. That's not an ad hom. If you don't understand something, saying that you don't understand something is not an insult at all. I don't understand how to knit. If somebody accused me of not knowing how to knit, it would just be a statement of truth.
That the Earth is not flat because there are mountains, right? You would rightly call me out on that, right? You'd say, well, that's not what we mean by flat Earth. But if I were to just continue and say, yeah, well, there are mountains, so therefore it's not flat, and you're wrong, then we'd be having a pointless discussion because I'd be operating on false knowledge. Right.
I'm not doing
agree with that. Yeah, so this is what you're doing with relativity. No, you don't fully understand relativity, and you're using bits that you've cherry-picked from it to try and say, well, relativity says this.
You're projecting because you don't understand it, and I bet you money you can't name one thing I cherry-picked.
Whitsett, why did you just did that? You just did it. He gave an eloquent response, and you're not addressing it. You're
saying, I am literally specifically addressing it.
No, you're not.
You're saying the optical results when it comes to relativity, and that's more in reference to things like the Michelson-Morley experiment. Now, if you were to take the solar system, right, and take all the planets in the solar system and map out their motion, we can see that it works far more eloquently if we are in a heliocentric solar system compared to if we were in a geocentric solar system.
That's incorrect. Actually, it's more adaptable and more elegant if it's geocentric. Just the on-the-surface math is simpler for the heliocentric model. It's not just the optical experiment. I just showed you in the actual presentation, bro. We also said experiments.
Well, why would
you can just move on because you guys never see anything? I just want the audience to see that you guys constantly have to lie.
Why would planets revolve back and forward in that? In the heliocentric one, they simply just go around the sun. That's a very simple motion.
They do the same thing in a geocentric model. Yeah.
Wait. Hold on. You say they go around the sun in the geocentric model, yes?
That is one version of a geocentric model, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's one version of a geocentric model. But your version of a geocentric model requires the Earth to be flat, yes?
Okay.
So then we're left with a very simple question for you. What is the range of the distance that the sun is from the Earth? Just give me a range. I didn't say you have to. I ask you a question.
We don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't claim it's material.
No, listen to the question and don't do your routine. Is it 93 million miles away, or you're not sure?
No,
okay, Jaren doesn't need to be there. I'll just put Res Bedrick's logo right over him.
So
if it was a physical item, it'd probably be about the radius of the Earth, 3959 miles.
So then what measures? Gotcha.
We're not even claiming it is a physical material object.
I don't think it is.
Okay, that's fine. The moon.
Also not a physical material object.
That doesn't make any sense.
That's a claim of specificity that it's not a physical object. You need evidence for that, Whitsett. Your rules, Whitsett. You made a specific claim. A claim of specificity that it's not a physical object.
the definition of a physical spherical object.
A video of someone seeing Mars through the moon.
So if
Mars has never been seen through the moon, never once.
And if Mars and all that are going around the sun, and it's not a physical object, how are they going around the sun?
It just seems like a holographic light show. And it could also be cymatic patterns like sonoluminescence. Nope. Vibrational resonance and sonoluminescence.
That's not how sonoluminescence relies on sound.
Evidence of any stuff that
You've never once answered any question about how the flat Earth works. You're like, oh, we don't need to answer. Yeah, you do. He said, you don't need to answer everything. Okay, answer one thing.
Or you just want to critique?
Well, do you have so I have more evidence that it's a physical object than it being a holographic projection.
I'm going to say one more thing. The difference is we're saying we don't make claims about that. We're not making claims that we can actually verify. And we would say, what do you think it is? So then we speculate, and then you're like, prove it. Which is dishonest.
What do you mean? You specifically said the moon is not a physical object just a little bit ago. That's a claim of specificity.
You guys make definitive claims about it and then can't prove any of it and don't even want to actually address what your claim is. So I think that we should.
Okay, so you're left with an I don't know, and we're left with here's what works. That's the difference.
Your model
what
with
works
96%
doesn't
of
mean
the
it's true, right? So if they lied to us, gave us something that works, but it's a lie, you're okay with that. That's all you.
Lies don't work like that.
Yeah, they can.
That's not how a lie works. No, a lie. What makes a lie is an inconsistency with facts. That's why it's a lie.
Like dark matter and dark energy.
Right.
No, we're not having a conversation about dark matter and dark energy.
That means that you're claiming universal lie doesn't work with the facts.
No, that has nothing to do with our conversation. So you got caught.
And
no, you got caught. No, you're trying to change the subject. I'm changing
red herring. Let's not talk about the moon.
To go into the Q&A.
If I told you every day I was filling your gas.
Let's not talk about the moon. Let's not talk about the distance between the moon and the sun. Let's avoid that, Austin, by talking about dark matter and dark energy, because you know you can't address that topic. It completely ruins you. You don't have any answers for flat Earth.
Gas tank with milk and your car was running. I mean, it's a lie, but your car would still run every day. I just wouldn't be filling it with milk.
But milk doesn't allow cars to run everything. That's the point.
But does the car run? Even though I told that lie.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand. So we know what milk is. Milk comes from cows and from goats. Right. So what are you talking about?
What's dark matter?
You're talking about an absurdity. Not just
lies
lie,
don't
you're talking about an absurdity.
You said lies don't work. Lies can work for.
No, they don't, dude. No, they don't.
Yeah, looks like if your girlfriend lied to you and
the thing about lies is that if I were to take the milk and drink it, I would die.
So dumb.
So it doesn't work.
You're not missing the point. If Planarwalk's name was Henry, he could be lying this whole time, and we would just never know that's his real name. But he still can operate, still go through.
Right, but
you don't actually know my real name either.
Well, there you go.
That's irrelevant. Though. You see his point.
You're missing the point.
You're trying not to. You see the point. He's a contrarian.
No, what you're doing is you're ignoring how to make it work. It's the concept of it working that you measure, that you're looking at, that you're comparing stuff to, and you're simply declaring something to be something different. You're saying, oh, well, this is like this, or I don't know what this is, but I know it's not that. And we're saying, well, but it works if we look at it like that. So where's the lie? Where's the lie of a heliocentric model? Where's the lie part?
It doesn't mean it's true when you say something works, right?
The burden of proof, therefore, is on you.
It doesn't work, dude. When they made the claim of the heliocentric model,
what?
Right? And
I annoy you, you annoy me. I'm going to ignore you.
As early as the 30s, your model didn't work. Okay, so it's like the galaxy mass distribution was off by 97%.
It's worked for 13 billion years.
Here's a funny thing about dark matter.
Right? So you have something that bends. You call it space-time.
Dark matter. Here we go.
You said something about space-time. That you have a physical thing that you think bends and adjusts.
No, there's something that we can measure, that scientists can measure, that can declare that can show the rate of curvature. The rate of curvature follows a workable scientific model that you can't dispute.
But there's nothing
what you're saying is you can't physically see it yourself right now in this debate, so no you're going to dismiss it as a lie.
It would be like,
some people can.
This would be like asking what is magnetism, and if someone were to describe it as a moving charge, it's like, okay, well, what is actually moving there to move the objects? There's one way you could describe it. Whether that's actually what is happening or not, it's a little bit unsure.
That's totally different. You can physically manipulate a magnet, and the magnetic field can have physical interactions. It has nothing to do with space and time, two conceptual abstractions, bending and warping.
We have something more important. We've got this little puppy. Look at this. Hey, Penguin. She's like just a little teddy bear, isn't she? She's so cute. She's at the point where she likes to play and bite. So we have to teach her, don't bite. You want her back now? No, you gotta come get her. Come on. There you go. There you go. All right. All right.
Totally non sequitur, dude. That has nothing to do with it.
False.
False.
You're yelling false.
Maybe.
I'm saying is that your notion that magnetism has nothing to do with space and time.
It's not analogous.
Guys.
If we talk about space-time, we could talk about magnetism as the bending of the magnetic field, right? That would be one way to describe it. Whether that's actually what is going on when you get really deep down to it.
Like, hey, give Whitsett a chance to explain how he doesn't understand magnetism or electricity or electrostatics. I want to hear that. That's good stuff.
You don't really know, but it's a good way to describe it. But I just want to point out something when it comes to dark matter, because there's something actually very interesting that I find because they are searching to see if they can find any kind of dark matter. One of the best hypotheses at the moment is we do these things where we measure use really sensitive equipment. Now, in one place in the northern hemisphere, there's this underground lab that's being built, and for half a year they actually have detections running high, and for the other half of the year they have it running low. They're not sure whether this is a seasonal thing, right? But it could, if it turns out that it's not a seasonal thing, because they're doing something in Australia, doing the same experiment, then that would be a measurement of dark matter. This would prove that the Earth is going around the sun.
What? Wow, dude. What is dark matter if you're measuring it? What is it?
So any reading on your detector would be dark matter.
It's a seasonal. It's. I'm not sure.
And here's the hypocrisy. This is an even bigger hypocrisy. Flat Earthers, Austin, you can't answer one single question. And you're like, oh, well, we don't have the resources and we don't have this and we don't have all these things. Every single thing is unanswered. Every single thing is unanswerable. You got no map. You got no explanation for the sun, the moon. Why? Nothing. You have exactly nothing. Your model is it's flat, bro. And that's it. You make claims and you can't support any of them. And then when you've identified that science is always trying to understand things more, and there are always things about science that it doesn't currently understand, you say, well, you don't understand that, therefore everything is false. No, you're just trying to avoid the topic. We see it. I see right through it, Austin. You don't want to talk about these things, so you jump off into dark matter, dark energy. Well, dark matter and dark energy, like many topics in science, is at the edge of what we understand. Right? Are there subatomic particles smaller than quarks? Don't know. Maybe, maybe not. We think maybe that not. Could be wrong. Is 100% of the biology of the human body understood? No, it's not. Does that mean that all of the other understandings of the human body's biology is wrong? No, not at all. Does that, to be clear, all of the other parts of the human body that people do understand is all up for falsification. Everything is always up for falsification. You just got to show it. So, yeah, Austin, there are edges to science that we don't understand. That doesn't make the rest of it wrong. And you don't have a single answer ever.
I think it's something to do with neutrinos. Is one of the possible explanations.
Something to do with neutrinos. That's incorrect.
What does this have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Well, this is a direct rebuttal to your claim that lies don't work, because then the facts will show that they're not true. And ironically, that's what happens to the heliocentric model constantly.
Demonstrate that.
You have an eclipse. You have an eclipse that happens with the sun and the moon above the Earth, and then you say, oh, well, the facts debunk it, but no, there must be an explanation.
I like that. Sleet says, Whitsett algorithm, when confronted with something I don't understand, immediately redirect to something nobody understands.
The observations of the sky show that the math doesn't work out with your assumption of relativity in the universe, and you're like, oh, that must mean something else is happening. So the truth is, all kinds of evidence constantly contradicts your model. And in science, you have an hypothesis, and if the evidence contradicts the hypothesis, you throw it out. But what you guys do is you take your hypothesis and then start adding to it little band-aids I don't knows. There must be something else.
Little band-aid I don't knows? Austin, you have nothing. What's the moon? You don't know. What's the sun? You don't know. What keeps them up? You don't know. What makes the sun's orbit move in and out? You don't know. What causes parallax? You don't know. What causes the retrograde motions of the planets? You don't know. None of these things do you know at all. And the history of flat Earth is trying to make new ad hoc explanations for the problems that you brought up with your previous ad hoc explanation. It's pure projection, Austin. You can answer nothing. And I challenge you, Austin. I'll give you 10 things. Answer one. Testable. You can't. You can pick one. I'll give you 10 things. You just pick one, and I'll test your claim. You won't even do that.
Here's the thing: if we went strictly off of that, evidence contradicts what you're saying. So therefore, we throw it out. We must throw out the entirety of flat Earth because the evidence contradicts it. What it is we use what works best, right? We know that there are some errors with certain things, like there are errors with, or there are some things that don't work with relativity. I'll freely admit that, but it is what works best. It is the best way to currently explain the universe.
And to call what the thing you're talking about to be true would be a problem, right? If it's just what works best at the time, it's not really true. It's not really a fact.
Jaren's
it's just kind of
right, but it works far better than that. So just like you're saying, this is not a sphere, it's a flat because of relativity. That's the logic you're using.
You've had 300 or 400 years to build your
and we succeeded.
Religion. Good for you.
And we succeeded.
You didn't do anything. Stop using the pronoun we. You didn't do anything.
Hey, don't say you. Don't say you had 400 years.
Yeah, your religion.
Then we have succeeded.
So then you're absorbing your religion. That's a good step.
That's fine. It works.
And yes, they get personal when you say we. We, as in, the people that do science. But you flat earthers, you plural flat earthers have done nothing.
Great opportunity. We don't want to go too long. We're going to get these guys out of here. So we're going to jump into the Q&A, folks. These guys have got busy nights, so we're going to jump right into it. Thank you very much for your first question. Want to remind you, all of our guests are linked in the description. So if you haven't already, check out those links. You can open a...
All right, I'll read some super chats here, and I'll kick back a little bit. I'm gonna prep so that we can invite in Planarwalk, Dave, Jaren, and Whitsett. I'll send them links. They're invited. We'll have a good, healthy conversation here, no matter what. But my guess is that they won't accept. But I posted on Facebook today, and I said on my I tagged them and I said I'm going to invite you in. So Cinnamon Control. Let's see. There it is. We got Jeff Stucco Reichers comes in. Can we get a GoFundMe for Austin to have some Bengay for relief from patting himself on the back? All right. Oh, what is? Oh, I got the Reds Rhetoric logo's still there. All right. String News 1 says, I'll kick in for some preparation H for Whitsett. Mr. QTube, first name Fa, says, if you put custom rims and tires on a car that are larger in diameter than the OEM tires, the speedometer won't be accurate. Absolutely true. My kid has a pickup, and he actually put military Hummer tires on it. That's what's on it. And they're bigger, a good deal bigger, and the speedometer is off, and the mileage is off. Digital Demonic Davros says, can you ding every time a false fallacy is called by the grifters? So many dings would happen there. Matt Patak says, like parking into a spot when the next car backs up. Yes, that's like the relative motion of another car that messes with. Or if you're at a stoplight and the two cars right next to you both start inching forward at the same time and you're not moving, you feel like you're moving. Your eyes tell you. All right, let's hear where they're at here. I'm still playing at 1.5 speed because I'm at let's see, I'm behind by about 4.5 minutes.
That was seems like you weren't listening to what I just did and said. It seems like you just brought up a non sequitur, so we're gonna move on now.
This one from the Batman. It says, time for a major flat smack of the Globies again. Okay, got you. This one from Magellan says, Whitsett will cherry pick and misunderstand Einstein.
I just read that.
This one from...
I never cherry picked that. I just keep saying it.
Did I read that?
Yeah, you did.
It was like almost duplicate.
Just a script. They just repeat script. So I can tell you what all super chats are going to say.
Misuse Einstein.
It's your script, yes.
This one's a different one. They said, and focus on minutia while falsely claiming endless fallacies from the other side.
If the other side's using endless fallacies, then it's not really my fault if I have to call them out.
I mean, you can misuse fallacies.
I did it once. Name one time I did.
You misused strawman so many times.
No, I didn't. You kept strawmanning a flat Earth.
And you claimed that the fallacy is sufficient to debunk the argument.
I literally said I said it debunks the argument, not the conclusion.
Right, and sometimes it's not because you're misusing it.
You strawman flat Earth because there are no models of flat Earth, which is an absolute failure. That's the problem. It is a position of weakness for you to say that there is no model. You're basically admitting that flat Earth is wrong if you don't have any model at all, right? The entirety of your model is it looks flat, therefore it's flat. That's it. That's all you have. How long have you been doing this, Austin? How long has this YouTube group of flat earthers been going? Well, since Mark Braun in March of 2014. How long has the current flat Earth movement been going? Since Robotham in 1880, and since that time, nothing. You don't know how high the sun is. You don't have a map. You can't explain the magnitude of the downward acceleration. You can't even explain the direction of the downward acceleration. You don't know if there is a dome or not, and if there is, how high it is. Nothing. You have nothing. You come constantly from a position of you have nothing. And yet you have this religious position that the earth is flat. If you actually think that there is nothing, why would you suggest that it's true? Why would you expect somebody else to think that it's true? You admit you have nothing.
So the argument's fallacious. It debunks the validity of the argument, but not necessarily the conclusion. That's what fallacy means.
Hey, host, I know I can't respond, so let me not waste our time.
Don't worry, you don't get it. Don't worry about it.
No, I get it.
Appreciate your question, Carney Karn says, if Whitsett said, quote, all or nothing fallacy, what he is doing is selecting the parts that work for him and ignoring the rest. That is cherry-picking fallacy.
You know what's funny? No, I'm not ignoring anything. It means the same. Cherry picking's like if you read it in context, it would mean something different. They act like I can't use citations. This is the level of 2022 Globers. They're so remedial.
Here you go. Einstein said the Earth is orbiting the sun. You are cherry picking out that part, right? You are saying that his words say that the Earth is not moving, yet his words say the Earth is moving.
That they're acting like I have to either show you the entire 400-page novel every time I bring it up, or I can't bring out a citation. That's not how citations work. In context, it means exactly what I said that it means. It's not cherry picking or quote mining. Try again.
This one from Pano044 says, question for the flat folk. Can you please explain how the super Kamiokande detector in Japan took a photo of the sun through the Earth, or is it part of the conspiracy?
They claim that some detector underneath the surface of the Earth looked at neutrinos all the way down their feet through from the other side and made an image, and these people actually believe it's like proof the Earth's a ball and that the sun's on the other side of the ball.
Incredulity.
This one coming in from Shrick says, Earth rotates, centrifugal forces act on you. If you weighed 200 pounds at a pole, you'd be 199 pounds at the equator. Flat earthers explain this.
First of all, there could be centrifugal effects, but can you even prove that? You just guys just say things?
Thanks for
Is that pretty much what you do? Just say things. You can just say things and it becomes true. You haven't been at either pole. What are you talking about?
You just
you can also. I actually have seen. I think it was Wolfie measured the weight of certain objects at different. I forget whether it's latitudes or longitudes, but it came up as different weights that was consistent with what you'd expect to see if there's centrifugal force acting.
It has to be latitude, right? Like you guys don't understand your model. But,
I just get confused between different words sometimes.
Okay.
Coming in from Tim Pryor says, you proved curvature and tracked that International Space Station. You crack me up.
Yes, he's talking to me. Because these guys believe, they ask for every bit of evidence, right? They ask for the humidity, the temperature, what's the refraction. Unless you're in a movie that's a hit piece, clearly, and you say the words interesting, that is sufficient evidence for these guys to run around saying that I proved globe. So that's funny. But what's the other thing he said? I saw the ISS. Yes. If anybody can go do that, you can pull up ISS Transit Finder, and you can watch the little TIE fighter go by the moon or sun at the time it says it will go by the moon or sun.
I just want to ask, this is not a jab at you, Jaren, but isn't your catchphrase interesting? From watching some of your shows, I'm pretty sure your catchphrase has been,
Yes, but most people are using that in terms of the proving of the curve. Even though if they just paid attention to the movie, they would see that the difference in heights would be 6 feet, and the person held it above his head, which is about 2 feet. And it's not, the evidence is actually leaning towards flat than curved, but I wouldn't claim that because the evidence was right in the middle. The observation showed us the middle result.
But closer to flat, and then he said interesting, and now they say he proved the curve. Think about how dumb that is.
And especially because the movie didn't show you that we tried to see it at 23 feet and didn't see it. They cut that out of the movie, and they cut everything that happened after that. So, I mean, people should be asking the question, like, wait a second, Jaren proved globe right there, and there was 25 people there. The great scene would have been, what happens next? What's the scene after that? Where I say interesting, and everybody comes over and says, what happened? Oh man, we just saw the globe. It's globe proof. None of that happened because we were just in the middle of a bunch of observations. At the end of the night, everybody said, no, nothing was proven here.
So how does that work on a flat Earth?
What does?
Okay, we're done. All right, next question.
I want to remind you folks, if you haven't hit like, it's a way to support our neutral platform. We appreciate that. And this one coming in from Kango44. Question for the flats. Flat earthers always say that water is flat. So the quote-unquote swell of the century in Nazir 2020 produced massive curved waves showing forces can curve water. So can they explain that?
Yes, forces can curve water temporarily, and then what happens after the water's done curving? It goes back to its level.
Yeah, like the immensity of the oceans bending around convex on the exterior of a sphere spinning in a vacuum is insane. You can't show that ever happening. So that's not even really relevant. Here into the exterior of a surface.
I don't believe it, therefore it's fake.
That was less than 10 seconds.
Shrick says, Jaren, those quotes were cherry-picked. It's dishonest.
What quotes?
I don't know. That's all he said.
No, we don't actually cherry pick that. Globers just use scripts. Right. They just have scripts. They're like it's like a cult.
Oh, the
so you can go look into the quote from Edwin Hubble. You can look into the quote from George Ellis, right, who says that a lot of cosmology is trying to hide that. What are they trying to hide? The fact that they choose their models based on philosophical criteria, and that he could construct a universe for you with the Earth at its center, and you could not disprove him. And he's a mainstream physicist.
So where's the quote where he says the Earth is flat?
That's called all or nothing fallacy. Try to write it down.
I want to know where the quote is that he says the Earth is flat.
The all or nothing fallacy. Oh, projection.
If you're using fallacies, you look dumb.
Whatever. Where's the quote where any of them say the Earth is flat?
They don't have to. We don't care.
We're done. Next question.
That's our point, is that they don't think that. It's called a hostile witness.
So we need men in high positions to tell you that they believe it so that you can believe it. All right,
but you use those same men in high positions to sow the seeds of doubt into this debate.
Yes, because those are your...
That is cherry picking. That is appeal to authority.
Those are your priests.
But they're using
but they're not actually. They're not here, are they?
It's funny how you guys never get super chats, but think it's your opportunity to just talk the whole time. I don't think it's weird. So like we just answered it. We just answered it. It's a hostile witness. This is defending a model. David, no one super chatted you the whole time. Okay, so calm down.
All right, I'm gonna go, let him go here. We got Matt Patak says coming. Flurf's cherry picking second clips of Artemis 1. Yes, absolutely. The all or nothing fallacy.
It's not true.
There are things that I have done which I didn't need money to do. What
did you do? I'm talking about matrix.
Like even if we talk about just components of a model, like how we can see the white swan, right? How we can get that image. I managed to work out what you'd need to do that on a flat Earth. I didn't need any money.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the model. If you're talking about a model, your model...
You had hundreds of years for that model.
You didn't contribute anything to it.
But you can, what you can do is you can work out, at least work out components. Like that should be the first step. How does this work? How does this part work? How does this part work?
Oh,
yeah,
so
we can do that
first
step.
You would have done that with the Earth. If we would have given you the Earth with a blank slate, you would have been able to start to figure out what the temperature of the sun was and how it works and how you would do all that.
No, they did nothing. They've done nothing. We actually do stuff. That's the ironic part. And ironically, the most ironic part is there isn't a working globe model. So like you said, you've had royal families doing extra.
Austin, you did nothing. You've produced nothing for Flat Earth. The only thing you do is sit and debate every day on Discord and this is all you do. You don't do any actual research to try to answer these questions that you can't answer.
How does this work? Then once you figure out how that works, how does this work? How does this work?
How about you come up with your own belief system instead of believing people in lab coats and being in a cult?
This one from
I mean, I've done my own calculations.
Oh, yeah, your calculations based on presuppositions.
Tim Pryor says, my favorite was when Jaranism proved curvature and tracked the International Space Station.
So this is funny to me because it really shows how pathetic globe believers are. That they're so desperate for proof that their proof has to come from me in a movie, which is a hit piece where they misrepresented me and put me at the end of the movie. That's how desperate these people are.
Try more, Jaren.
Because they just are reading off a script. Whatever Simon Dan says, they'll just
try more.
Says it, we got to repeat it.
This one from.
I'm still trying to figure out why when you stood up and that light went through that hole. Like, why did that happen? Sorry.
Are you like incapable of comprehending?
Next point.
You don't get to wait.
Next free super chat
say
for you.
Something at the end of our super chat and then say bye.
No respect for you.
That's not how it works. Well, the whole audience doesn't have respect for you. Saying you look like a terrible representation for the globe.
So. David, I have to admit, you interrupt an awful lot. I appreciate to the point where it's like chill out for a little bit. But I appreciate that you've got passion because it's better than if you were boring. But it is a lot. Shriek says 8 billion people and every single scientist on Earth versus a couple of pseudo-intellectuals.
James is right. I got to give him that.
Yeah, I covered that in my freaking opener. It's called the appeal to majority or argument from ad populum. So basically, like, a bunch of people think it, therefore it must be true. And then you're basically saying, these are scientists and they're just pseudo-intellectuals, which is basically an appeal to credentials. Like, you don't have the credentials needed. So you guys are in a religion. It's like someone saying, you can't talk about the Bible. My preacher said this.
I think there's people outside of that because if it wasn't for us and the conspiracy theorists.
Austin, every single thing about the globe has has multiple experiments, plausible mechanisms, explanations, and experiments to evidence to explain these things. You, every time we ask you about your model, well, we don't know. You never know. It's a religion if you don't have evidence for your position. We have evidence. You don't, Austin. You don't. Show a measurement of the flatness of water. Show a measurement of that. You don't. You can't do it. You try, and you ignore confounding variables on purpose. And you use Texas sharpshooter fallacies to pick the one thing at the most extreme refraction time with the highest confounding variables and ignore the thousands or millions of other ones. That's a religious position. You ignore all the other positions and look at this one and say, well, this one, therefore all the others are wrong. That is religion.
That we're actually calling these things out, and then they end up being true, and then you guys just adopt them as being true because you're forced at that point. But if it wasn't for us, you would just be hoodwinked the rest of your life.
What is a really good flat Earth position?
Let's hear from Planarwalk. I want to humor the globe side just because they don't get much action during the Q&A. So Planarwalk, if you have a quick pithy point or question, I want to give you a chance, and then we'll give you a chance to respond. Whitsett and Jaren, and then we got to go to the next question.
How long do you think it's going to take for everyone to become a flat earther, or for the majority of people to become a flat earther? Just a question.
You probably have to stop censoring us and let it actually be fair for a little bit, huh? I mean, it would be like incredibly fast if they stopped censoring us and misrepresenting the actual flat Earth position. So you guys seem to be pro censorship.
What is your actual flat Earth position on the height of the sun? What is your actual flat Earth position on the mechanism that causes the light and heat from the sun? What is your actual position on what keeps the sun and moon aloft? What is your actual position for what causes the south celestial pole rotation? What is your actual position for the map? You don't have any. You don't have an actual position, Austin.
I think some people would rather be lied to. So I think it'll be a while. I think for you, for Dave here, I think you guys would rather be a part of the lie because the lie works than to actually work towards the truth.
Or not be part of the majority.
This one from Displays Gamer says, Whitsett, what is your position on the shape and status of the Earth? I know that you haven't listed your position, but just humor me.
The stationary topographical plane has some form of containment. And just look at the interference patterns of a magnetic field. I think we live inside of a torus.
King044 says, so the sun appears to set because the atmosphere is a massive lens, but a lens that does affect anything else. Or the sun is in a medium that acts like a lens. Or maybe it's magnetic holography. Maybe the sun set because of a straw man fallacy.
Maybe. The only like I don't want to be ugly. Remedial people find stuff like that humorous. You know what I'm saying?
Where's that?
This one from Magellan says, we're going to move to the next one. Magellan says, Whitsett doesn't know what fallacies are.
I literally do. I every single time I said a fallacy, if you go look it up, I literally listed them. I knew I should have just covered that, Jaren. I knew I should have just covered the fallacies because
he does know what fallacies are. He doesn't know that he constantly uses them.
all they use is fallacies, and it forces me to call them out. And then they just scream about it. They're just like, no, you don't know. Dude, every time I said it was a fallacy, and I probably only called out about 10% of them, right? So yeah, I do know what they are. Hence me not using them, and hence me having to correct their fallacies constantly.
Hey, Whitsett, I will say, I do appreciate that you didn't just do that, because one of the things that I was wondering is if you're going to bring evidence, right? And I wanted this discussion to be more evidence-based, so I do appreciate the attempted evidence in your opening.
I brought way more evidence than both of you guys.
What evidence did you bring?
Did you not see my presentation? Was my presentation over your head? Or?
And you explained the sunset in a way that was inconsistent. So
I showed you long distance observations, laser, mirror flashes, radio transmissions over 10,000 miles. You just hand-wave dismissed them.
No, you did not.
You keep saying.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting.
You keep saying I brought no evidence because that's the Globe Earth script.
When you talk about a model,
super chat.
Real quick, when you guys talk about a model that's not debunkable or it's what do you call it, not falsifiable, wouldn't that be the case of the globe Earth? Because if we're seeing mirror flashes that are going over 30, 40 foot humps of water, and you're just able to say that's refraction.
Well, you got to do the math right, number one. Number two, you have to include confounding variables. You never do that.
Happening. Do you understand that it's actually not our model that's not undebunkable?
Well, when it comes to that, you'd have to take more measurements than just just these observations. Like temperature readings would be a good start, and then compare it to what you'd expect to see on a flat Earth compared to what you'd expect to see on a globe Earth. Account for refraction. That's a really good start to make. That's
we do that. We do that, Planarwalk.
What's the cause of the bottom-up refraction or bottom-up obstruction, and how can we test it? What's the plausible mechanism, and how can we compute the consequences of that mechanism? Oh, that's right. You can't answer any questions about flat Earth.
And then what happens is when the temperature relationship doesn't match the refracted value that's needed for the globe says, oh, well, there are other variables that could be there that's unaccounted for. So yeah, you guys like to pretend, all you have to do is look at the temperature and do the refraction equation. We know perfectly. Well, Andrew Thomas Young will tell you, we actually don't know tons of variables. All you do is do the math and assume that your model is unfalsifiable to such an extent, you will say that something can refract all the way around the globe back to you.
Well, so that's why you need a model, because if you don't have a model of how things would work if the Earth were flat, then it's hard to say, well, what are we comparing this to? Why do I
need a model if I'm going to do my observation at the canal? I just know what will happen on a flat Earth, right? So that's enough of the model.
Yeah.
You just know what will happen on a flat Earth? You mean you just know that something will be obstructed bottom up? Through what? When there's nothing between you and the object. There is a direct line, according to you, direct line between you and the object. What causes that to be obstructed? How do you just know that?
To know things like refraction, you need to know things like refraction as well. If refraction is going to be an issue, right, then we need to know, okay, what refraction will we expect to see on both flat Earth and the globe Earth? And then we take measurements like temperature readings and all that kind of stuff, and then we work it out.
Okay,
and then we work out, okay, which is this observation?
You need all those things when things prove flat. But if I say interesting, do you think that's sufficient evidence of proving curve?
I think that there should be things like
we're just laughing at you, Jaren.
The temperature things there as well.
Can I ask a question? When you ignore refraction and you recognize when refraction works, I'm talking to you flat earthers. Why do you then ignore the effects? Like, we know the refraction will cause...
A quick chance, then we got to go back to questions.
Refractive predictions, I just answered this.
No, we got to go to the next one. Sorry, guys.
Refraction
well, you asked a question.
We got to go to the next one.
Dave, don't be like that, really. Like, I don't think it's working.
This is a show, man.
Listen, you're going to interrupt me now. Jeez, Dave, really.
Yeah.
Like, seriously. I don't think this is working for you. But I do want to give a chance. You did ask your question. So, like, did you not ask them a question, Dave? It sounded like you ended with a question there.
Yeah.
Okay, then it makes sense to give them a chance to respond, and then we go to the next question from the people that have asked questions in the chat.
Very simply, the refraction predictions actually don't always match what we see with the globe. Like if you look at the temperatures and the humidity and stuff, and you factor it in, it still doesn't work with the globe. So they have this get out of jail card where they say, refractions are fully understood, and there could be other variables there that we don't know, and they always just assume it is bending around the globe no matter what.
But it's not applicable above water.
I've never seen any flat earther accurately apply the actual globe prediction for bottom-up obstruction across water.
That wasn't my question. That wasn't my question, though. So let's just keep going, guys. It's fine. That wasn't my question. Let's go.
Do you remember what your question was?
My question is when you ignore how refraction works, you ignore it, and then you sit up here and you guys talk about...
This is just telling them what they're doing. Do you remember what you actually ended with in terms of the actual question? I'm just going to move on to the next one. All right. Displaced gamer. So I think modern debate needs to rephrase the question next time. Is the Earth flat? We need a positive defense on the other side. Maybe we should do that. Magellan says Whitsett is a poster child for Dunning-Kruger, and the gap between Whitsett's actual IQ and his perception of his IQ could not be greater.
That guy should have an IQ contest with Whitsett, I think.
Yeah. Perception.
He's going to complain that it's a fallacy.
Perception of IQ. It's whatever. Like I admit what I don't know. The irony is that I point out I don't know a lot about what goes on the Earth, and me and Jaren are obviously significantly more humble and honest regarding what we...
Oh no, Whitsett. DFE had a video yesterday of you where you said this is something, Austin, where you said, even I don't know whatever you said about relativity. The word even shows how highly you think of yourself there, Austin. You are not humble. You are pretentious, Austin.
We do and do not know about the Earth, while you guys don't even understand your own model as much as we do, and then you claim that your model's a fact while we have to teach you about it. So it seems like you may be projecting a bit.
This is coming in from.
I just wanted to say, there is one thing that I do want to say. I keep on forgetting his name. The guy that did magnetism.
Ian Willer.
No, different person. Never mind. I forgot the name. I don't know.
Oh, Maxwell?
Maxwell's equations. That's all I want to say. Maxwell's equations.
Okay, cool. That doesn't help you.
Shriek says space tourism will be cheap and available to everyone in the next 10 or 20 years. Take a 20-minute trip, see the curve, come back, and rethink your life choices. Magellan says, got that one actually. Mr. Monster.
Okay, Jaren, you enter the ones that are more like open-ended to flat Earth things. I do this all the time.
I just saw today that Tim Dodd is going to be sent to the moon in 2023. I'll be willing to bet anybody that doesn't happen. But no globe earther will bet that because they understand it's a ridiculous bet. Anyway.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Mr. Monster says, so a ship disappears beyond the horizon, starting with the whole of...
Hold on a second, Jaren. Hold on a second, Jaren. Jaren, how much are you willing to put into this? Will you put 5,000? Jaren, you just said you're willing to bet that Tim Dodd doesn't go. How much? How much are you willing to put in? You get back to me, Jaren. It's going to need to be an escrow, right? I'll get a lawyer. You get a lawyer. The lawyers can talk. They can make sure the money's in escrow. They can make sure the other lawyer is actually a lawyer. We can get the contracts written up. And then we'll put a time frame on it. You ready? You want to do that, Jerry? Contact me, mctoon@mctoon.net. Let's go for $5,000. Will you actually bet that, Jaren? Will you?
of the ship and ending with the mast. Wouldn't this be a good example of flat Earth curvature?
Flat Earth curvature?
When you can't see the mast, but you can still see the horizon behind it.
He probably mistyped it. He probably just means curvature.
No, well, we do see boats that are said to be going over the curve, but there's water behind it.
Yeah, like they say that the mast is like disappearing because it's like going behind the curve of the Earth, and then when you look at it, the horizon's behind the boat. So they're claiming that the curvature of the Earth is blocking the boat. Well, you can literally see the horizon behind the boat. They put that on what, like National Geographic? It's just pathetic.
You're right. It's clearly sinking. The boat is clearly sinking. We have to help those people.
Do you think that the National Geographic was right when they said the curvature was blocking the front of the boat, but the horizon was behind the boat?
That was on a lake. There were hills behind it.
It's clearly a refractive artifact. Why would the boat be under the water and visible at the same time?
You don't get it.
I do get it, and what you're not understanding is that just like with your sun example, you're seeing a refractive artifact. So, for instance, if you were to let the boat continue to go off into the distance, eventually it'll go under the horizon completely. You'll see it either go under the refractive artifact.
Like one video of that.
Area,
Well, just like I showed you.
Let's see the boat disappear before it goes under the horizon. Let's see it disappear even with the level of magnification that you guys are relying on.
Happens all the time. What are you talking about?
Let's see it.
Okay. Even your own model claims it happens.
Never seen it before.
Well, your own model claims it happens. We get it. You don't know any.
Yeah, from a high enough altitude.
What?
From a high enough altitude, sure.
No.
Yes.
No, you can. No, you perceive.
I like this. Chai says, every time I listen to Whitsett, I need to ShamWow my brain off the floor. Thanks for giving me these experiences. You're welcome. And I'm sure ShamWow appreciates your business. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, if Einstein was alive, he would Buzz Aldrin Whitsett into space. Yes, I think so. All right, I'm gonna actually. What am I? I'm not far behind, but I'll jump ahead right to current time. So,
Snell's law, which uses like derivatives for different variables, blah blah blah, because it's actually one singular medium as opposed to two mediums. You have to use a differential equation to apply Snell's law to the Atmos.
Okay. Yeah. I thought you were going to say that Snell's law relies on differential equations,
but not by you, Austin. You've never done a differential equation.
Yeah, if you're going to apply it to the atmosphere, you do need... I'm not sure if you need differential equations. I just do a form of calculus because I never learnt calculus in high school.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Magellan says, Whitsett can add differential equations to the massive and rapidly growing things he doesn't understand, but thinks that he does.
Wow, good one.
This is from Oliver B. Perez says, Whitsett.
Austin, I'll give you a test. I'll pull out my engineering math book. I'll give you a couple differential equations. You can show everybody how you get them.
You have so much chemistry with these questioners, Austin. They say, Whitsett, are you not using a genetic fallacy when you won't listen to evidence from NASA or other major sources because
good point.
The info is from those sources or from NASA?
Yeah. No, because the point is that if it's not...
Here he's going to say that he does use the genetic fallacy without saying he uses the genetic fallacy, and then give his reasoning why he uses the genetic fallacy, which is still a genetic fallacy.
Something that can be independently verified, it can't be considered like empirical, reliable evidence. We need to be able to test ourselves.
That's the genetic fallacy. You're just saying it's because it's from them, right? Just because you can't personally do it, that doesn't mean it's not evidence.
The fact that they've been proven liars and they've faked a lot of stuff before certainly doesn't help.
That is the genetic fallacy right there, right? Somebody could have lied every single time, and then the next one, not a lie, and is legitimate. There you go. That's real.
But if it's like a claim that can't be tested or verified by us, and we can't just blindly believe it as if definitive proof of our entire worldview.
You know what you can do, Austin, is you can go to Houston, Texas, and you can look at the 3-inch photographic slides taken during the Apollo missions if you want to see about NASA. And then you can bring your photographic forensic expert along with and have them look at those to see if they were actually faked. But you won't do that because cult leaders don't ever want their claims tested.
Oh, the NASA is the one federal governmental agency that doesn't lie to us. Like, okay, bro, like, go take your jab.
I mean, I can't independently verify that Whitsett or Jaren exists, so.
Luckily,
there
go
are so many
believe
people
NASA,
based on that.
There are so many people that weigh in on this topic. How can we expect every single person to do all of this work? That is unreasonable.
This one coming
No one even knows what that means. Move on.
This one coming in from Magellan. Oh, we got that one. Oliver B. Perez says, Whitsett, are you not you? We got that one. This one from Down in the Rabbit Hole says, James, I know you know the earth is flat. Do you have to hide the ice picks in your house when these globe zealots are talking so you don't stab your eardrums asking for a friend? Well, if I moderate well, then people won't even know my position. So Brandon Hansen, thanks for your question, says, I'm a globe guy because if it's flat, then
I know that he's not a flurf. And he tries, I'm not talking about how good he is here. He tries to be neutral. And he even tries to be so neutral that he tries to be fair. He tries to be so fair that he actually tries to be neutral. And that's the difference, right? Nobody's actually neutral. We all have our position. But when you moderate right, you're fair. You can't actually be truly neutral.
Yeah, in the chat.
You could always try and get a degree in programming, then you might be able to do some
I'm good, bro. Why do the Globers who seem to be miserable think that I need their life advice? That's what I don't understand. I'm good. Thank you.
Who seems to be miserable?
If that's what you think.
The
I know many millionaires that disagree with you. So
this one coming in from...
Oh, you know millionaires?
Yes. And they think college is a waste of time and a trap and that they could start a business 4 years earlier and make tons of money. Yeah, multiple.
And some of them are scam artists too.
This one from
okay.
Mark says, Globers know what's up with the orbital motion argument. Hence why they are deflecting. We'll give you a chance, Planarwalk. Were you deflecting?
Well, let's hear it.
I don't think we were.
Deflecting from what?
They just admitting that
that's what I'd ask.
That the Earth's moving.
Yeah, the orbital motion argument. You were deflected.
They're trying to say that they're deflecting from Austin's misunderstanding of relativity.
That's the orbital motion is clearly determined by what you are observing that's moving relative to where you're standing or sitting or orbiting. There's nothing to deflect from. It's space. It's not like there's a bunch of trees and mountains all over the universe for us to watch go by. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't think I properly explained my argument there. Because if you're in a car and you look out the window and you see trees go past, it could be that, you know, all the trees are moving past you rather than you moving past the trees.
Could it really be?
But it could be. You don't know that. That's how video games simulate motion, at least 2D video games do.
Whoa. Video,
You kinda
2D video
walked into
games,
that one,
Jaren. The
bro.
Earth's a ball.
Yeah.
Dude, if you stood in
Wow,
my
nice
front
fallacy
yard
there.
and we watched the car pass us on the road, we'd be like, "Oh, look, we're standing still, and that car just passed us on the road." Well, that's what we see, and you guys say that the car is actually stationary and that we are moving in our yard, but we can't feel it. That's what you said, or measure it, or detect it, or prove it.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that
But you can measure it and detect it. Just not using the one method that you say you think must be the only one that's allowed.
you can tell that something's moving, right? And you can very easily see that there is something that's moving. What it is that is moving is you can't objectively say, oh, this is what is moving, right? But you can say, well, if this thing here is moving, everything makes a whole lot more sense. If the Earth is moving around the sun rather than the sun moving around the Earth, then that makes a lot more sense.
Well, it makes a lot more sense when you have 860
planets.
mile wide sun. Yes.
It doesn't even make more sense though. Like their math is completely off. Even distribution central to the Earth, or they had to say, well, it just looks like that everywhere, and then expansion rate and the galaxy
claim of
distribution.
specificity.
Everything is wrong because of that. You just saying
wrong?
that it makes more sense doesn't mean.
Which
But at
is
least
why
you did
this
admit
entire-
3 hours in, 2.5 hours in, you did admit you can't prove the Earth orbits the sun. So thank you.
Winston, why do you have to have?
Why do you have to put words in their
universe
mouth?
just to explain?
Austin, why do you have to lie? They didn't admit that you can't measure the Earth orbiting. Why do you feel it's acceptable to lie, Austin?
The motion of the Earth.
I didn't say
Why
that.
does
He said it works better. I explained it actually doesn't work as
does.
well. Try to keep
No,
up.
you're simply pointing out where it may not work precisely.
Parallax, Austin.
You're pointing out, incorrectly so,
Parallax.
that there may be some margin of error, but that margin of error is far less than whatever alternative you provide.
No, it goes away with the geocentric Earth. I was specifically naming the problems that come from the heliocentric model. So.
No, you didn't identify any. You just made a bunch of claims of specificity without any supporting evidence.
And remember, the
declaring that it
geocentric
worked.
Earth is still a globe.
Okay, if that makes you feel better, we falsified that part too, man.
No, you
This one
didn't.
from King044 says, Jaren, you have proved the curvature of the Earth with your light through the holes experiment, so why are you on the flat Earth side?
That's 4 of them so far.
Yeah. What's hilarious is if you listen to the show, you would understand that if you went out and did an experiment where you didn't prove anything, and then a movie that shook your hand and told you they were doing it on the up and up and that they were going to be showing people in a positive light, and then they went and lied about you, you too would stay on the side of the one that was lied against. I certainly am not going to go, you know what, these guys had to lie about me to prove the globe, therefore I believe the globe. That would be...
So why did
I love the
Before we get to
flat
this, just because we have so many questions still. Shriek says, we got that one. Coffee Mom says, I would like to see the flat Earth model, please. We got kind of the same question coming.
I got it. She's 37 weeks pregnant.
This one from Shriek says, Whitsett, let's see, saying you have impulse control issues sounds like something you've been told many times, Austin. It's really specific. Sounds like a projection.
No, this dude was, when people constantly interrupt me, it gets frustrating. So I point out that the way that you describe that behavior is impulse control issues. And so, I mean, sorry.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Chris says, Whitsett,
All right.
your understanding of mathematics, coordinate systems, calculus, geometry is very flawed. Take some math classes, self-taught isn't your forte.
She missed trigonometry. But then,
Yeah, what's crazy, what's funny, I'm not trying to brag at all because I don't do like math in my current life or anything that much. But I had like an aptitude for math. Like if I sat down with you guys when we were in high school and algebra 2 honors, I would have smoked you, dude. That's what's so funny. So stop bringing that up. It's called ad hom, bro. I used to finish long form algebra without showing the word. And the first that was done. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean I'm better than people. It doesn't mean the Earth is flat. It just means that's a stupid argument that you're saying. And try to grow up and stop ad homing people. It makes the global work. So actually promoting and recruiting flat
it's okay to say, oh, this flat earther knows math. It's okay to say that. It's not going to...
You can't do math, Austin. You used to do math in high school in algebra 2? What, when you were in 10th grade or 11th grade? Okay. You can't today do math. All of these things that you talk about where the math doesn't work, you can't show the math because you can't currently do math. Like I said, I know you can't do differential equations because differential equations would not be something taught to you in high school. Would be probably something in at university, and you dropped out of your first quarter of university. So, oh my goodness, we have one more. Hold on a second. I have one more here. This one's Raccoon. I'm getting them all tonight.
What about
Hey, Raccoon.
Jamil?
She is the softest. She's a little, especially with the dog around. She likes to go away. There you go. Oh, there she is. She's super nice though. Very friendly cat. Thank you.
Do you want Jamil?
What's that?
Do you want the guinea pig?
Do I want the guinea pig? Oh, of course, yes. Of course I need the guinea pig.
kill you to be like, no, only globe believers know math. Anybody who doesn't believe in the globe doesn't know math.
Cable 44 says radar studies of the sun show the Earth orbiting the sun. There are many papers on it. Maybe read a book, Whitsett.
I have read about that. You actually don't get it probably. It's called relativistic Doppler effect. So I actually know exactly what it is. I'm going to say, radar measurement. It's called a relativistic Doppler effect. And of course, it actually assumes that the sun is moving. It shows the difference between sidereal and solar rotation. So by the assumption that it is in fact the Earth's orbit causing the difference in the rotations or the movements between the stars and the sun, they say, oh, look, that's how much it moves. Let's back that into an elliptical orbit. It's actually a geodesic all through free fall through space that we can't tell. So it's basically a straight line in 3D space, blah, blah, blah.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Strick says flat earthers using pics and videos as evidence and then claiming, quote, all videos and pictures of the Earth are fake. And James, love the channel, by the way. Thank you.
Because people can go out and take the same photographs we're talking about. However, you cannot go to space and take the same photograph that MORI does. It's a big difference.
And they admit that it's like not real.
This one from Shane Cat says,
They don't admit
there
that
is
it's
no
real.
terrestrial or optical
Hold on.
experiment that can be done to prove motion of the Earth rotation or orbital
pause
around the
this.
sun. None, brother.
All right. There you go. We got Jamil. Don't bring the fish. This is Jamil, our guinea pig. He's pretty old. He's pretty old. He's a nice guy though. Let's see. Can we get some squeaking? I think he's about 7. He was adult when we got him though, so there he is. Okay. Thank you.
There is actually, as was brought up earlier, if you take measurements of the weight of things, you can see that at the equator, things weigh less than at the poles or at different latitudes.
You know, just
This
have
is
to
something
assume that means it's a globe is an issue. There could be any number of things that would cause that.
It's evidence.
Well, it is something that is a natural consequence of a
It's
spinning
called
globe.
evidence.
There's also other effects like the Oetbusch effect.
And you don't have an explanation for it on flat Earth. We have it. It must happen on a rotating globe. It does happen on a rotating globe. It should not happen on a flat Earth, at least all physics that I know of. And you don't have an explanation for what causes it on flat Earth. You want to talk Occam's razor? We go with the Earth is a globe on that one.
What about barometric pressure? That wouldn't cause a 1 pound difference. Good, right?
Why would there consistently be less barometric pressure at the equator? And something like you can get precision scales to measure this.
Which one does it weigh less at?
It weighs less at the equator.
And it starts weighing more in the south.
Starts weighing more in the south and more in the north.
At the poles.
Then it goes all the way. They say that it's like a crazy small amount. They always say it, and you look it up. It's just like anti-flat earthers on YouTube. It's not like university.
But why is that crazy small amount?
Actually, I
Just hand wave dismiss that. But all right, we got this is a good one. Lewin Cuff Ward then says, well, I went to a private military-based school, and in grade 11, we were doing introductory calc, and in 12, we were doing differentials and logs in the days that a calculator was not allowed. But Austin went to a private, smallish high school. It wasn't a military-based school. He just said that he was in advanced algebra, which probably was 11th grade. So maybe he could have taken calculus in 12th grade, but typically the calculus that you take in 12th grade is about equivalent to the first semester or quarter of calculus at university level, which is before you're doing differential equations, really. So I would be quite certain that Austin has not done differential equations. I think it's pretty safe because he dropped out of the first semester of college.
it isn't just people on YouTube. That's where, obviously, if you search people up on YouTube, the people that you're going to find are going to be people talking about it in relation to flat Earth. But I've actually spoken to someone that went to Antarctica, Landon Knoll, and he took a measurement in Japan or something, and then at the South Pole, he took another measurement, and it was heavier at South Pole than in Japan.
And it was the exact amount heavier it needed to be based on the globe dimensions?
I kind of asked this question. So I'm confused. You're telling me that the Earth's spinning at the equator at 1,000 miles per hour with that center of...
Here comes incredulity. Austin, you should call him out on this.
Centrifugal force going outward, right? So you're telling me so that force that's flowing outward is only accounting for a 1 pound difference, is having no spin at all at the North Pole?
Yeah, I have actually done the calculations for that, and yeah, it is about 1 pound. I think it depends on what the weight is of the thing that you have.
Right. It's a 200-pound person would weigh 199 or something at the pole.
Would you be able to use an object? Let's not use a person, because we just say that the person their weight would fluctuate due to biological things. But you can use an object.
Your guys' belief would be that we cancel out, right? The spin out is canceling the gravity.
Just to be sure David gets a chance to finish.
Yes, David, finish.
The question's pretty easy. Why is it consistent? In other words, you can look at any other factor, but why is it consistently more? Why is it way consistently less as you go towards the equator?
I don't know if it is.
Yeah, it's actually, I got to tell you, Jaren, this is the truth. They say that, but actually, it's like no universities have done in-depth like latitude correlation measurements or anything. They just say it because it's a global talking point. But secondly, like also centrifugal effect.
So here, this is interesting, Austin. You are in the middle of rejecting this evidence because it wasn't done by a university. It was done by YouTubers. Is that your stance, Austin? Do you reject evidence that was done by YouTubers? Are you going to be consistent, Austin? Or are you going to be a hypocrite? Just because it was done by YouTubers doesn't mean that it's wrong. And I will say that for flat earthers too, but flat earthers always ignore confounding variables. That's the problem. Not always, but they tend to. So are you just hand wave rejecting this because it contradicts your pre-selected conclusion, and you're just looking for the first thing that is your reason that you can reject it? Yes, that's what you're doing, Austin. We see right through you.
That translated from the sky could also explain it if it were true. So it's like, it doesn't do anything for the globe, but they just say it anyway. So
they actually do. It is something that is well documented that they have to account for. Have you heard of the 1 kilogram mass?
And you're saying the people that mine on the equator and stuff for gold, they're accounting for this, right? Because that would end up translating to millions of dollars.
Well, there's this thing called the 1 kilogram mass, right? And that is
he doesn't know the difference between mass and weight. Austin, do you not know the difference?
It is what is used to define a kilogram, or used to what was used to and they've had to, I can't remember the exact thing, but if they take it to other places of the world, it doesn't weigh exactly 1 kilogram. It weighs different.
So wouldn't you just mine gold and stuff at the equator and then take it north or south before you sold it? Because then you would make millions of dollars as a mining company because it would change weight.
They don't. No, that's not how
it would also be the cost.
That's not how it works, bro.
They use balance scales, Austin. They're measuring mass, not weight, when they do it. Yes, people figured that out a long time ago.
That's like a weight change. That is exactly how it would work.
And it'd be like also you have to go from the equator, like you have to find a place on the equator, go all the way north to the North Pole where someone's selling gold or what?
No, the globe claim. You're supposed to claim that it changes all the way up to the North Pole.
So, yeah, but if you go to like some place in Texas, right, that's only going to be a tiny change compared to the value that you might get.
What about when you're talking about a huge amount of gold, though?
Gold isn't sold by weight.
What is gold sold by then?
Mass.
Carrots.
Let's jump to the next one.
Mass.
From Quelo.
Go ahead and ask for 14 karat gold, please.
Mass.
Drops of water on a flat surface.
They become part of the puddle.
Yeah, they flatten out. They take equilibrium once they hit the floor.
So, one more question about that gravity thing. I'm just not grasping it. And this is what anybody skeptical, because I don't understand how you're not skeptical of this. Gravity is everything pulled towards the center, correct? Okay, so everything on Earth is being pulled towards the center. But on the equator, we're flying 1,000 miles per hour edge rim velocity, right? So
well, so that is I've done the calculations, and so gravity is 9.81 meters per second squared acceleration.
Right.
The calculations at the equator is something like about 3 centimeters per second squared in the opposite direction. That's a very big difference.
The spinning Earth, that's flying to the outside. If you've ever been on a Gravitron at a carnival or something, you understand what it means to be spinning outwards. You have that force that's throwing you out. But there is none of that force at the North Pole, but it only changes the weight of a 200-pound person by 1 pound.
Yes, do the math, dummy. Are you really that stupid, Jaren? It's not a difficult... you are. It is a middle school equation to just plug in the numbers. Middle schoolers could do this. The centrifugal acceleration equation is easy. Yes, the rim velocity at the equator is 0.03, causes a 0.03 meters per second squared upward acceleration. The average downward acceleration on the Earth is 9.8 meters per second squared. It's a significantly smaller amount.
Yeah, like it's 15 degrees per hour or 1 rotation per day. A gravitron is much faster than that when it comes to RPM, and that's the main thing that you have to look at, RPM.
Yeah, you're not being pulled away at 1,000 miles an hour from the surface of the Earth. That's the mistake you're making.
So if the Earth stopped moving, would you fly in the direction you were to the east at 1,000 miles per hour?
But you wouldn't be pulled straight up. You wouldn't be pulled straight up. So I don't understand.
That's what you're saying, is that it's pulling straight up.
Jaren, what I suggest you do is actually do the mathematics on it, right? And then you'll see that the mathematics do not show that we should be...
It's very little.
It's
very little. But then they also have there's gravitational anomalies and fluctuations.
He is incapable of doing it. Now Whitsett is deflecting from that, right? Jaren brought up a problem that he thought happened with the Earth. Dave and Planarwalk had explained it to him. Now, here goes Whitsett. He's going to deflect from that because he just got correctly answered to show that Jaren doesn't know what he's talking about, that the effect is very small. Now, here comes.
Situations within the entire field all over the place. They come on here on YouTube and they just pretend it's this magic fairy tale world of the globe where, like, as you go south to the equator and keep going, it's just this perfect weight distribution.
No, we don't.
What it isn't. It literally isn't in reality. That's why you can't find universities claiming it is. You only find anti-flat earthers claiming it is. So it is.
The ISGN 71, which is over 50 years old, has been documenting the variations in the magnetic, or the gravitational field of the Earth. And we've got PhD Tony in the chat here that literally uses the gravitational anomalies for his work. And here Whitsett is just going to just hand wave all these things away and show he doesn't understand the topic.
It is. I encourage audience to actually look it up. That's why censorship is so damning, because they're able to just lie.
No one's censoring anybody. There's no censorship right now.
Flat Earth is suppressed.
No, it's not.
Admittedly, they admit they suppress Flat Earth on YouTube.
No.
In court, they admitted it.
Yeah, far more different areas to propagate your nonsense.
You think that my videos show up in people's recommendeds?
Well, they do still...
the only way you can express yourself?
What?
They still come up and recommend it. They just aren't recommended as much to people that have never seen that kind of stuff.
They suppress content.
Cheap Hawk Dopra says, keep it up, thanks for that. And Mark says, Globers can't handle orbital motion argument. Is this true, Globers?
I mean, what does he mean?
Parallax.
He's saying handle orbital motion. Like, sorry.
They're saying, yeah,
Maybe
you're not ready for the argument they're saying.
Maybe it's because some of the arguments that flat earthers make seem to be into orbit.
Or maybe they go round and round in circles with their arguments.
Maybe one day you'll learn what it means.
Great.
I call it humor. What a great argument.
This one
I feel sarcasm.
Do you appreciate it?
No, I don't like it.
Question from Chainsaw Cat says, love watching NASA fanboys spiral. LOL, Earth is flat. This one coming in from...
Fanboys? Yeah. I just want to say, yeah, because we're spiraling around the sun.
This one from...
Good one.
Mark, we got that one. Just LOL says, Whitsett gets it. What are you politically?
I don't buy into the whole principle wise, like morality wise, I'm conservative, or I would be like fiscally conservative just in that sense, like morally or ethically, but I don't believe in politics. And I would guess if I had to pick something, I'd say libertarian politically, but it's just two wings to the same bird. So I don't really identify via a false binary construct.
Planarwalk, can I ask you a question real quick? Do you have any beliefs that are outside of the accepted scientific beliefs, or like if I want to know what you believe, I just need to go read a physics book or watch Professor Dave and I'll know everything you believe?
I usually base my
As if that makes a difference. Really?
My beliefs of the science. Sometimes it might be something like philosophically. Obviously, you can't just look at a science book and go, because there's not going to be a philosophy in a science book. So obviously, I might believe something different based on philosophy, but not.
But men can give birth.
Well, yeah, there are some men that can give birth. That is a completely different argument, though.
That's exactly
that is a philosophical thing, by the way.
Okay. From Just LOL, got that one actually. Shriek says you can bounce radio waves off the moon with an capital HAM.
Ham radio. That's a cool story, man. You like that? Verify it. Yeah, you guys just say stuff and then you keep repeating it.
You can do it yourself, Austin. You were saying earlier that NASA does things that you can't do. Well, you can do that. And who do you know that has a ham radio license and maybe even has some equipment that could... Bob Nodell. Tell you what. Austin. The question as to whether or not you can bounce ham radio signals off the moon can be answered by Bob Nodell. He has, at least claims, to have the license, the knowledge, the skills, potentially the equipment to even do it. How about you all go, fundraise if there's any equipment that he needs to do. And then point that up at the moon and see if it takes the time that the heliocentric model says for that to bounce back, or if it bounces back much faster. Oh, but no. Cult leaders never want to have their claims tested. You won't do it. You don't want that claim tested because Bob Nodell has kind of a history of testing claims and not having them go the way he absolutely wants them to go. The problem for Bob.
They actually say they get like 1 photon back after trying to shoot, and that's like especially like a laser. And then they say they get radio waves similar to that from the sky anyway, cosmic radio waves, but they swear this is the one that they sent. And you can also get them when you don't send them at the moon. And just the whole ordeal. And there's ions. Which is actually just
so you do actually get some background noise when it comes to these things. So if you point to the thing in the sky and turn the gain right up, then you're going to get some background noise. If you point it at the moon, you're going to get a bit more background noise because it's reflecting stuff. And then when you see the signals still, you have to work out how high the signal is above the noise floor.
This one from Qualo says, how many drops of water on a flat surface added together does it take until it's flat? Pretty easy experiment anyone could do, I'd say. What would your prediction be?
I like it.
That's a
weird. How does that prove anything? Or just, I don't understand that. You're looking at the Earth over vast distances. So how does a few drops of water do anything?
Well, just when we say we don't see water bend, people want to come back and say water droplets or...
You don't see it bend over a few hundred miles.
Well, you do.
You should.
No, I don't. I don't claim to that. I've never heard of it.
I mean, we do see the water bend over long distance. Even if the Earth is flat, water still bends over long distances because tides exist.
Yeah, the water's in motion trying to seek its equilibrium through fluid dynamics, and there's swelling within water. There isn't a bending of the convexity of Earth, and over hundreds of miles you would see that. You would see Earth curvature from 1 foot above the Earth after 1 mile.
Why do you say seek? I'm sorry, go ahead. Why do you say seek? Seek is equilibrium. So simply,
I think of water, if it's at the top of the hill, it's going to go down and find its level spot where it can rest.
Its critique is that water is sentience.
It forms around, water forms around the forces, or forms due to the forces that influence it, whether it be gravity, or magnetism if it's possible, or like electrostatic forces and things like that. There's no seeking and finding.
Yeah, he's saying that you're using the word seek as if water was sentient.
No, you're trying to make it sound like there's some other philosophical nature of how water does what it does, and there isn't.
Well, water's very crazy, actually. It changes molecular structure when you talk to it, so...
Unrelated to our discussion.
It has memory.
Oh my gosh.
No, it doesn't. That's been disproven.
Oh, sure, you think that? You think men can get pregnant?
Zeros Rex says,
oh my
gosh. How much does
gosh.
it take to get on the show? Paleontologist here wants to debate the age of the Earth and its curvature and evolution, etc. If you didn't get my chat in chat...
He just said that water changes structure because you talk to it and it's sentient. Austin, you moron. Stupid. Oh, Stringer News 1 says neutral, but some moderators are more neutral. All right. I was slighted by Modern Day Debate, so I'm definitely, I've got my position, my position, but I'm going to be fair. James tries to be neutral, and in this debate, he has had to pull people back, and he's pulled David back I think rightly so. Right? Dave is the one that's the most uptight about it and the most aggressive, and I think James has done what he should have done in most of those instances. So I was slighted by the show, and all right. Ted Iacocca says Kyle Adams equals too simple to not prove. Whitsett too complex to understand. Neither get actual science. That's right. Yeah. Kyle is a simpleton. Kyle, it's absolute simple. He thinks that he debunked sending radio waves to a radar to bounce off the sun by just saying inverse square law. That's it. He thinks that debunked it. It did not. He actually said, I think he read it or had it on screen, the actual power output of the array that they bounced it off of and the dB of it, right? Did he do an EIRP analysis of it to see whether or not from the Earth to the sun and back there would be enough to read back to have a signal? He did not do the EIRP analysis. He certainly did not. He wouldn't know what that is. Not a chance. So, PhD Tony says, instead of smiling, cats slow blink. If you want to show your cat love, blink at them. Interesting. That's an interesting point there. Tony, thank you.
I'm at moderatedebate@gmail.com. So just the name of the channel and then at gmail.com. No spaces, no hyphens. Nominal says the invisible matter that we can't detect is called quote unquote dark matter. This is said by NASA.
Mm-hmm.
This one from Third
Let's say the Globers. All right.
Third Rail says, I want to debate a Christian, the crucifixion, fact or fiction. I DM on Twitter, no response. I'm behind on our Twitter. We get a ton of Twitter requests, so it's hard to keep up. But moderatedebate@gmail.com if you want to come on. Sky Scion says, David, did you have a few brewskis before the debate? Okay, gotcha.
Wow, actually, thanks so much. No, I'm just annoyed with, I get annoyed with the tactics. You know, if we're going to have a conversation, we're going to have a question, answer, rebuttal. You know, rebut and respond to the questions. And after like third or fourth time, I just got to. So I apologize. I don't expect to be invited back, but you know, that's just how it is.
I never hold a grudge, and I'm not worried. I was pretty hard on you tonight, David, so I'm sorry that.
That's okay.
I mean, in part you deserved it, but probably not quite as bad as I was pretty hard on you.
Oh, you went easy on him, bro. You totally deserved it, bro.
But
you know what it is that when you're responding true enough.
I'm sorry. I hate to just so many more questions. I hate to do this to you, David. We just have so many questions. I gotta like speed us through. Sky Scion says, Planarwalk, your nervous energy will not make the Earth a ball. Planarwalk.
I mean, maybe I just need to start curling up into a ball. You know, exude more nervous energy.
This one coming in from Dave Hinkle says,
I like this one here. Where'd it go? So it was the gain of the antenna. It was like 33 to 35 decibels was the gain. Yeah, sleet. And then where did it go? Yes, Mandelbrot said it was 500,000 watts through a giant dish antenna. It wasn't a dish. It was an array of antennas. On my website, mctune.net/sun, I have a picture of the actual array that they used. There were two different ones in that I have references to, but I only have one picture. So maybe the other one was a dish. I don't know. I could be wrong about that one, Mandelbrot said.
Yeah, there's reference frames. All reference frames are valid in relativity.
Yeah, you guys can't answer the question directly. It's okay.
This one from Dave Hinkle says, Global Believers, does relativity state that you cannot detect motion of the Earth going around the sun from the Earth?
I think you already answered it.
That seems familiar.
That's the one that they can't just say, relativity says you cannot detect it. They can't say that for some reason.
But why does that even matter? What does that have to do with the conversation?
It's just about being intellectually honest so people can understand the models, man.
It's about being more...
Once again, Michelson-Morley cannot measure direct linear motion. True. That's it. It's something that wasn't designed to do that, and because relativity is relative, everything is relative when it comes to motion. So you can visually look at stars and you can say, well, they appear to be moving, but you could be moving and they could be still. They could be moving, you could be still, or both could be moving, and you are just moving relative to them. You keep going to this, Austin. Just because the Michelson-Morley experiment was unable to measure it doesn't mean that it's impossible to measure it. That hill, you just can't get off of that hill. You've died there many times, Austin.
More nuance. You can't just say, oh, this is this and leave it at that, because there is obviously more nuance there. Otherwise, Einstein would have said that the Earth is motionless.
No, he assumed it was moving and he tried to explain it. Any honest glober would say, well, yeah, according to relativity, you can't detect the Earth's orbit around the sun from the Earth due to being in the same frame of reference as the Earth moving. That's basic relativity 101, but it makes ballers nervous to say that out loud. Not my problem, I do this for the audience.
Using Michelson-Morley.
But what if you're
speaking
not at the Earth's
forward.
point of reference? What?
You gotta look at it.
This one from Jacob Cat says, respect all people's beliefs, even the spinning spaceball religion, alphabet people's wild and crazy beliefs.
Alphabet people.
James, I want to respond to the chat because speaking of more nuance, a lot of people seem to misunderstand my take on men getting pregnant. Because when I say men getting pregnant, what I'm meaning is I'm not meaning that that all biological males can get pregnant. That is not my stance.
Okay.
There is some biological males that might be able to through like medical intervention. I have heard it's like they try to insert a uterus and all that kind of stuff.
No one's done that. No one's ever done that, bro.
I think that's something that's being attempted or being tried. But like when it comes to biological, obviously biological males can't.
That's what men
say. When I say men, I'm talking about gender rather than sex.
Where's all right? You had to say men because you said because you're interrupting. You had to say
This one from Sky Science David, have you seen Jesse Lee Peterson? He helps heal overly emotional men. Please look into this.
Is he the guy? Is he the fake pastor that uses gay kids to exploit them?
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Canadian guy.
This one coming in from Brandon Hansen says globies seem to not do hold on, sorry. These are globies seem to not need to know anything about the globe model to be the biggest proponents. Nice win, Austin and Jaren.
That's the thing. It's not a win or lose. It's more refining your arguments. People in the audience hopefully are waking up to the deceptions right there in front of them.
That's why I hate that this conversation was so like the debate was all like in the weeds about perspective and all stuff. Because we can talk about it, but it's like the overarching idea of the concept.
You could just explain a couple things. There, Austin and Jaren. How about explain how Dish TV can all be pointed to the same spot and somehow it's same spot in 3-dimensional space, different spot in Earth flat space. Can you explain how that works? Where is this the transmitter from? Is it, if it's balloons, then you're going to have, that's a claim of specificity. You're going to have to show where all these balloons are launched from. You're going to have to explain how the balloons don't move. You're going to have to explain how if you do move the dish a little bit, you don't get a signal anymore. You're going to have to explain how for years and years and years you can have the antenna at the dish at the same spot and never get an interruption. So the new balloon that went there to replace the old one, because the balloons lose helium over time, right? Somehow, all of these things you now need to explain. You can't just say, well, maybe it's balloons. You need to actually support it with evidence. It's a claim of specificity. You have the burden of proof.
And we don't know what it is because the matter that we know of doesn't explain those motions.
Because your model's predictions were wrong. So one of the options is that your model's wrong, but you guys don't even consider that option because it's a religion. So then you just say, oh, there must be something else there.
We always are welcome to consider that our model might be wrong. It's always open for falsification. You just got to do a good job of testing it. You do a sloppy job of testing it, Austin, and all flurfs.
Flat and the Earth being a sphere, both of those are wrong because of the existence of mountains, but one is more wrong than the other.
I heard that.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Sky Science says, James, how can you let David talk over your show like that? Don't be a beta. Thank you for that. Thank you for that feedback. Rad Crab says, what is the flat Earth explanation for stars in the night sky? Did someone just poke a bunch of holes in the dome or something?
Nothing.
Dude, imagine being so deluded. You think that's a good question when you think that when you look at the stars, you're looking back in time and some.
It's a great question, and you instantly deflected to the globe. Instantly. Answer the question straight. You can't answer it. You must deflect. It's an instant loss. It's a position of weakness if you can't answer a single thing for your model, and every single time you're asked about your model, it's, let's talk about something else. Total weakness.
Some of them aren't even there anymore, and they're balls of gas giants in a vacuum, or that they're like basically neutron reactors in a vacuum chamber.
Asked about your model, Austin.
What? They could be sonoluminescence.
What's
in a
your model,
Austin? They are some type of energy
isn't
around
a model.
us. Well, I don't what?
You know that light does take time to travel from its source to you, right?
What does that have to do with anything?
You said about looking back in time.
Yeah, do you think that we're supposed to just believe there's a vacuum of space out there with lights trillions of miles away?
It's
just
been
blindly
tested.
Believe that? I'm sorry, we
It's been
don't.
verified.
Not blindly.
And I don't think light even travels. Actually, it's instantaneous.
So if it's not blindly, what is the?
There's a claim of specificity that you can never support with evidence. Just a belief. You just explained your belief. You just exposed that it's a belief for you. You actually used the word believe. You were trying to rebut the globe by saying, do you actually believe? Incredulity, claiming it's a religion, and then you specifically used religious words to describe your position. You believe that light does this based on no evidence.
The evidence of it.
Well, the evidence is all of the scientific studies and all of the experiments that were done.
Right.
That's all you have to say is
for me to recite them in this debate right now would be ridiculous.
You couldn't name one for money. You couldn't name one for money.
There is one thing that disproves. There is one thing that disproves light being instantaneous, and that is the fact that radio waves do take time. Like if you were to have a radio wave, send it somewhere, and as soon as you receive that signal, send another radio wave back. That would take time. There would be time in between.
Okay.
Michaels and Morley that he constantly talks about used that light takes time. Austin, if you say that light doesn't take time to transit, then Michaels and Morley is out the window, Austin.
And that proves that it's not instantaneous.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Actually, what we call the speed of light is nothing more than the rate of perception of illumination, because it's a perturbation of the background medium. So when the background medium is excited, it becomes perceivable and illuminates due to that vibration. We quantify that perception rate. And
what's that background medium? Where's the empirical evidence for that, Austin? You have made a claim of specificity. You have the burden of proof.
And assume it's traveling when in fact it's already there. We have transmission over 300 meters going 3 times the speed of light through 200-meter coaxial cable. So
where?
I mean, geez, how do you want to believe that? You can. I know that most people can't think for themselves, so they just believe whatever people say. I'm not like that.
You just believed what people said when you cited that, Austin. You only know that because you believed what somebody else said, Austin.
So I disagree with you. We can move on.
Let's move to the next one. This one, thank you very much for your question. Coming in from Brandon Hansen says, Dave is kind of a whiner. Who let him in? Okay, well, take that, Dave. All right, this one coming in from Question the Answer says, blatant ignorance coupled with confidence is truly disgusting. Earth isn't a spheroid. Drop the ridicule and look deeper.
Preach.
This one from Kwani Upstate says, I'm a Saudi prince, and I will pay millions of dollars to send the flat earthers to space on an orbital mission. Would they accept?
Right.
Would they accept it is round if they saw it?
I think me and Jaren both agree that we would go.
Yeah, put us on a flight. Go ahead.
And if they kill us, you guys can just...
No, what you would say is,
what
you would say is while you're in there is that the portals are CGI screens.
Well, we'd be able to do that.
We'd be able to check all that. We'd have our own...
The planes planes have that now, right?
There you go.
They do have it, right? Did you answer the question? They do have that now, right?
Yep. Next question.
Yeah. So you blindly believe anything the authority tells you. It's really weird, man. If they tell you to drink Kool-Aid with poison in it, you shouldn't do it, man.
Yeah.
Next question, guys.
The government started wars all over the place. I don't know if you knew they lie a lot.
Jakeville says, David, you're embarrassing yourself. This one from
Dude, this is ridiculous. Can I at least respond?
Yes, you can.
Okay, great. So here's the thing, guys. After the third and fourth time that I forget the guy Whitsett, he couldn't seem to just respond to Planarwalk's question. This is more like I don't know how to put it, like a comedy show for Whitsett to show off. That's how it feels to me, and I'm just disgusted with it. No offense to the moderator. Dude, this is just made for you. This is made for you to promote yourself. That's all.
Why are you so triggered, bro?
I'm observing what is pretty clear. This is a opportunity for you for self-promotion. That's all it is.
All right, all 4 people get to talk and promote themselves. I mean, it's whatever. Teach them.
We did try to give everybody equal time. I got to be honest, Dave, to give you a little friendly pushback. Sometimes it almost felt like Planarwalk wasn't getting to talk enough because you were talking so much. So
I was so frustrated. I will admit it.
So in other words, we try to give everybody equal time, but it's true. I think most of the questions tonight have undoubtedly been for Whitsett. I think it's because people have. It's almost like the questions have compounded because they've heard him say things in past debates. Then they say, "Oh, I've been thinking about this. I want to ask him about that when I see him next time." So I don't know. Whatever reason it is, it's true. But long story short, we try to give the last word to the person who received the question, just because otherwise, theoretically, like let's say Austin gets a question, he answers it, and then I give Planarwalk the last word. It's kind of like boom, he got hit with the question, and then even when he responds, boom, he gets hit by Planarwalk, and then we move on. It almost feels like we're ganging up on him. So I try to give the last person, or I should say the last word, to the person the question is originally addressed to. I don't know, it's not easy. Qualo says, how many drops? We got that one. Mellow Dome says, yo, David, is the Earth a ball? This is one for you, David. They say, yo, David, is the Earth a ball because the oceans are flat? You humiliated yourself. I'm sorry.
So actually, I wanted to kind of clarify what you said earlier. I wasn't really talking about the questions after the debate. I was talking about actually during the debate. Like during the debate, Planarwalk had made 3 or 4 really good eloquent points. And Whitsett, you would jump in and you would like make these strange replies that didn't really answer to what he was presenting.
Never does.
So I would jump in to try to summarize it in a way that was more down to earth because he was using a lot of math and science. So I figured you didn't understand that. But instead of you addressing the content, you would go into these tirades about logical fallacies, and I just took offense to that. As far as the Earth, as far as the Earth and the the shape of the oceans, the surface of the water is viewed as flat from our perspective. Let's say we're standing 6 feet tall, or maybe on top of a building, but the circumference of the Earth being 26,000 miles, you're not going to really notice curvature looking, out. You'd have to be very high up. You have to be at least a couple 100,000 miles. I'm sorry, a couple hundred miles.
Contra trainer, like
100,000 miles.
No, that's the bridge. You're seeing the curvature of the bridge, but not the water. You're not seeing the water. Yeah, there's a difference. So, yeah.
Oh, jeez. How many do we have here? All right, we got Glenn Selch and PhD Tony. PhD Tony, give him the beatdown. Give him the beatdown. Glenn is he loves it. He comes here for it. I love when Flurp citations, they always contradict them. It's every stinking time. Oh, jeez. Earthrise, I'm wondering what it is with how so damn ginger Whitsett seems here compared to other appearances. I think it's the lighting there. He's got I think probably a little bit too strong of a light on him. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Jeffrey Hollenbake says true, but it's direct eye contact, slow blink. So that's about cats, and they it's blinking. I didn't know that. I'm gonna see if I can get that out of our cats. I'm gonna talk to them. All right. Frank Burns says better debate happening in the chat. Yeah, their chat. All right, if you don't get it, I have both my chat at the bottom and the Modern Day Debate chat up there. There's a little black bar as the gap between them. So, all right. I don't know how many. I don't see how far behind we are, but I want to get Planarwalk in here for a little bit, at least. And let's see this one here. This Justin asked, Flats, thousands of ordinary people visit Antarctica every year. It costs less than $8,000 to go there. When are you going to go and document it? Flat Earthers, when will you go to Antarctica and see if there's a 24-hour sun? You won't. Cult leaders hate having their claims tested. You don't want to go there because you want to continue. You want to be able to continue saying that there is no 24-hour sun there. You could go test it yourself, but you just won't. Your claims of you can't go there, they won't let you freely go there. Go ahead. Apply. Pool together your money. Ask the millionaires that you were talking about just a little bit ago there, Austin. See if they will pool the money to go to Antarctica and explore whatever it is that you think that you need to do to satisfy your position, your religious belief that you can't go there, that you can't explore, and then what you might find if you explore. Do you want to just go there and just drive south for thousands of miles? Go ahead. Put that together. Put together that proposal and say, we want to drive from one side to the other. People do it all the time. It's a regular occurrence. You want to stop at the actual geographic South Pole? Go ahead and do that. Put together your plan. If they reject it, then you can look and say, oh, they rejected it because we weren't prepared. Well, maybe you weren't prepared. If you were prepared, like you actually had the money, you had the supplies, you had the expertise, right, to do it and all those things, and then they rejected it, well, then maybe you would you'd have a position, but you don't want your claims to be tested, so you won't do it. How about flying in one of those MiGs? Right? You won't do that. You don't want your claims tested. All right, let's see where they're at here.
I said that it's actually what you call the speed of light is the rate of perception of illumination. That's not words out. Rate of perception of illumination due to the perturbation of the background.
Bill Bell says Flatzoid is doing a series on me? Oh, well. How very kind of him. I wish him luck. I think Flatzoid is mostly just he doesn't understand, therefore flat. But it's adorable how he does it.
Grifter.
All right. Grifter's going well for me. I would hope to. I hope to do it again. I think the better experiment is with the laser going through the holes, but we can't find it. It's too expensive.
He wants to do it
Why is
again.
the laser better?
It was 4 years ago.
Puns says, Austin, these two aren't even on your level. Davey interrupted the entire time, but managed to say absolutely nothing. Go flat.
Yeah. I mean,
So who
that's
should
just-
answer?
I think that's something about like the idea of hearing me or Jaren coherently lay out our position, like when we start to get through it.
Mutaki, do you think Flatzoid will let you on his channel this time? Since I pointed out his loaded question fallacy in all of his polls, he doesn't like that. He doesn't like me. So all of us, for those who are unfamiliar, Flatzoid does these polls all the time in his live streams, and they're loaded questions, right? There's no answer that allows you to disagree with his position. Both answers always, agree with his position. So it's a loaded question. The classic loaded question is, when did you stop beating your wife? And so I told him in chat, I said, all these are loaded questions. He said, no, they're not. And then I said, well, Flatzoid, when did you stop beating your wife? And he flipped out because he doesn't know what a loaded question is. Because if he did, he would have instantly known, oh, that's the classic example of a loaded question. And he kicked me, he booted me, he banned me, all these things. Because he doesn't know what a loaded question is. Anyway, there you go. Glenn South, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Hey, that's true, Glenn. And what's the shortest distance along the surface of a sphere? You can't take a chord length. What is it? And what's the shortest distance between 2 points on flat Earth? How do we calculate that? Right? Clearly, international shipping needs to know that, because in order to plan the correct amount of fuel, how long it's going to take, the route they're going to take, then how much food to bring if it's like a ship, it's taking a long journey. All of these things must be planned out in advance. So Glenn, how do they know? Because these things do happen. So what is the formula? That's yet another thing that Flat Earth cannot answer, right? The list of things that Flat Earth can answer is nothing. The list of things Flat Earth can't answer is everything. So the fast path on flat Earth must be a circle, says Mute Doggy. No, I don't know. Glenn says, notice you didn't say currents. You're right, I didn't say currents. Currents do affect, and so you might do it to have a small percentage difference, but it's not going to triple your speed. Unless you're really moving slow, but it doesn't make a whole lot of it doesn't help you, because Glenn, if you're talking like for airplanes, right, the routes that they take, if it's jet streams, well, one direction jet stream will help, but the opposite, the jet stream will hurt them. Doesn't help you, Glenn. So, all right. Let's see where they're at. I wonder if they're wrapping up.
Tyson doesn't interrupt as much as you do. But this one coming from... No, I'm kidding.
Right. Get your digs in.
This one coming in from Pseudonym says, when three things following force equals mass, do they fall in different places or one point, concluding a heavy iron core caused by gravity?
Mm-hmm.
That was a...
I think that's...
What was that?
Yeah, can you repeat that? Because I'm trying to... At first I thought it was going in one direction, but then it took a turn.
Yep, I can say it again. They said, when three things fall, following force equals mass, do they fall in different places or one point, concluding a heavy iron core caused by gravity? I don't know if that makes sense.
I don't know what that.
I think they're trying to say that things should sink to the center of the Earth or something, which is just not how.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. I don't know why they talked about that. Flat earthers again don't have an answer for why things fall. Direction and magnitude. They say things. Density isn't a direction. It has no direction. And buoyancy is up, and relies on the other acceleration. So it doesn't help to just say things like buoyancy and density. It's not an answer for you, Lurfs. It doesn't do anything.
Electrostatics is the strongest force that prevents certain things from happening.
I didn't say strongest. I didn't imply strongest.
Just stronger than gravity.
I didn't imply that either. It depends on the
circumstances. No, it's weaker than gravity.
How we're looking at the effects.
10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity.
It depends on weaker.
This one coming in from.
Somebody asked this on Facebook, quoting Whitsett, obviously, about 10 to the 39 power stronger. No, Austin, electrostatics is weaker depending on the charge. If the charge of the object is neutral, then it's zero. The force is zero. Austin, you've never applied Coulomb's law. You've never applied Coulomb's law for electrostatics fields. And the bigger problem, Austin, is that electrostatics depend on the polarity. So if it's negative or positive, it'll go in different directions. It doesn't help you, Austin. Not at all. You have no answer for this. It doesn't do what you say it does. How do I know? Because I studied this topic, Austin. This was my book at university. I actually sold my original book back and I purchased a new one. This is from some library somewhere. Oh, there it is. You can see the stickers on it. I just picked it up online. This is the same book that I used when I was in school. Electrostatic field doesn't help you. You just apply the electrostatic field from Coulomb's law, and it doesn't help. The charge of the object in the field is what determines both the direction and the magnitude. The charge of it. But everything on the Earth accelerates downward at the same magnitude. Doesn't help you. And there are multiple forces that act simultaneously, and you don't understand that, Austin. You don't have any clue on that. Never done the work. He's never done it.
Appreciate your question. KO Champ FTT says, Whitsett said for once, quote, we have a magnetic model. Let's see it. I'm with him on most things except flat Earth. I want to see the magnetic model.
Yeah, you said quote unquote because you really want me to say magnetic model. Maybe when it comes to the sun, I said we've modeled out, as in like this theoretical representation of how the sun could work, based on like a magnetic torus using the data from the sun, and it can't be refuted. So yeah, I'm gonna make a video about it. It explains exactly where the sun is based on magnetic holography within a torus, and it's from actual data taken on the Earth over the course of a year, azimuth and declination readings, and it just so happened to make a perfect torus on a plane. So yeah, I'll make a video and explain this.
We're not saying about Earth being, if Earth isn't flat nor is it a sphere, that means that it's a, that was a joke when I said it would be ridiculous to assume it's a donut. I was trying to make a joke there. I wasn't expecting you to take that seriously.
The Earth isn't what is the torus, bro. Like everything you guys say, I don't know what you mean. So the magnetic, there's the field is the torus. The Earth is in the inertial plane, which is called the black domain wall through the middle of it. Yeah, it's the black domain wall through the torus field.
Oh my gosh.
It's not the Earth is a torus field. Oh my gosh. Clue. Okay, anyway.
This is coming in from, do appreciate your question. Craig Montgomery, Let's see Austin's model. I think that kind of came in earlier. Thunderstorm says, there are a lot of people that ask that Craig Montgomery, so I'm like, that's a third one, so I just am like, but Thunderstorm says, hi, no malice, basic question for the flat Earth. Is the Earth tilted and is it spinning?
No. Easy enough.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Thunderstorm says, hi, we got that one. Justin says, flats. Thousands of ordinary people visit Antarctica every year. It costs less than $8,000 to go there. When are you going to go and document it?
So can you document that it's $8,000 to go there? There's no way.
It's 20 grand at least is like running minimum.
This one coming in from.
Well, and it'll let you go or it'll let you go. So
wait, don't let him go on that. So what if it's 20,000?
This one coming in from. Do appreciate your question. Shane Taft says they call it word salad because they don't understand words.
Oh my gosh. I ask people who try to defend word salad stuff, could you just explain it in your own words then? Right? And they never can explain Whitsett's position in their own words. They don't know. They're just impressed by the rate and the fanciness of the words. That's it. Chai says, don't flash your books at Whitsett. He's afraid of books. Jeffrey Hollenbake says, you missed my super in MDD a few minutes ago because of muting instead of pause. I'm sorry. What was it? Send it to me. I'll read it. I
pretend to know.
I just don't want to get too far behind.
Are, in a way, ridiculing others for not already being familiar with it as if they are not as intelligent as you. So I see right through that. And that's the word salad.
Nice. This one coming in from. Do appreciate your question. Brandon Hansen says, David, it feels like Whitsett's show because he's a competent debater and you don't have the debate skill set to counter him.
Well, I think I just made a good point. I could come in here and talk about a dozen things that no one else in here knows about or is familiar with. And I could mention a dozen.
Pause it. I'm muting him there. This is David. Gold is sold by the troy ounce, which is 31.1 grams, not by the carat. Heritage is measured in purity. Stop saying things. But it's a good point. But yes, and I don't know about troy ounces specifically, but I do know they measure by mass, not by weight, because specifically of the thing that Whitsett said they would do this without understanding that people can measure mass instead of weight. Whitsett, a balance scale versus a spring scale. All right. Corbin X is the thumbnail. Whitsett and Jarenism making flat earth gang sign. Yeah, they're doing their flat earth gang sign. I don't know. They all tend to do that. They also all tend to think that, or not all of them. Replace my all with lots. They also often tend to be super crazy about the Freemasons are controlling everything, and also don't seem to mind that sign that they're making is a Freemason sign. And they also don't seem to mind that the Flattoberfest was at a Freemason-owned building. They missed that one too. Story News 1 says, note, a debate is not an auction, Whitsett. Oh my gosh, yes. He missed his calling. He could be an auctioneer.
Well, if you have hydrogen, water, and methane, that would be like unicorn farts, wouldn't it?
Actually, the fact there's so much hydrogen or and helium in there went against the model's predictions. Also, there's yet to come up with an agreed upon explanation why there's so much there.
Well, it's one of them things where we managed to find some hydrogen, right? Or and the thing is, it's not just all hydrogen, right? It would have been nice if it was all hydrogen, but it turns out that there's still stuff there that we don't know what.
There's more hydrogen there than the model predicted, and there's not an agreed upon explanation why there's.
Austin, you have nothing. You have no model at all. Let's be clear. Science makes predictions, has hypotheses, and when they're found to be wrong, you come back around and you try to figure it out again. You have not done that, Austin. Every single part of Flat Earth has been found to be wrong. You don't come around and try to figure it out. You just say, we can't do it. Let's go try to talk about the globe, and let's make stupid points about it. Like, just because this particular experiment didn't work out the way that they thought it would, therefore flat. No. Therefore, that's the edges of science. They're figuring new things out. You just don't understand science.
There's that much hydrogen in space. So, and again, the model could just be wrong. but you guys don't even consider that as possible. So don't claim
But
science.
the model is incomplete with it. That's the thing you're doing.
Could it be wrong?
There's a difference between something being there is a difference between it being incomplete and it being wrong.
Could it be wrong?
Right? It could be wrong, but it's
wrong.
very unlikely that it's wrong
Everything
because
could
of
be
the
wrong.
predictive power that it has.
It doesn't have
What would
predictive
be the
power. It's
wrong
off by
part?
96%.
What's off by
Some other topic, Austin. Not this thing.
96%?
The
amount of matter
prediction
in
of the
space?
distribution of space.
There is
prediction
no other
of matter
model that
distributed
is
in space.
there is no other model that is as accurate as the standard model.
That's not true. Even Edwin Hubble will tell you that if it's a more like a fluid-like, more dense medium, everything's more local. It's a closed system, and we don't have the problem with galaxy formations. There being too many of them than being too formed. The redshift distribution not being equal at the edges. The galaxy distribution of mass. We don't have any of those problems if the Earth is geocentric.
Yes,
okay,
you
so
do.
actually, the geocentric model
have
has way
all those
better
problems
predictive
and
capability
more.
and is way more viable. And this is just
Austin, it does not have predictive capability. Not like you say it does. And again, globe geocentric is what you're specifically talking about, Austin. Globe geocentric, not flat Earth geocentric. You're getting your own position wrong. And you're describing a model right now. It's not yours. It's the globe geocentric model. You keep shooting yourself in the foot, Austin. It doesn't provide a plausible mechanism for why things like retrograde happen. The globe does. And in the globe geocentric model that you're speaking about, all of these things that we're talking about, the galaxy rotation problem, that's still there.
just objective. We don't have the dark matter, dark energy problem with the geocentric Earth. You'll get there. You'll figure it out.
Peer-reviewed paper, page, paragraph, citation, please.
Yeah, if the Earth is geocentric, what are galaxies? What are
no answers?
What are nebulas? What are stars? What are all these things?
Just much more close and in a dense medium. That's the first step. So.
No answers.
How can you see stuff so far away in a dense medium? That's interesting.
How can they far away? They're not as far away.
That's
then why would you make those comparisons about how they function? You're saying what those galaxies are very close. All of those things that are going on throughout the universe are just very close to the dome.
That's what I just said. Edwin Hubble said that they would be much more local and more dense and younger in a closed universe.
Edwin doesn't agree with you, Austin.
And you wouldn't have a problem with internet.
Edwin
doesn't agree with you.
The light shift wouldn't make any sense.
Don't put words in a dead man's mouth.
No, you'll get it. The light is shifted towards a redshift, and that is measured by distance and time. So you can't dismiss that by saying, well, if everything was closer, that would explain the distribution of matter, but it wouldn't explain how light, the light is shifted.
Yeah,
you have elements that you have elements that.
I see Glenn Salch. Glenn Salch is intentionally not understanding that spherical triangles exist. Glenn Salch, they do exist. Denial doesn't make them stop existing. Euclid wrote about them. Euclid wrote about spherical triangles. Let me say that again. Euclid wrote about spherical triangles. Just you saying "nuh-uh" doesn't stop the concept from existing. A spherical triangle is 2 points, is made by lines, and each line is a great circle. A great circle has a very specific definition within spherical trigonometry, right? And it is from an outside frame, it's curved. Yes. On the surface, it's a straight line. That's how it works. They're not flat in spherical geometry when you viewed from an external perspective. Yes, Euclid even wrote about it. So just denying that spherical triangles exist doesn't help you because there is still measured spherical excess. All day long, there's still spherical excess measured, empirical measurements. You don't like it, well then go ahead and provide an explanation for it on Flat Earth. You can't, so you instead will just hand-wave dismiss an entire branch of mathematics.
Emit their own light signatures. If those signatures are offset, and that offset is calculated and accurately calculated to be based upon distance and time, you cannot dismiss that.
You can have redshift with magnetism, redshift and blue shift, and just like Hubble said, if it's not primarily velocity shifts, then we're wrong.
And
about
you would
the
see a
entire
magnetic
model.
signature that corresponds to that. And
you can literally prove
all mainstream physicists are saying that now too. So start looking up. It's going to come out.
All mainstream physicists are agreeing with you.
Yeah, you just look it up.
Just give one. I did. There's nothing there.
What'd you search?
Redshift anomalies in space.
Redshift, close proximity. You have a better search? Let me know.
Okay, find it for you.
This one coming
Actually,
in
send it
from
to him, bro, because they won't read it.
DL Hill says, David, gold is sold by the troy ounce, which is
No,
31.1 grams, not by the carat. Caratage is a measure of the purity. Stop just saying things.
Ooh, that's the most recent one.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But my understanding is that the argument was based upon if you were going up to the North Pole and you weighed the gold and there was a different weight than at the equator, you could make a profit.
Gosh.
My response to that was that I thought, and I still believe that it's measured by the carat to denote purity, and it's compared to like you would weigh it against another object. So if the gold has a certain number of carats in it or a certain number of a certain level.
We got James Iverson says, please provide open source code and or 3D scene files to prove your model, Whitsett. Nothing. He's got nothing. David, let's hear one. Let's see. Got not your sister 28 James. Inquiring minds want to know, did Jaren bet Jake the a-hole 10K on member size and give him 3 inches? If so, can we see?
David, there's a published paper here I'll send it to you right now that's talking about the redshift blunder that has been obstructing cosmology for over a century. And
is it helping you? Is it helping your argument that all of the matter is close and dense, and that the space is not space, it's dense matter? Or is it addressing the entire
doesn't help you.
topic?
Well, it says here, no theory can be valid if it's based on a false assumption. Thus, all theories that depend on the Doppler redshift misconception are necessarily invalid. These include the Big Bang theory, expansion theory, Hubble's law, dark matter, dark energy.
You're reading the paper.
He's trying to censor you because he doesn't want the audience to hear
the Earth flat.
You can have the discussion with me later and then republish it on your website.
The audience heard it already.
Nominal says, David, let's hear one. I don't know what they wanted in terms of let's hear one.
The orbital measurement, because they couldn't have one.
Well, the biggest thing that I was trying to have a conversation with, my only point that I wanted to discuss was, why is the sun the same size and shape? Why is the moon the same size and shape all over the world? So you get to the horizon, you start having effects that you wanted to,
I don't think we understand celestial items. I don't think we understand giant celestial items.
No, we have enough of an understanding that when we see an object and it's the same size and it corresponds to a distance that we've measured.
We got Mute Donkey says, getting Whitsett to stick to a model is like nailing Jello to a tree. Yeah, he says he doesn't have a model and then says this model predicts things better. Which is it, Whitsett? Oh, but it wasn't the flat Earth model. It was the globe geocentric model. Whitsett. The first Toon's, oh my God. Toon's first law of Flurf is Flurf citations always contradict the Flurf. Your citations about the model of the predictions about the motions of the planets is a globe geocentric model. It's not flat. And you said you don't have a model, then you cited a model.
Okay, are you there, David? David?
He died.
The ether blocked it out.
Thank you, Internet gods.
They got him.
It was the ether, actually.
Proportional relationship between size and distance.
We lost like the last 5 or so.
Word salad to you, right?
Huh?
Okay, next question.
We lost like the last 5 seconds of what you're saying, but if you can,
yes, okay,
like last
oh
time, you can give a super.
Oh, I'm sorry, this is a moderator. I lost my phone. Is malfunction. Okay, so what I was saying is that if the Earth and the Sun appear the same size in the sky, and you're seeing one eclipse the other, you're seeing the moon eclipse the sun, then the sun and the moon's size and distance have to be proportional. There has to be.
Mutaki says the first rule of flat Earth is don't talk about flat Earth.
There has to be a relationship because they appear the same size in the sky. The disk of the sun and the disk of the moon. They can't be right next to each other. That doesn't make any sense.
All right, so let's use triangulation.
Wait, this is going to go too long.
You can use triangulation, you can use whatever you want, but you're going to have a relationship over
You want to use triangulation, Jaren?
We've got so many questions. Strick says, I sympathize with Dave. He explains what Whitsett is doing accurately. I get why he would be frustrated, but nevertheless, all debaters did a good job.
He constantly interrupted me, so I mean, you can try to spin it however you want to. It's just completely unacceptable.
You constantly disrespected Planarwalk, and so sorry, I'm going to speak up.
Oh, you're so
maybe
you don't get to complain about
no, it's not about virtue. See, that's what I'm talking about. You're trying to ignore the fact that you were disrespectful, so you want to make it about me virtue signaling. Take responsibility for what you did.
I wasn't. I was respectfully responding to him when he was done and explaining that he's using Euclidean geometry when in fact the eyes use spherical geometry. So we can move on. You got emotional. You're an emotional guy.
Still don't know what Snell's law.
And then he brings up Snell's law when we're talking about perspective.
Yeah, because the eye, like when it comes to lenses, it's all to do with Snell's law.
Oh, so you're using Snell's law for perspective measurements when you look at the observation?
He said
no.
the eye. You just did it again.
Just move on.
Jaren is bald.
Valerie St. Marie says pear-shaped believers. Why do official NASA and military documents referring to a flat, non-rotating plane to calculate missile launches and flight manuals?
I believe it's just for like some things where the Earth being flat would be simpler in calculations than trying to calculate everywhere, right? All the spherical stuff.
This one from
it's not everywhere.
No. Not your sister 28 says, I want to know, did Jaren bet Jake the a-hole $10,000 on member size and give him 3 inches? That doesn't sound good. What does this mean? They say, if so, can we see? What
Person's name is not your sister?
Their name is not your sister 28.
I think we just need to solve it with all. This is the utmost importance. Never mind flat Earth. We need to solve these.
Hey, man.
Who's Jake the a-hole? Is that your enemy, Jaren?
No.
Wait,
Yes.
is there a story behind this? Is this nonsense? What? Okay, well,
there's the story.
The next one. This one says, Shrick says, I sympathize with Dave. He explained.
The story is, Jake the Jake hole and Jaren have had a feud for a while, and Jaren did challenge Jake to see who had a bigger thing and was gonna spot Jake 3 inches. I don't think they actually completed the challenge.
Explains what Whitsett is doing accurately. I get.
We read that one.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, bear with me. 4MM4D says, no one is going to point a gun at you from going off route at Antarctica. If you really wanted to see the wall, you'd be able to go towards it and see that it doesn't exist.
Well, you have to give a 3-month advance notice, and they said they'll intercept you if you don't get your route approved. It's easily verifiable. You guys just don't want to know the truth.
And it's the edge. It's the shoreline of Antarctica. It's not an ice wall, and nobody said you can't get over it. You're talking about movies.
They're not going to
Hey,
intercept
here's the problem though. Whenever you're going northward, whenever you're going, around the coast of Antarctica, as you're going, I think west, you have to go to port. But on your flat Earth model, you would have to go to starboard, and that's another debunk of the flat Earth.
We don't have a model.
I don't know.
Another debunk of the flat Earth, bro. I don't care if you say you don't have a model or not.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you can't go
That
starboard.
answers a super chat that I
just
just
said he doesn't have a model.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your
He
question.
just
Nominal says,
referenced a model earlier.
have you been darted more than once, David? What does it mean to be darted? Tell me this is not dirty.
No, that's not. That's just.
Is this something sexual in nature, David? Okay, this was
Actually, I'll use it as an opportunity to kind of.
Oh, it's Jaren's question, man. Calm down, man.
Oh, it's Jaren's question. I thought you said David.
No, it was about whether David had been darted.
No, it's
more than
David. About being
Oh,
Yeah,
he's asking
Jaren,
David
it's
if he
not your
knows
show,
what
bro.
being darted
That's my
is.
name. It's the name that I gave to people who believe in the dark mission. They're mentally darted.
Because obviously, if you believe in it twice, then you're.
You get
Well, let me go ahead and
retarded.
respond. Yeah, let me respond. So, to the moderator, you know what? I looked at the flat Earth debates as like an intro to other types of debates. I thought that this was kind of like a weeding out.
Right.
That's kind of how I've looked at this.
Putting
Yeah,
the ball on
smoke.
the key.
So that backfired.
Like I can't debate it about religion, race, and politics if I can't deal with this nonsense. So.
Well, guess you need to call it quits.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Jeffrey Hollenbake says, Whitsett, do you have a model? James, wait for an answer from Austin. If no, every time you refer to a model can be ignored, Austin.
Yeah, she's 37 weeks pregnant.
This one coming in
James, wait for an answer.
from, I think that's the last of them. Let me just double check. Want to say it has been lively tonight. I know David has taken a lot of abuse tonight, and some of it was deserved. But at the same time, we want to say, of course we wouldn't ban you, David. And I've got to say, I know it's lively sometimes here, folks. Like, it's blood sporty sometimes. But I've got to say, at least it's real. At least it's authentic. And I got to say, we appreciate our guests. We really do. Click on their links, because even if you disagree with them, even if you're like, oh, that Austin, he makes me sick.
If you're in this chat,
well, at least
better be
understand his
subscribed.
position. At least understand Jaren's
Planarwalk.
and David's and Planarwalk's positions. If you can, there's one thing to be knowledgeable, but wisdom is being able to.
All right, I think he's wrapping up there. Yeah, if you haven't yet subscribed to Planarwalk, go subscribe to him. Dave doesn't have a Dave's sleeping. Dave doesn't have a channel that I know of. So yeah, Jeffrey, exactly. Whitsett's responses are useless. The hypocrisy. I'm gonna make this clear. Austin, you said you don't have a model, and many times referred to a model. You talked about the geocentric model making more sense. You talked about magnetic block domain. That's your model. You talked about, in the past, you've talked about an inertial reference plane. That's a model. You talked about sorrow cycles. You said on Facebook that you said they were objectively, that's your tell that you're lying. You said they were objectively designed based on a flat Earth model or a geocentric model, one or the other. How is that objectively done? But you cited that model, the Sorrow cycle as a model. So many times you refer to models. But let's just be clear. Here is a model. It's flat. That's a model. It's a terrible model. It's super, super basic. But it's a model. And then we can compute the consequences of that model. Well, if it's flat, then a map based on a globe could not be the right map. You will then compute the consequence of that map. Doesn't work. If it's flat, then the sun could never set. You think the sun could set? Okay, then how could it set? Well, you're going to need a model to explain how the sun could set. What is the moon? You said it's not physical. You specifically said it's not physical. Well, you've now given a little bit more to the model. It's flat with a moon that's not physical. Okay, you've elaborated your model. I mean, it sucks worse than before. Doesn't explain anything, but you now have a little more of a model. So, LB Things, Stuff, and More says, why can't Whitsett understand geocentric is a globe? Exactly. A good point. But he does sometimes say flat geocentric. But when he's referring to other things, like when he's talking about Edwin Hubble, he's getting these things, I think, from geocentric positions, right? The cosmic microwave background radiation is a three-dimensional data set. Three-dimensional, spherical, looking in all directions away from the Earth. It's not planar. You reference that. That doesn't help you, but you're putting that is something that the globe geocentrists try to claim. So yeah, he often references on Facebook when I was asking about Saros. He was talking about Saros cycles. He was talking about eclipses. He went on and on. He did actually give some citations. None of them help him because all the citations were geocentric globe. So Darryl Frost says it is a claim. It's not a model. Well, no. As soon as you say it's flat, that is a model. It's a claim, and it's a model. It doesn't provide a whole lot of anything to it, but it's a model. It's a crappy one, super crappy. He also says it's stationary. So he says it's flat and it's stationary. That is a model. It's a kindergarten model. And every time some part of it is tested, it fails. And they never, he never wants to actually talk about positive evidence. And so that's the bigger problem then. Call it a model, call it a claim, whatever. He has no evidence for his position. None. When you say there is no model, you have just waved the white flag and said, you lose. You have agreed that it's only a religious position because you don't have a model that can be tested. Nothing has ever passed a test. I don't see why you don't get that, Austin, Jaren, all you no-model flat earthers. Right? It doesn't help your position. It shows how weak your position is because it can never pass a test. So, all right. I sent the link to Planarwalk. I don't know how long it's going to be. It looks like they keep getting super chats. Tim Pryor, don't send him anymore. Well, let's see. We'll check in. We'll check in with them, see where they're at. Have it still playing.
That's a flat earther, of course.
I think this is the last one. I think we got that one.
Tim Breyer's talking about the picks again. It's really big on this one.
Oh yeah, we got just a couple last quick ones that came in. And then, folks, we can't take any more questions. This one from Tim Pryor says, a composite is not fake. If that's the case, photos on your phone are fake. I don't care about your opinion. Show me a photo analyst that proves your point. Stop running away from that question.
Good point.
Okay, but understand that a composite photo, you could have a flat Earth, take composite photos and stitch them over a ball, and that would be a problem because it's a lie. That's what we're saying. Nobody said that every composite image is a fake, but if somebody takes a strip data and wraps it on a ball and then tells you, here, you live on this ball in space, there is a problem with that.
Yeah, when they don't see it, why don't you respect that?
But Jaren, the data was from satellites orbiting the Earth. So Jaren, you could take pictures of a flat Earth and stitch them on a ball. You're right on that. But you could not take pictures with a satellite orbiting the globe of the flat Earth and then stitch them on a globe. You see, Jaren, you've destroyed yourself again. Those pictures, when you say it's a composite, he's talking about well, maybe he's talking about Himawari, but he may be talking about the Robert Simmons one where it was the Blue Marble 2.0. Well, it was satellite photographs taken in strips and stitched together on the globe. What are you going to do there? You've just agreed that the Earth is a globe because there's orbiting satellites.
Everything you people say is a straw man fallacy. Literally every single thing. You think every composite image is fake.
I think they're having flat earthers that have said that because they take a picture in the red, blue, then green channels, right? They take those pictures individually, then they put them together. I think this is Discover that does something like that.
They also wanted the computer software to render those images, though, Planarwalk. So,
but they're not rendering the images to make a flat plane look like a globe.
No, he's talking about something else. He diverted to Discover images.
They don't do that.
Well, of course, NASA
says
they do. NASA says they stitch it together and then have an artist come in and
they don't stitch it from a flat plane to make it look like a globe.
That's what they say they do.
No, they don't. That's not. Stop lying.
Oh, everyone on the IMDb look up Robert Simmons NASA.gov.
No.
Hold on, let's hear from Planarwalk.
That is one. So the Robert Simmons guy, that is one photo. There are other photos, like you can look at Discover, Himawari, that are just photos from space. I think Discover has taken on like multiple channels, and then they put those channels, they squash those channels down because a green image wouldn't look very well for most humans. And so they do some stuff like that. But in the same way, your camera, when it takes a photo, it does things like light correction and all that kind of stuff that are just done in the background to make things look nice.
Oh, they stitch it together, dude. You can zoom in on Himawari. No, on Himawari. You can zoom in and see the stitched together lines today, right now.
But it's not stitching together a flat plane. It's not taking a flat plane. You're talking about it stitching together small sections that it zoomed in and took the photograph of. That's it. That's different than you take
Himawari is not stitched. Do you understand what it means, though? Do you understand what it means that when we talk about a deception? Do you get what deception means?
Yeah, this isn't it.
Deception is flat Earth. And yes, Himawari is stitching, similar to how your phone is stitching things together, except when it takes a panorama. So DFE has a great video on this, a couple of them. So make sure you watch those. And it totally destroys Jaren's points here, but Jaren clearly didn't watch DFE. That's Bryant Myers' stuff on this.
Such a master writer, it's ridiculous. When it comes to, I think the point is that when it comes to these things like ballpoint pens were developed to be able to work in space. When it comes to otherwise, we would still be using pencils. There wouldn't have been a need to innovate to ballpoint pens.
Oh my goodness!
All right, bro.
See, that's that disrespect. That's why I would interrupt.
Not disrespect.
You're the most disrespectful person.
Oh, Austin, you can stick it. Matt Patak says, having a PhD astrophysicist brother makes Flurfs so silly. But he spent 30 minutes explaining to me how tides work, even going into detail the Earth-Moon is a mini bipolar system. Love you down to Earth info as a fellow BSEE. To be clear, that's about electrical engineering. I am not a practicing electrical engineer. I write software. So when I majored in computer science and electrical engineering, I chose to be a computer scientist. I chose to write software when I was done. So that's I want to be clear. I studied it. I have these books. I have the background. Could I sit down today and work out Maxwell's equations? No, I could not. I did go through them in school, but I can't today go do that. I would need to. Was he just raking his beard? He looks like he has a rake. Hey, I couldn't do the things that an electrical engineer can do.
Why would they lie about the shape of the Earth when they didn't even know, at a time when they didn't know that Antarctica existed?
What?
Why would they lie about the shape of the Earth at a time when they didn't know that there was more land
Tim Pryor's
beyond
getting upset
Antarctica?
at
Because they didn't know
at Austin's deflection.
Who did that?
What do you mean?
Back like 500 years ago. 500 years ago, they didn't know that Antarctica existed.
What is Dave?
The maps have land down there on the edge.
They called it
not 500 years ago.
Yeah, from like 1400. Try again.
No, they don't.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, they do.
This one from.
They don't.
This
You
one
guys
from
don't
Tim
know
Pryor.
anything, man.
Yeah,
Says Jaren has proved curvature. Bob proved rotation. No wonder why you guys don't do experiments anymore.
aspiration is just thick.
Great.
This one from Qualo says, 2 flat earthers. Would a holographic sun give off heat?
Well, that's a reaction within. That's an electric reaction within the atmos.
And we don't even know if it could be just the focus point of light, right?
You don't
ever
know.
burned ants as
Again,
a kid with a
wave that
magnifying
white
glass?
flag.
You know, that little dot that
White
you make
flag.
that gets so hot?
You
Imagine picking the magnifying glass up.
Nothing.
That dot actually lifts up
Never
with
have
it. And
anything,
it
Jaren.
is
It's
suspended
all-
in
Well, what
the
if
air.
we
That
don't
could
know?
be
It could
what we
be-
see and call the sun.
Right, there could be.
Yeah,
a
but you would see the light. You would see the light
could
focusing
be.
from
You
a
don't
particular
know. You have
direction.
no
and
answers
you
for
don't.
flat Earth.
That doesn't. So that doesn't make
for
any sense.
failures.
Yes, we
If
do.
it's a hologram, you would have to pretend that the hologram is being emitted from beyond your so-called dome.
Mhm.
In which case you could see from a different vantage point where it's holographically being emitted from.
Oh my
If you're going to
gosh.
say this is being emitted
James
from the
did
Earth,
say
then you
he's
can
not gonna
certainly
take
find the
anymore.
emitter somewhere
And
around
he's taking more.
this great Earth.
You've never
farm.
seen
It could do
video
both.
footage
It could do
of-
both.
You've never seen video footage of what looks
Then you
like
would find it.
Okay.
You would have found it by now. You would have
Why
said,
you
"Oh,
always
look, the
interrupt,
light
bro?
beams that are converging to make the sun look like a sun, they're coming from that direction."
Did you not hear Jaren in the middle of a sentence?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Jared is
whatever.
a massive
This
liar
one
for
from
$2.
Rad
He's
Crab
pathetic.
says if there's more land beyond the wall that we are not being told about by NASA, why have nations spent so much time fighting over existing land?
Ooh, that's a really good question.
What?
But not over Antarctica. That seems to like contradict your own point.
They're not fighting
No,
over
it
Antarctica.
doesn't.
And they don't
That's the
they didn't
point.
fight over land. We literally beat
Oh.
Germany in a war
Yeah.
and we gave the land back to Germany.
When it came to Antarctica, one of the big reasons why Antarctica hasn't really been fought over is because there isn't. It is very difficult to be able to get any value out of Antarctica except for scientific reasons.
But there's a lot of coal there. There's a lot of resources.
Cold.
Yeah, there may be some resources, but going to Antarctica to get resources when you're in America,
Binge Thinker
it's much
says
easier to
Whitsett
go,
is
okay, well,
such
America
a
had some
tool.
resources, so we'll just get the resources here.
That's why we get all of our
Saudi
oil
Arabia.
from Saudi Arabia.
Talking about
Yeah,
countries
Saudi
fighting
Arabia
It's
over
hard to get the
resources
resources in
there.
those temperatures.
So we'll go.
gosh.
So we'll go to Saudi Arabia. Rather than going to a place where it's really cold, you'd have to develop new technology just to be able to get the oil there.
That's
Much
incorrect.
easier to go to another.
Jeffrey Hollenbeck.
There's so much
Could
cold there,
be,
dude. But whatever.
could be.
The point is, if there's land outside of there, they may not want you to know about it, and they keep you inside of it, inside this little
Why?
circle. called
That doesn't
society.
make any logical sense.
If
Well, 'cause
you
you're an
don't
atheist,
want
right?
to know
You're an
about it,
atheist.
flat Earth
Doesn't
isn't
make
for
any
you.
logical sense.
You should stay in your Hunger Games
Well,
circle
why
and
does-
be a happy slave
why
that
does
goes
being
around
an
and
atheist
defends
have
the
anything
people
to
that
do
are trying to
with it at
control
all?
you. We're just trying to wake up.
But
people
again, that
want
doesn't
to.
make any logical sense.
Did you know, like,
500 years ago, when they were more
James,
bloodthirsty,
what are you doing?
they found land.
James, you let this.
The Europeans
this is
found
off
this
the
land,
rails, James.
and they brought more people to colonize it to make more money for them.
This is
So it would make more
off the
logical
rails,
sense for them to
James.
do
You
that.
just let it
People
go.
were already here.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Yeah, and they killed them.
Yeah.
And so I don't see why us, with our nuclear technology, wouldn't go and do it again. And you're trying to make it seem like they don't
Because
want us
what
to
if the
know
people
about it.
that
That
are-
is
what if-
ridiculous.
What if the
James
people
just
out
said
there are
like,
100 years, 200 years more advanced? We would
Then
not
we would have
have
known about them.
James,
They would have arrived. They would be here by
James,
now.
I'm
Maybe.
sorry. You James, I'm sorry. You look like you're regretting your life decisions right now.
No, it's okay. We've got a few more questions. We've got to do this where it's just rapid fire without a rebuttal to the question.
Oh my gosh,
David. And so we're going to just go really fast. Tim Pryor says, thanks for proving my point. I'll log off YouTube now, and you guys will no longer exist. Flat Earth means nothing in the real world.
Isn't that the guy that backed out of the debate with me last minute?
This one from Jeffrey Hollenbake says, Flat Earth with an F. It could be. Wow. I don't know what
Look,
they
man,
think.
it's not for everybody. Some people
Drop the
like the Matrix.
All they got
your
is
jab.
it could be.
Chris G says, stop saying they. Who? Let's have names. I think they mean like what people in power, like people from the U.S. in particular,
nameless,
or
faceless
people
they.
who are like a global secret elite, or like what level are we talking and who are they?
So if we came home and found a bunch of people murdered in our house and we wanted to start talking about...
That's not the names.
You
didn't answer the
we'd
question.
not be allowed to talk about them
You're not
unless we
answering the
name
question,
them? What if we don't know who they are?
Jaren, answer.
You have to call them something.
You can't answer.
Right. I mean, there are powerful families,
You
and then
can't
every
answer,
country
Kate.
signed
No
a
rebuttal.
treaty.
Blah, blah, blah.
What he
You
just
can't
said
answer.
is a perfect
Make up
answer.
crap.
If anyone that's
don't
honest
know.
hears his
You
answer
can't
and thinks
answer.
it's not a good answer,
You
then
can't
they're being
answer.
dishonest.
You
This
don't
one
know who
from
they
Box
are.
Spring
It's just what if.
Bandicoot
It's
says
just
Tim
could.
Pryor, clearly a genius. LOL. I don't know if that's sincere or sarcastic. Quelo says, hope no one unplugs the holographic projector.
I hope nobody unplugs the magic expansion energy that no one can find but keeps everything compressed together.
Is it okay if we need to perform repairs?
This is the
Maybe
very
we need
last
to repair the holographic projector.
Good one, bro.
Did you or I say that at all? This
Good
whole
one,
debate?
bro.
No, they just want to say whatever that
This
they
is
think
this
can make it
last
look
one.
stupid.
Tim Pryor says, yeah, panoramic pictures on your phone. Stitch things together. It's not fake, and you cannot CGI live feeds, you ding dong.
Well, where's our live feed?
There's lots
Go
of
look it
live
up.
feeds.
There's at least 2 satellites that have live feeds at this point. They're only behind by like a minute or 2 minutes or something like that.
I
So-
tried.
Good luck.
Tried
But
25.
you'll say that the computer is taking a little bit of time to render.
Well, this guy just said that there's live streams. The
There
commenter
are.
said live. You just said a live stream is not.
Yes.
There are live streams from the ISS. And Jaren is like, well, they're not 24/7. They don't need to be 24/7. A live stream from the ISS. One time debunks flat Earth. That's it. One time.
Let's go.
This
It's
is
time to go.
the very last one. Tim, I'm sorry, we can't take any more questions, folks. Tim says, really, name one. This is why we laugh at you. 2 seconds of research would tell you what technology you're using for NASA.
What?
There's not a bunch.
That's his answer?
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter.
All the
It's the
things would have
stupidest
been invented
argument. It's one of the stupidest arguments I've heard all night. That's saying a lot.
They say many tools like the cordless drill by Black & Decker is because of NASA, because they needed cordless drills in space.
Dude, I'm glad that they turned everyone into atheist, nihilistic psychopaths, bro, because it is pretty convenient to have a wireless drill.
So are you Christian?
I don't believe in mainstream Christianity, but I believe in a creator.
course
Someone
not.
else like
Yes or no question, bro.
He's
I
a
gave you my answer.
contrarian.
Were you raised?
Okay.
Were you raised religious at all? Because I have a theory that all you guys were raised religious, and then you became really jaded with God, and then you found science, and science said, "Hey, we're here with just truth and facts and evidence," and you guys just fell in love,
Yeah.
and it's been
Well,
a life.
your theory is debunked by my existence, so there's that.
I wasn't raised religious at all.
So both your parents are atheists?
My mum's no longer an atheist. She's now religious, but she raised me very secular.
She was a religious person enough?
No, she wasn't a religious person when I was growing up. She's recently become more religious.
But you look around and you see a world that you think is accidental, that's here by happenstance, no creator, no thought behind it, nothing. Trees, seeds, plants, animals, birds, the sky, everything's just because some star exploded.
The earth doesn't have to be flat for me to understand that there's a God.
He didn't say that. It's called a straw man. All you say
glad
is
he
straw
said
man.
I don't care. I don't care about that.
They
I'm just
can't
making my
not
point.
make it.
But do you think that
religious.
why was there no atheists 300 years ago?
There
For
were
There
those,
were
there's a lot of
atheists
things
300
that
years
couldn't
ago.
be
No, there was
because
like
there's a lot of things that we couldn't
was
explain.
less, probably.
There were atheists.
very few.
There have been atheists throughout history.
Not really.
Yeah, very few.
my
But
gosh.
there's just things that couldn't be explained, and God,
still can't-
God was a convenient.
All right. They can't not make it religious because flat Earth is a religion. It is 100%. When you say you don't have a model, you have said that there is nothing for you to believe in based on evidence. no evidence for flat Earth. You admit that when you say you have no model. It is an absolute loss coming out. And so if you have no model and you still think the Earth is flat, it's a religion. That's it. That's your position. You are admitting that when you don't have a model. You don't see that. It's disastrous to your position. And so you always make everything else about religion. And because flat earthers tend to be contrarians, they always, almost always, wind up over time exiting, doing what contrarians do, leaving the mainstream church because it's too mainstream for you. You wouldn't want that. So Tim Pryor comes in with the late super chat to James, says, so explain how I went to Antarctica in college and witnessed the 24-hour sun that you guys claim does not exist. Let me guess, you think I'm lying. Well, Tim Pryor, you won't get that one read by James, but I read it for you over here. So a good one there, Tim Pryor. All right, let's see. Planarwalk sent me a message here. See what he says. He's going to send... All right, Planarwalk's going to send the link to everyone. We'll see. We'll see if everybody shows up. That'd be great. That'd be great. All right, I'm going to set it up so that we can make it happen. If any shows up, I think Planarwalk will, but I think Planarwalk already did. Welcome, Planarwalk. How you doing? Oh, hold on. I don't have the audio going yet. Oh yeah, there it is. That's why. There's that. Okay. Now they can hear you, I think.
Okay, that went for way too long. Jeez.
It certainly did. It was 2 hours of Q&A afterwards.
Yeah.
Tough. Get those glasses back on. Come on.
Damn it.
Did you send it to the other two? The other three?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
They had left by the time you responded.
Right, well, let's... it went too long. We don't need to go. All right, let's see. Let's get a good look at those glasses. Get them up close to the camera. There it is. They're hearts. Oh, so lovely.
Yeah.
Yes, it went forever.
Yeah, I got really bored during the Q&A. You may have noticed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Glenn Selch in the comment, he's like, PV equals NRT, where's G? PV equals NRT is the ideal gas law. He's like, where's G? It's not in the ideal gas law.
All right, so how terribly did I do?
You did okay. Austin was really trying to steer into his perceived gotcha, where he thinks that he thinks that because one experiment that wasn't designed to measure the rotation around the Earth didn't measure the rotation around the Earth, therefore all other measurements of the rotation around the Earth don't count.
Yeah, I like how he didn't know the whole thing with Maxwell's equations, like why they were doing the Michelson-Morley experiment, and it's all because of Maxwell's equations. If he had have known that, he should have said it, but he didn't.
Yeah, and it's a nuance that was big to the people at the time, but is probably not very commonplace now. But his extensive understanding of relativity, you'd think that he would have run across that.
You'd think. Yeah.
You'd think. All right. Did was he gonna... Sometimes James goes back in. Oh, he did. Okay. Sometimes he goes back in and talks to them after they after the interlocutors leave, and he's doing that. So anyway, I was closing that down, so I didn't see it. Okay. Oh, you know what? When I debated Austin most recently, he asked, well, how would you measure stationariness, right? Because, well, his claim is that the Earth is stationary, so then it's incumbent on him to have a measurement of stationariness, because he says the one making the positive claim has the burden of evidence. He says that a lot. So I explained to him how you would measure stationariness, right? You would get a device designed to measure motion, the velocity, and confirm that it was able to measure the velocity, and then measure and see if it comes up 0. And he's like, you can't do that. Like, because he thinks that when relativity, or when Michelson-Morley, the negative result of Michelson-Morley, he thinks that the negative result was a successful measurement of stationariness. He has said that. But of course it's not. It was a failure. It did not work.
Also, one thing that you reminded me of something.
I'm getting to a point here.
Okay.
All right. How would you measure stationariness? You use a device designed to measure stationariness or non-stationariness. And I have, I took a picture of one where I successfully measured stationariness, which is on the screen right now. As you can see, and you can't see it, Planarwalk, it's the speedometer of a car reading 0. That car is stationary in relation to the surface of the road that it's on.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
I do love how he was trying to say, because my point was specifically about, could you look out of the car, right, and see like trees going past and conclude that the car is
he didn't want to
moving
answer
from that? No, he did not. He was like,
he was running fast, fast.
That makes me kind of think that maybe he's not being genuine about this.
Maybe. Also, you'd think maybe.
Yeah. Also, something that I asked before the debate, because Dave was having a hard time getting his stuff set up, right? So I asked, James was saying about getting someone else, right?
Yeah.
And so I asked, what about MC Toon? Austin didn't want to have you on the debate.
Why?
His reasoning was, I've debated MC Toon 37 times or something, and
I think it's about 5. Something like that, but okay.
I think he counts like every time you interact on Facebook as a debate or something. But he didn't want to do that. Eventually, I asked PhD Tony.
Oh, that'd be good.
Well, I suppose depending on whether you're supportive of Dave or not, PhD Tony, he was able to, but Dave got his stuff fixed before I was able to.
Dave's presentation. I got this. All right. I hope Dave watches this. I'll give you a little critique, Dave. Your presentation at the beginning was kind of weak. I don't think you quite had done your background on Austin's debates. And it's been, I think, quite a few years since Jaren has done a debate, so it doesn't matter. He hardly did anything. Anyway, so you should do that. But your presentation was pretty rough. But your interactions before you kind of got a little too heated were pretty good. We were over here. We're like, hey, all right, Dave, he might not be so bad. So, but you got past. You kind of went beyond a certain amount of emotion, and you let it get the better of you. So I'd say that's your takeaway for what to improve, is to not let your emotions get you like that. And we all do that. All of us. So we just need to be aware of that. Steve6464 says, ask Planarwalk, who is Dave?
I honestly don't really know. Just someone that... I know who Dave is. Dave. Because Dave isn't my mate anymore.
Okay.
I don't know if they're referring to it's New Zealand. It's a New Zealand joke.
Oh. I don't know.
Because there's an ad that goes, mate, 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 mate. And then they crash the car after drinking. And then Dave walks in going, mate, mate. And then the person says to Dave, Dave.
All right. Daryl Frost says your camera is a bit color saturated. Maybe get that fixified. And Stringer News 1 has a super sticker that says game over. And I'm going to have to, because it just went so long. I'm going to have to say thank you, Planarwalk. I think I'll give you a little feedback here. I think you did pretty good with Austin's relativity stuff. I think you handled that pretty well. The answer to when, how do we know that we're orbiting the sun? The answer is the most obvious one is parallax. They're the parallax of the stars. And we see that, and he could say rightly so. Well, how do we know it's not the stars moving? Well, because there's many other pieces of evidence too. So parallax is one, right? Then there's others, like we know the distance to the sun. We know the mass of the Earth. We know the mass of the sun. And therefore, because of those things, we can get the necessary centrifugal force and gravity balance velocity that we have to have in order to be moving around the sun. The idea of a geocentric globe doesn't work because what causes the sun, the balance of the sun there, it wouldn't be the same, right? That formula would be different.
Other thing,
because we orbit the barycenter of the system, which is inside the sun, so it couldn't happen that way.
Yeah, one of the things that was really weird is because they kept on saying, "Oh, this person says that geocentrism works better." However, I guarantee you that if you look into what version of geocentrism they're not using a flat Earth version. They're using a globe.
It's more than that. How many times did he say he doesn't have a model?
Yeah.
Many times. Then he used a model. Geocentrism, which isn't the model that he's trying to support, the flat stationary model. It's the globe stationary model that he was referring to. So he's shooting himself in the foot by using a model when he says he doesn't have a model, and that model isn't even the one that he agrees with.
Yeah.
Complete hypocrisy there. He has no clue. Instant loss. What a failure you are in this debate, Austin. To say you don't have a model, then use a model that isn't even the one you agree with. All right, Jeffrey Hollenbake says, can't wait for FDFE's video in several weeks. I think that's the one on Whitsett's relativity stuff. So, all right. Clara's jealous of your hair, Microraptor. And can you give us a little bit as we head out, just so that to sway people so that they know that they must be subscribed to you?
I like doing different videos. I'm going to have like 12 videos going up soon. They're all going to be premiered. Hopefully I'll be able to make it to each premiere. We'll see. I've still got to record like 10 of them. I'm not going to tell you who's going to be in them, but there are going to be 12 different people, and each video is going to be on a different person. So that's going to be fun.
Wait, you call it the 12 derps of Christmas?
The 12 pseudoscientists of Christmas.
Oh, it doesn't flow. All right, people, hold on a second. We'll do this. We'll do it. Quick, get ready. I'm going to do a poll. Get ready to vote. All right. Which one? The 12 derps of Christmas? Or the 12 pseudoscientists?
Unfortunately, I've already recorded 2 videos which both say pseudoscientists.
Well, clearly the results of this poll is going to have to may necessitate re-recording that, or just letting it fly. All right, people, vote real quick here. All right, people, thank you very much. Thank you, Planarwalk. Thank you to Dave. Thank you to Whitsett and Jaren for once again doing your best and failing anyway. And thanks to James, he tries. I have problems. I have issues, but I'm not.
Moderating is difficult, to be fair.
He did better, I think, than I've seen before. Okay, here it is. We've got the poll. You ready, people? Should I end the poll? Here we go. Poll ending. We've got 63 votes. The 12 Derbs of Christmas wins by 79%. 20% to the 12 Pseudoscientists of Christmas with a 1%. Who knows where it went?
Yeah, that means that the poll is fake and was edited by NASA.
Obviously. All right. Well, people, there it is. I've got my outro ready to go. Planarwalk, thanks for coming. Everybody else, thanks for coming. We'll see you next week. Bye. Super chat from Matt Hutok says, Planar, respect your poly videos, but prefer Psy. Thank you very much for that, Matt.